Hey guys, for the record, I know it's Secret of the Mimic Xbox. I scheduled this stream last night. I was gonna do a Walking Dead stream today, but I saw like the Steel Wool thing, and then I was like, you know what? I need an excuse to do a FNaF stream. Why not? Because in the near future, I'm doing like a FNaF marathon, going through all the games again. But I don't want to do that until I'm done The Walking Dead. So I'm just like, I want to get through The Walking Dead, but I also want to do a FNaF stream. So I was just going to use this opportunity to do so. Plus, there's 2 new FNaF game theories that I haven't watched yet. So I was going to watch those on stream too. The Walking Dead one will probably be tomorrow, but it depends on like if plans change or not. It might be Tuesday instead. We'll see. Or it might be both. Depends. But yeah, it should just be 2 more streams for Walking Dead. But yeah, so I scheduled this last night, and I was like, there might actually be some FNaF news here, like, because today is the 2-year anniversary of Help Wanted 2. So I thought, either A, it would be like a Secret of the Mimic VR update, because Help Wanted 2 is a VR game, so it fits. And Secret of the Mimic was teased on Help Wanted 2. Or 2, it could have... Did I say A or B or 2? 1, 2? I don't know what I said. Anyway, the second option was that maybe we'd get something similar to what we got last year. It wasn't on the anniversary, but like it was near the anniversary. Like the update that we got teasing Secret of the Mimic, right? So I was thinking we might get like something like that, but for the next game, like for the like Abyss project or whatever it is. But as it turns out, nothing. We got Secret of the Mimic on Xbox. I don't really know like why they did that, because not like why they added it to Xbox. I'm cool with that. But why did they make it sound like such a big deal when we already knew that? Like, wasn't that already announced a few days ago? I guess Switch wasn't, but Xbox was. I don't know. But yeah, the thing is, I also expected the announcement to be at noon, because noon my time. It's 11 right now. That's why I set the stream an hour earlier, because I thought that it was gonna be like 24 hours after the post they made yesterday, because like, why wouldn't it be? It was at noon yesterday, so why wouldn't it be noon today? Turns out no, it was not. It was instead at like 10 a.m. I don't know why. But yeah, regardless, you never know. Maybe that wasn't the only thing they're announcing. Maybe there still will be something at noon. But yeah, I still have other things to do today. So I have the 2 new FNaF game theories, and then I have a bunch of other FNaF theories that I haven't watched yet that I want to. I have like a full playlist of FNaF theories that like I just haven't gotten around to watching yet, because I very rarely watch FNaF theories, and if I'm stuck watching one thing, if I'm enjoying it, I keep watching it and I can't watch anything else. Right? So hold on, where's my watch? No, not my watch later. I need just my playlist. But I have this playlist called FNaF Theories to Watch. There's 36 videos in it. I'm not watching all of these in one stream. That's not gonna happen. But like, there's some like that I think I should just watch on this stream. And if I don't end up doing that, I might like have some of my friends join the VC, and maybe we'll talk about lore or something like that. We'll see. I only planned on doing this stream last night, so it just depends like what we end up. But we'll see how things go, and depends what happens. Some of my friends said they might join the stream. So if they do, then yeah, well, obviously like I'll hop in a Discord call and they can join in. Was really hoping there would be a teaser or announcement about the upcoming FNaF game. I was too. I honestly really expected this to be something bigger, because like I said, I wouldn't have expected them to be teasing something that already was announced, especially considering today is the Help Wanted 2 anniversary, so I would expect something related to that. I also don't know why they didn't just announce this on the 6-month anniversary of Secret of the Mimic. Like, I feel like that's a perfect opportunity to announce something new for Secret of the Mimic, so why like hype people up for the next day for something that doesn't really... I mean, it matters to some people, but like, it's not like a big news thing, right? Let me actually see. I need to go back to the... They not updated on FNaF news yet? Oh, no, they did. Well, no, they didn't. They didn't do the Xbox thing. I mean, on the Reddit, Discord, FNaF news channel. I like how there was so many people in the replies to the Twitter post, where people are just being like, what? First of all, they're posting Venom memes about the 6 months thing, but also just people posting like being shocked. Eagle Builder says it'll probably be the Xbox version, but I will be taking my hopium that is finally the VR update. I was doing that too. I really didn't expect it to be the Xbox thing, but like, lo and behold. Let's see, what are people saying in response to this now? Secret of the Mimic VR update found dead in dumpster. It's been half a year, dude. What the fuck? Please don't tell me it was this. That's it. It's the Invincible meme of Omni-Man on the car, like, where's Secret of the Mimic VR? Steel Wolves. Steel Wolves. I didn't even say that properly. To be fair, neither did they. I was really expecting to see a VR mode announcement paired with this announcement at the very least, given how the game gives off that it was... What? I was really expecting to see a VR mode announcement paired with this announcement at the very least, given how the game gives off the vibe that it was made for VR at first. So I hope we get to see that at some point, if not now. I think Steelwool said that they're still going to do VR, right? Like a while ago, but like they just didn't want to do it on launch. The demo was in VR, and it was originally tagged as VR compatible. So, and you can tell while you're playing the game, like the way the hand movements and stuff work. Like it really seems like it was meant to be a VR game. I'm curious though, like based on like how the Secret of the Mimic VR does, like how it works and stuff. I'm surprised they didn't do this, but I wonder what security breach would be like in VR. I really thought that they would end up doing that when it came out, or that at some point it would get a VR port, and it never did. It is a much grander game, so maybe it would have been harder to do, but I feel like it would have been cooler. Especially considering you have like the flashlight, the phaser blaster, so like having those like on your belt or something, you have to grab them at any given time. I've always thought that would be cool, but that never happened. So anyway, I've been talking a lot. What are you guys saying in chat? We FNaF fans love to stay delusional. There must be something more to it. There's still a little over an hour until full 24 hours go by since they made the message. Yeah. I doubt it, but you never know. I don't know. Serbian Lord is watching this stream on his TV using his PS5. Nice, bro. See, last night I was considering, like, should I I was thinking last night, like, should I have my PS5 and my VR in my basement right now? They're not in my room. So I was wondering, should I bring it back upstairs just in case Secret of the Mimic VR just drops out of nowhere today? Or, excuse me. Or just like, or like if there's an update in Help 1 2 or something like that, because I would want to stream that kind of stuff, right? But I was like, you know what? It's a big hassle to bring it back upstairs. I'm probably gonna need it downstairs next time my best friends come over. We might do another video on like on a FNaF VR game. So like, I want to make them play FNaF VR 1. My friend Anish, he's already played FNaF VR 1. He actually was a FNaF fan when it came out, and that's around the time he got me into FNaF. But Aaron, he's not. He's never played FNaF VR, so I feel like that would be really fun to watch him play. Because I think FNaF VR 1 is scarier than Help 1 and 2, or at least it's more consistently scary. I think Help 1 and 2 might have some higher highs, or maybe not higher highs, but it has some really high highs, right? About like VR horror, right? But I think that but I think Help 1 and 1 is way more consistently scary, and most of the moments are scarier, I think. But so like I feel like it would be really fun to get him to play that. So whenever they next, I mean they're both at university far away from here, so like we don't see each other that often anymore. We call like on Discord all the time, but like we only see each other every once in a while when either they come back here or we go to visit them. One of them is closer than the other, but like sometimes two of us will go visit the closer one, or two of us will go visit the farther one. But that's only happened once each, and there's been a couple times they've come back here. So like next time they do come back, it's exam season, right? So once they're done exams, they're gonna come back. So by then, we'll probably hang out, maybe come back to my house, and then maybe we'll do another VR video then. Doing the Help 1 and 2 VR was really fun. I think that was a year ago now. Not that I released a video, but when we actually recorded that. I think it was December last year. And it's December this year now. But I actually released it, I think in like May or something. It took me a long time to actually edit it. I don't know why. But yeah, that would be really fun to do another one of those. That was really fun. At some point I want to make Aaron play the House Beneviento part of Resident Evil 8 in VR. I think he would shit his pants. Secret of the DLC announcement by what's gonna happen. They should do a remake of Security Breach but in VR instead. Maybe that would actually make Security Breach scary. Not even scary, but like the moon section would definitely be scary. I don't know if I would say that would make Security Breach scary, but it would make it scarier, I guess, right? What elements do you think we can? What elements from the movie do you think we can use? Well, I think it's very clearly a different universe, but like, I mean, obviously, but like, I think there's definitely stuff that we can use, but I don't think it's like. I think it's all stuff we can. We need to take with a grain of salt, right? Like, I think we can use maybe that like Charlotte died first, but also that's a slippery slope because in this movie she died in the FNaF 2 location, and there's people that believe she died in 1987 in the games. So you can kind of use that as evidence for either side. But stuff like Mike Schmidt being Michael Afton, you cannot use that because... Sorry, stuff like Mike Schmidt not being Michael Afton, you cannot use that because they are very clearly the same person in the games. I plan on making a video. I talked about this in my FNaF 2 movie review. That I'm making a video right now on Easter eggs, theories, and the ending and stuff. I have recorded part of it. I haven't really started editing much yet. I plan on finishing recording it today, and then I'm gonna start. I'm gonna work on editing it. That'll probably be out on Wednesday, but I'm not 100% sure. It depends how long I take to actually finish working on it. After that, I also plan on making just like a video talking about like Mike Schmidt being Michael Afton, just like all the evidence that he is, and like why I don't like brain help. Like why it must still be the case in the games, and like why the movie is not implying otherwise. And in that video, I might also go through some of the other debates that the FNaF movie has sparked, like the idea of like the Wizards being separate from the classics. I think that's complete donkey balls, but you know, I want to like talk about that in the video so that I could actually like get my full opinion out there and stuff. I'm very behind in chat right now. I will catch up to you, blah. But hi. I think that since Toychica gained her black eyes and lost her beak, it gives advanced that what? Oh, evidence that the toys aren't processed by spirits themselves. Well, the thing is, in the game, Toychica's not the only one to do that. Toy Freddy is too. Also, Toychica in the movie is a spirit still. Like it's still the puppet, right? So I don't think that's evidence that the toys aren't possessed, and I think they definitely are. Not only because of like her losing her beak and stuff, but because like both her and Toy Freddy, like I just said, like they lose their eyes and they have like glowing white pupils, right? And that's like a defining factor of like Freddy in the games, like the main Freddy, classic Freddy Fazbear. So it's like I feel like that wouldn't I feel like that wouldn't happen if they weren't possessed, right? Like, because why would that be a feature of the animatronics, like, that are supposed to be performing on stage for children, right? Just to make themselves look scarier. Like, that seems like a spiritual thing. I think the DCI still exists in the games, even if they aren't in the movie, so I'm not sure if it's any evidence for the games. Well, I think that they very clearly exist in the games, and I've heard people say that they don't, but like I feel like there's no reason to believe that they don't, because by the time of the Save Them minigame in FNaF 2, either the dead bodies are in the animatronics, or the dead bodies have been removed by Fazbear Entertainment. Either one is fine. But either way, those bodies can't really be the missing kids. And I feel like it's weird to suggest that they just are not like new kids. Especially considering what Phone Guy says. He says that someone used one of the suits. There was like a spare in the back, a yellow one. Someone used it. Now none of them are acting right. That very clearly implies, oh yeah, the guy that used the suit in the first location, he came back, he killed more kids, and now the animatronics are possessed by them. That's what it seems like to me. Am I the only one wondering what all the fuss was about with Chica's secret party? Why is it in the book? We ended up getting nothing. I don't know, man. I think it's definitely something, but I don't know why nothing has come of it yet. I expected something to happen on the day that it officially released. Um, yeah, I expected it to come out on the day that the book officially released, like which was December 2nd. Like I expected there to be like some websites or something that activated in order to actually um like to give some insight on it, because it said in the book, oh yeah, there's websites on it that you can still find. Those don't exist, so I would have expected like those websites to go live on the day that the book came out, so we can go find them and see what they actually say. Like I expected them to be like an official thing rather than a fan thing. But that never happened. I don't know why. I'm wondering if maybe like the code that we used in the FNaF 2 movie that they used to release the animatronics. I wonder if that'll have something to do with it, considering Toy Chica is an important factor in both Chica's Secret Party and the FNaF 2 movie. So like maybe the code will have something to do with that. But so far nothing. I tried plugging that code into like the back half of Scott Games, which I know is not used anymore, but like I was just trying anything I could think of. Even FNAFworld.com is not used anymore, but like I tried that too. I think I tried the Steelwool website too. I think I tried Security Breach TV as well. I don't remember what else I tried, but I tried a few things, but nothing happened. I think I don't think it's like a fake thing that the writers of the book just made up, but I do think that it was something. Have you watched Onward the Truth's FNAF reboot series? I have not yet. I kind of do want to though. I've heard that it's really good. Maybe I'll watch that on stream today, but probably not. I'll probably focus more on like theories and like theory discussions and stuff. And I still got to react to the new game theories as well. I'm still gonna do that. Evan made me play Help Wanted 2 and it glitched out and stole my gun. It did do that. So she was playing the arts and crafts daycare, and she had, you know, the dart gun that you use to like hit the boards to like get stuff. Well, somehow, somehow it basically like went flying and got stuck in those boards themselves, and she couldn't get it back. Usually, like if it goes too far, it just like respawns back on your desk. It did not. It got stuck in the wall. So she was like just sitting there waiting to get jump scared, and then she decided to try like switching the items, and then that made the gun move. So then it fell. But by that point, it had already been like 2 minutes of her just sitting there, so she died. I thought I was going to be bait for people who shipped Vanessa and Mike. What, Michael and Mike being... I'm too behind in chat for me to know what you're talking about, but I'm assuming you mean Mike being separate from Michael. And yeah, that's kind of what I think. I think they mostly did it to... Well, first of all, I think they did it to show like two different sides of Michael. The good side and like the bad side, like with the bad history. But like, I think one of the main reasons they did it was to disprove Mike Schmidt being an actor in the game, in the movies. Since Michael Afton and Mike Schmidt are separate in the movies, now are you having second thoughts about treating Michael and Mike being the same as Fax? No, because of the logbook showing connections to both to FNAF 4 and Sister Location, and then Mike Schmidt and FNAF being the player of FNAF 4 because of the FNAF 4 phone call. FNAF 4, FNAF 1 phone call. And again, I'm making a whole video on Mike being Michael Afton. So like I'll talk about that stuff and some more, and even more than that too. It's not Game of Thrones. FNAF does not approve of incest. Good. I wouldn't have been surprised if it ended up being like a Star Wars situation where they just didn't know until the third movie that they were brother and sister. That would have sucked. I was really just hoping that they weren't flirty. I was kind of just coping. I had a feeling that they were. And then when I read the movie novel, I was like, ah. By the way, Charlie's date of death in 1982 appeared in the fourth closet, and as far as I know, in one of the FNaF 4 teasers, so this is not a new date. Yeah, it's not. I think it was the Silver Eyes that had 1982, and like she went missing in 82, and then I think she was pronounced dead in 1983, as said in the fourth closet. But I've heard a lot of people talk about like 82 in the FNaF 4 teasers. I don't really know what that entails. Like, was it in the was it along with the 87s, or like was it sprinkled in there? I don't know, because I never really looked into that, but I've heard a lot of people talk about it, and I haven't seen anybody like give solid like proof of that happening. I don't think it didn't happen, but like I just haven't seen it for myself. So haven't seen the FNaF 2 movie and wait until it comes out, but I also don't care about spoilers. Oh, okay. You should probably see that, though. Movie drives home them being the same as in fact, and it's just a theory. Well, yeah, like Freb says, it is in the games for sure. um... Yeah. I mean, true, but that's us assuming Michael is Mike in the first place. What is? I mean, the logbook is Michael Afton. That's very much confirmed because we see like his references to FNaF, to Sister Location, and then it shows him being a guard, which Michael Afton and never is if he's not Mike Schmidt. Hello, why is Steam opening? And then it shows that Mike was the player FNaF 4, and in FNaF 4, the main player hears the FNaF 1 phone call, meaning that the player FNaF 4 is both Michael Afton and Mike Schmidt. So if they're different people, that's just dumb. So when's Sister Location gonna be in a movie? Gonna be made into a movie? I don't think it'll like get its own movie. I've heard a lot of people saying that they're gonna do more than 3 movies. I honestly doubt that. I think they will just do 3. I think they'll do more content. Like I wouldn't be surprised if they did like a FNaF TV series, whether it be like an anthology or like a specific character. But like I don't think it'll be anything beyond 3 movies. Maybe they'll do more than 3 movies, but I think this will be just like one contained trilogy. I don't think Sister Location will get its own movie. I think, well, I think I saw you said lower down are the movies based on the books. Yeah. So the first movie has a lot of inspirations from this. Takes a lot of inspiration from the Silver Eyes, and this movie takes a lot of inspiration from the Twisted Ones. So by that logic, the third movie should take place should take inspiration from the Fourth Closet, which is the final book, implying that it will be the final movie. And in the Fourth Closet, we have Springtrap, we have Circus Baby, and we have the other Fun Time animatronics. So it just makes sense that we'd get that, that we'd get like the Fun Times and stuff thrown in there. So I feel like it'll be kind of a combination of FNaF 3, FNaF 6, and the Fourth Closet. But yeah, I don't think we'll get like an actual Sister Location movie. Giving up all hope of Fredbear's even being mentioned in the movies. I feel like Fredbear's may have existed, but if not, I wouldn't be surprised if just the FNaF 2 location represented Fredbear's. Considering it was the first location that was open before 1983, when Freddy's in the games was founded in 1983. I say this in my upcoming video, but it's possible that that's just referring to like Freddy's becoming a franchise in 1983. But I feel like that's kind of a cop-out answer because then Freddy's still didn't just open in 1983, which I feel like just makes more sense. Why does YouTube do this? I'm trying to. This isn't even YouTube. This is Streamlabs. But I'm like looking at the chat, and then I'm scrolling slightly down, and then I make it to a certain threshold, and it goes all the way to the bottom. It's like, what are you doing? We got an official proper look at Springtrap from the movie. Really? Okay, I'll check that out. I saw somebody say check Deducer's
the Fun at Freddy's 2 movie has just
Shut
released
up,
in
bro.
theaters.
Just kidding.
I'm going to be
Move
going
over.
in depth in the details.
Why are you not switching to posts? I'm trying to click on your community. Okay, so I can click on videos. But community posts, that's too far. Posts are the only thing I cannot click on. There we go. Oh, hello, Springtrap. I don't know if I believe this. Is this official? It looks like it would be. This is funny. This is the jump scare. I'll show you guys what this looks like. Give me a second. This is what I'm looking at. So this is Springtrap. This is Springtrap. This is Springtrap. This is Springtrap. These are the wizards and some dude. This is the puppet. This is the puppet. This is the puppet jump scare. There is also some hidden watermarks of John Cena. Wow, I can see those. That's wonderful. Anyway. I'll be right back, okay? Sorry about that. My house was being too loud. But also I used that opportunity to go say hi to my mom because I have not seen her yet today. Anyway, where was I in chat? um, in the third movie, Mike and Michael are gonna fuse, becoming Eggs Benedict, the purple guy. I also don't see BB seeing Charlotte's death, since it has to be something misunderstood. I've heard that argument before. My idea is, like, that there is, like, I think he may have seen something, like, that was actually, like, horrific, but I think that, like, a part of it was misunderstood, and that led to the whole thing being misconstrued in some way. So, like, say, if he did, like, for personally, I believe the bite victim is the runaway midnight motorist, and I think that the thing outside the window is Shadow Freddy. I don't think it's like Afton. I don't think it's Golden Freddy. I think it's Shadow Freddy, because this is the night that Charlotte dies, right? So I think that Afton killed Charlotte, and then as he's killing her, his rage forms Shadow Freddy, and her agony forms Shadow Bonnie. So he kills Charlotte. Shadow Freddy is formed. He goes to the window. He lures the bite victim away. But I think that the bite victim is a really big fan of Fredbear, so he follows Shadow Freddy thinking that he's Fredbear because he's in the shadows. And then he goes, he finds Charlotte's body, or something like that. Maybe not her body per se, but just like something scary at Freddy's or whatever. Or Fredbear's, either one. And then he thinks that Fredbear has killed somebody, and that's why he's scared of him so much. And that's why, like, you know what will happen if he catches you, right? That checks out to me. There's reasons I believe that. There's a few different things that, like, lead me to that conclusion. I don't, like, think that's very definitive because, like, there's not much evidence for that specifically being the case. But, like, yeah, I don't really, I'm looking at your glasses reflection. Do you have FNaF World open? No, that's Streamlabs over there, and then over on this monitor. Well, I don't think you can see the other monitor, but my left monitor, I just have my watch later open. But yeah, I don't think that whole thing is, like, definitive. I just think it makes sense, and there's reasons there's things that lead me to that conclusion that I think makes sense. Anyway, like, in that case, it would be misunderstood because you would think that, like, oh yeah, Fredbear just led me to this dead body, meaning that he probably killed her. So now I'm scared of Fredbear, even though it wasn't Fredbear doing anything at all. If that makes sense, right? So that's what was misunderstood. He saw Fredbear in the shadows. It was not Fredbear at all. It was just Shadow Freddy. So, what are you guys talking about now? Jesus Christ, why are you doing that? We need the second season of The Immortal and the Restless. I've been waiting for a sequel for 9 years after the release of FNaF 5. You know what? I agree. Where is that sequel? Who's your favorite animatronic? It might be DJ Music Man. He doesn't even do that much. He's just cool. I love your glitch trap figure in the background. I didn't even realize that was visible. That's Dreadbear next to it, too. Give me like 2 seconds. I'll be right back. Alright, that was all. Okay, so here animatronic, probably DJ Music Man, he's up there. I like Nightmare on a lot. I like the puppet a lot. Springtrap, obviously, Glitch Trap. Weirdly, I like Freddy Frostbear a lot. I don't know why. I wouldn't say he's like my favorite, but I do like him a lot. That was like one of my favorite things that we got in FNaF AR. If they do continue after FNaF 3, FNaF 4 should just be a full-blown gory psychological horror movie, since I think it'd be funny how this one is a complete standout from the rest. 100%. It should not be. It should not feel the same at all. Should be completely different. In the movie, puppet making their eyes go dark still works within the games if it's the puppet that's controlling them, at least the toys. So it. But, oh yeah. I think some of my friends believe that. I can see that. I don't really personally believe it, but like I understand like that point of view. I think that it kind of makes sense. I think I've caught up on chat now. Whoops. No, do not do that. Alright. So, what should we do now? Should we keep talking chat, or should I start reacting to the not GT Live, game theories? I think I should start doing the game theories now. Minecraft for a cause. I don't know what that is. Is it, like charity? Jingle Jam. Your FNaF theory solved, and what's in the box? Haven't seen either yet. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up.
What was in?
Not yet. What was in? You're not allowed to know what was in. Okay. Let's see. We may now start watching. Alright, I'm gonna stop recording. Start recording again. Okay. Game theory, your FNaF theories solved. Let's start. This is 23 minutes and 39 seconds long. Let's go.
Who caused the bite of 83? Why does Monty
who knows?
And what does
Couldn't have
David
been
Afton's
Fredbear,
favorite
could
show
it?
have to do with the Mimic? All these questions and more are what
does
I'm
it?
attempting to answer today. Hello Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, the show that keeps on giving like the hidden details in a FNaF game. Although, hopefully we're less complicated. I mean, how often do we find small pieces in this franchise that either don't go anywhere or don't connect to any of the big questions we're actually asking? And sometimes the pieces don't even get discovered until way after the game releases, like the Springlock design with possibly Henry's signature as pointed out by ID's Fantasy. Or there's an update added to the game way after its release that changes small details, like this random silhouette in the window that I saw Right Host talking about. The trouble is, when they are just small pieces, it can be hard to justify talking about them because they're just that small. That one thing is interesting for sure, but does it actually change anything? However, as I've been going back through our FNaF archives and weighing up all of these small pieces that have been brought to light either through more research on my end or from other talented theorists in the space, I believe I found a few interesting details that are worth talking about. So today, I want to present 3 mini theories that, if true, would change or expand on previous theories we've explored in the past. Think of them like theory...
Going full MatPat style. He used to do this a bunch. I kind of miss when he did that. I've never really done that before, but I've done like just individual mini theory videos. I feel like it was really fun when MatPat would do that. I remember, I think one of the 3 mini theories videos was maybe his first or one of his first theories that I actually reacted to.
DLC. Don't worry, I'll be sure to explain.
What did you say?
Mini theories that, if true, would change or expand on previous theories we've explored in the past. Think of them like theory DLC. Don't worry, I'll be sure to explain.
I thought you were going to say they might have something to do with DLC.
But let's start with one that's actually been on my mind for a few years. Theory number 1. Henry stole Edwin's design. In my final secret of the Mimic theory, I spoke a lot about whether Henry and Afton stole designs from Edwin Murray. I basically settled on the idea that the answer was kinda yes, although there was a chance that Henry did actually collaborate on some things with Edwin, and he definitely was designing some stuff himself, as he was the one changing the designs from Edwin.
I got the change order from Hen last night.
But after that video in our live talkback, ID brought to my attention their video and the blueprint that, unlike all the others we see in Murray's costume manor, didn't have the MCM logo on it, but instead a signature that looks like it could be Henry's, adding credence to the fact that Henry was making stuff. She also has a really cool explanation for Henry's Prisons of My Making line, while also keeping the FNaF 1 animatronics as Edwin's designs like we see in the basement, basically suggesting that Henry saw those designs, upgraded them to make the Endo O2s, and then put them in the shells that Edwin had been making for the classic animatronics, which is why in Into the Pit, which takes place in 1985, we see classic Freddy and the gang, but with Endo O2s inside them. It's a very cool video, and I highly recommend you watch it, but proving that Henry was definitely designing stuff got me thinking about what else we've attributed to him in the past. You see, over the years, we've focused a lot on Henry's design philosophy when it comes to animatronics. ID's theory would align with previous theories we've had about the Wizards definitely being early Henry designs, where we focused on aspects like the jaws to make that connection. The Withered animatronics have two types of jaws, a classic hinge and a separated mouth and head connected by piston-like bars. Now, the reason we felt like this could be attributed to
When the
Henry was because of the other times this design comes up in the franchise, namely FNaF 6. In that game, we're introduced to Lefty, a Freddy-like character designed specifically to capture the puppet. Henry tells us in the tapes that,
You have all been called here.
and so with Lefty having the puppet inside, now being dragged back against its will, it stands to reason that Lefty was made by Henry, and wouldn't you know it, it too has the same piston-like jaw mechanism. We then see this repeated in other animatronics that connect.
I've kind of always been of the opinion that the designs that Edwin made were not like his original designs. I think Henry made them, and then Edwin was just instructed to make them, to actually build them, or to build more of them. I think whether the Wizards or the Classics or the Springlocks, whether they were built by Henry or not, whether they were built by Edwin or not, I think Henry still designed them, and he probably made like his own versions first. And then Edwin was instructed to either make more of them, or in the case of the Springlocks, just make better ones, right? Because the Springlocks that we see in Secret of the Mimic are very different to the ones that we see like in the books and like in Springtrap and Golden Freddy and stuff like that. They're not the same at all, right? They have really different designs, like just in terms of like the body, like certain just design aspects on like the joints and stuff like that. They're completely different from the ones that we see like with, like I said, Spring Bunny. It really doesn't look the same at all. So, like, I wouldn't be surprised if it was just that Henry made his own, and then he instructed Edwin to try to make them better, because the ones that we know, like, with Springtrap, are, like, sensitive to water, and, like, they're just, like, easy to snap, right? So I think he just wanted, a way to keep them locked without breaking and killing people, right? So I don't think that Henry actually... I think he probably stole stuff from Edwin, but I think the actual main designs, the ones that we learn like in the books, were like Henry's original designs, seem to imply that Henry still designed them, even if he didn't build them, or even if Edwin did build some of them, right? We even see in the image of Henry that we see in the character encyclopedia that he has blueprints of Freddy meaning that he designed Freddy, right? So
to Lefty, the Rockstar animatronics, and we see it with the rudimentary, mediocre melodies. Now, for the longest time, even though you buy the mediocre melodies from a third party in the game, we theorized that these were actually
is he gonna talk about Stan's budget tech now?
Scheme happen. And thanks to stories like the Puppet Carver that also include rudimentary animatronics for a banjo-playing pig and a frog, we felt like we were being shown that Henry was the creator of the mediocres, and that they were some of his first, hence the battery packs they needed to operate. However, this is where Secret of the Mimic comes in and completely upends the idea, like it did with so many other theories. Because in this game, we see original designs for these characters, like a frog, a pig, an elephant, and a hippo. So again, the initial characters feel like they were Edwin's. But the big issue is this message right here. Quote, "Me and Stan are out of here. It's time to jump ship before things get ugly. I have a bunch of Fiona's character patterns and Stan is taking what he can. Join us. With everything we know about the restaurant project, we can start our own machine shop." So again, doubling down on the fact that these designs were originally part of Murray's. But the real important part is the name that's mentioned, Stan. That might not mean anything to you. It's a pretty generic name, to be honest, but it has shown up in this franchise once before, in FNaF 6. The company you buy the mediocre melodies from is called Stan's Budget Tech.
Yep.
This guy and his friend left MCM, stole Fiona's designs, and then started a robot shop, which we then buy from in FNaF 6. That's why in the character encyclopedia, Ned Bear's entry questions whether he was altered from Freddy Fazbear, quote, "to avoid copyright issues." It was originally a Freddy that Stan stole from the company and made his own, only to sell it back to Fazbear years later. The most frustrating part about this isn't the fact that Henry didn't make the mediocre melodies. I've made my peace with that. It's that we used to be able to use these animatronic designs to distinguish who made them. And now it feels like this is just how people make
I feel like that's
animatronics.
never really been like an important factor, honestly.
And they can be anyone's. Are the Rockstars actually Henry's, or is that another real company? Where
I think the Rockstars are probably Henry's because Lefty and Rockstar Freddy are like the same animatronic, just like with different colors. So I think that the Rockstars are probably Henry's designs, but I think that, I mean, to be fair, the Rockstars also do have 5 fingers, which doesn't really mean that much, but like I could see that meaning that they are like spring-lock suits, right? So Henry making them wouldn't surprise me, considering they look the same as Lefty, but like obviously the mediocre melodies, definitely not.
he then took an old Rockstar Freddy and turned him into Lefty. It just means we're back to square one with knowing who made what exactly. Well, kinda. See, there is one more animatronic that uses this design that I've not mentioned. One
Fredbear.
that we've also attributed to Henry in the past, and one that came before all of these other designs.
There once was a family.
Henry in the past, and one that came before all of these other designs, Fredbear. In the FNaF 4 minigames, we see multiple versions of Fredbear at the diner location, some being worn by staff, others are in animatronic mode. However, if we take a look at the iconic one that ends up crunching down on one David Afton, what do you notice? That same piston-like jaw design. But every Golden Freddy or Fredbear we've seen in this franchise up until this point hasn't had that design detail. They all have designs more similar to Freddy or Withered Freddy, hinged or attached jaws, not pistons. But do you know where we do see a piston-based jaw design for Fredbear? Down in the basement of MCM. This version of Fredbear has a prototype label on the back of its head, implying that this is one of the designs.
Weirdly, I didn't even know that. I've never heard anybody actually talking about that.
We read about
Maybe I
from
have. I don't know.
Quote, "Fiona, the new
But, like, it
spring
makes
locks are
sense,
working well,
obviously,
even
it's a
with the water
prototype.
damage. They should be ready for the diner soon." These are the new designs Edwin makes to avoid the classic water damage prone designs that he and Henry had previously made. Which is great if you want to avoid a lawsuit, and given the state of Edwin's bank account, I think that'll be music to his ears.
Bank account status overdrawn.
It's a shame, really. If he had just partnered up with Chime like we have, he could have used my pay. for sponsoring this video, and sorry we weren't able to tell you about it sooner, Edwin. Maybe this would have been the thing to save you. But at least you made a better version of Fredbear. Like I was saying, this new version of Fredbear wasn't susceptible to water damage. And this one has that classic piston jaw. It seems like, despite the project not being fully finished, and this one just being a prototype, Fazbear still wanted more versions of Fredbear in their diner, and so brought this version to fill in that slot, which is why we see multiple versions throughout the minigame. I mean, Edwin does say that these new designs have, quote, odd behaviors, like say, not stopping its mouth movement when there's something clearly caught inside. It also means that both Stan, who left the company to start his own business, and Henry, who bought all of MCM's designs, were all copying and working off of Edwin's original designs. It can all be traced back to him again. And so
that I can definitely see. While I do think like I do think like the idea of Henry just stealing everything, like the spring locks in general, doesn't make sense. I do think that like him taking that kind of design, I think that definitely works. Since it is a prototype, it's a little questionable whether they would use it or just take the design. It probably wouldn't be that actual animatronic. I'm pretty sure it wouldn't be that actual animatronic. It would just be like the design used by Henry, but I think that actually does make sense though.
If we ever see any animatronics in the future with this design, while they might not physically be made by Edwin, we should take a look because it's clearly copying his original designs and we can likely trace it back to him in some way. However, this also raises a, let's call it, disturbing truth. If this Fredbear we see in the diner is actually the prototype from down in the basement of MCM, then that would mean it wasn't Henry's design that got David Afton killed, it was Edwin's, which then changes a lot of Afton's motivations. We've commonly looked at this moment as the reason William is sent on a killing spree, starting with
I have never seen that.
on the man who made the machine that killed his son. But now, if it's Edwin's machine, it throws into question why Afton killed Charlie, leaning more into the idea that he
I still believe Charlie died before the bite victim anyway, so
never really cared about his kids and was more interested in just experimenting and, well, murder. But speaking of David Afton, theory number 2, David Afton is possessed. I recently did a trash episode where I explored the theory God David by T-Dreads. That theory basically focuses on the idea that David Murray, David Afton, and Gregory are also similar because David Afton and Gregory are both possessed by a version of the Mimic AI, making them into a version of David Murray. However, even he recognized some of it was a bit of a stretch, namely the how of it all when it came to the possession of David Afton. His solution was that it was Psychic Friend Fredbear containing a version of the Mimic AI that then transferred into David Afton, much like the Lonely Freddy's work in the Fazbear Fright story. But like I say, even he recognized it was a bit of a stretch, and I also had some thoughts on why it was confusing. Mostly that the timeline didn't really add up. If Psychic Friend Fredbear was asking questions in order to take possession, then why is David Afton already acting and looking like David Murray? If David Afton is already possessed, then why is Fredbear asking questions or speaking at all? That being said, I did like that idea of David Afton being possessed by AI, and so I was trying to see if I could find any more evidence to back up this idea and maybe solidify the solution. And I think there is, in the form of 2 stories from Tales from the Pizzaplex. Ones that T-Dreads didn't mention, B7 and B7-2.
With
B7 was all about a kid called Billy that became obsessed with animatronics, so much so he decided
So,
to...
is he going to be saying, like, that Billy thinking that he's a robot will lead to the bite victim thinking he's a robot? Or will it be, like, the opposite, where the bite victim thinks he's not a robot? I mean, in both cases, Billy is short for William, and he watches Freddy and Friends, and the bite victim watches Fredbear and Friends. So, I mean, I could see, like, the connection there, I guess.
Literally become one himself. He got so...
Oh, and both have their heads crushed and ended up in the hospital.
...to remove his limbs and replace them with prosthetics. Eventually, he realizes his mistake and gets himself crushed in a junkyard. The sequel starts in a hospital. Billy somehow survived his injuries and is now learning to live life without his animatronic limbs. But while in hospital, he is haunted by those same animatronic limbs that once were a part of him, and they are desperate to become one with him again. Eventually, he gets gets out and moves in with his grandmother, who ends up killing B7 in the end, allowing Billy to live life on his own, where he can go out and find his mysterious absent father, free from the torment. So why do I think this is important?
I don't think she kills him. I think they just...
Well, in my mind, for Scott to go back and tell...
I think B7 just combines with him, with his grandma instead.
more of a character story implies there is more to this character
Unless I'm
and his story
misremembering.
than
I don't know,
we
I
may
haven't
have
read it in a while.
first thought. He's actively trying to draw our attention to it, and as I looked back over it, there are a few details that stood out to me that begin to connect the dots. Firstly, Grandma's house. Throughout this story, Billy is learning what it means to be a human after years of believing he's an animatronic, and so he's very detailed in his descriptions of things. But there are two details that keep popping up over and over again: flowers and a grandfather clock. Quote, Grandma's house was surrounded by several flower beds. The room's yellow walls were covered in paintings and photographs of flowers. In the corner of the living room, a heavily carved wood grandfather
There
clock
is a
guarded
picture of
the
a flower
space.
in
big
the
brass
Afton house as
pendulum
well.
attached to a long metal rod swung back and forth inside the clock. Billy and his grandmother watched the grandfather clock's pendulum swing back and forth. There are a lot more examples, but you get the idea. Flowers and grandfather clocks are repeatedly pointed out, despite having little to no effect on the story. So my theorist brain goes, they keep mentioning it, why are they important? Well, when I see grandfather clock, I immediately think back to the old FNaF 4 house and Dream Theory. The grandfather clock was instrumental
Dream
to
Theory?
those theories, and it's the only time
FNaF
we've
4
ever
house, sure.
seen a
Dream
grandfather
Theory,
clock
why?
like this. And what else do we see around the FNaF 4 house? Several flower beds and pictures of flowers on the wall. Separate from grandmother's house, we're also following the idea of a robot.
There's also the Easter egg of flowers in the night gameplay. Obviously, that's like relating to like the Bite of 83 and like the hospital and stuff. But like, that's like something, yeah, that happens.
to join with a human to become its true self. And in God David, T-Dreads is theorizing that a version of the Mimic program is trying to merge with David Afton in order to become its true self again, David Murray. We also have a kid who believes he is a robot, which you could argue is what happened to David Afton when he becomes possessed by a robot AI. He's not actually becoming the real David Murray, he's becoming M2, an AI version of David, now just in human form. Then you throw in the mysterious absent father character, and it sure seems like Billy might be reflecting little old David in some way. But as the wise elder Unwithered Tree stated in T-Dread's God David video, if that is the case, then what are we supposed to be learning?
I don't really understand the possession part. Like, I don't think that has anything to do with the Mimic, but like I could see like Billy having something to do with David in some way.
David Afton from this story. Well, I think it might actually answer T-Dread's issue around his possession. At the very beginning of B7, little Billy becomes obsessed with animatronics to the point he believes he is one, almost like he's being mind controlled or possessed. And it all starts with him watching a show called Freddy and Friends. And what's on the TV in the Afton house in FNaF 4? The Fazbear TV. Show Fredbear and Friends. Could it be that rather than psychic friend Fredbear being the way the Mimic possessed David Afton, instead it was the TV? That would leave psychic friend Fredbear to keep the role he's always had, being a way for Afton to spy on his kid, maybe even check in and ask questions to make sure the possession was successful, but still allow for the possession of David Afton by the Mimic program like T-Dreads originally theorized. It's a huge stretch, I admit, but so was the Lonely Freddy idea in the first place, so I do think it's worth thinking about this kind of symbolism between characters. And speaking of, theory number 3, the Monty and Bonnie feud solved. Since Security Breach, it's been abundantly clear that there's some kind of beef going on between Monty and Bonnie. In Security Breach itself, we got Fazwatch messages showing us Glamrock Bonnie's strange movements around the pizza place, which eventually led him to Monty Golf, and he was never seen again. In the interactive novel VIP, we find the Bonnie go-kart has been sabotaged with Monty mix, and if you throw a packet of Bonnie branded candy at Monty, he stomps on it in a rage once he notices it's Bonnie's. And it all comes to a head in Ruin when we find Glamrock Bonnie completely, well, ruined, with green and purple paint across his broken chest, just like Monty's claws. Now, this whole thing has been massively debated in the community. Did Monty do it? Was he framed? Why would Monty hate Bonnie at all? Well, I think we can finally put this mystery to rest, and it's all because of symbolism. FNaF lore has always been complicated, and so over the years, instead of just relying on the physical evidence in front of us, we've tried to use methods like symbolism to help explain previously unexplained.
I think the biggest thing, I don't know if this is what he's going to bring up, but I think the biggest thing to suggest that Monty definitely did kill Bonnie was the fact that in Ruin itself, when Monty is chasing you in the water, when you get out of the water, he ends up getting shocked by a Bonnie neon sign. So Bonnie dies, and then Bonnie kills Monty. And Monty doesn't like Bonnie. So, like, if you think about that, it makes sense that okay, so if Monty didn't like Bonnie, and then I can't speak. If Monty didn't like Bonnie, and then Bonnie died, and then Bonnie killed Monty, that seems like a little bit of like a role reversal where like that seems to imply that Monty killed Bonnie and then Bonnie killed Monty back. That's what it seems like to me.
Explainable situations. One of the examples we tend to use a lot is that Henry is associated with Freddy and Afton with Bonnie. They used to wear those costumes at the start of the franchise, like at Fredbear's Family Diner, and so anytime we see Freddy and Bonnie, we should be checking for some kind of symbolic double meaning about William and Henry. When Secret of the Mimic came out, the idea went a level deeper. We were introduced to the characters of Edwin and Fiona, and the fact that they were the original creators of the characters Chica and Foxy. Suddenly, we had our core four rounded up. We've got a female chicken designed by Fiona, a woman who was the first major death in the franchise.
There's been a lot of like debates whether, not really debates, but like I've always wondered, like, is Edwin meant to be Foxy or is he meant to be Monty? Because there's also Bub thrown in there, right? Bub and Monty are thrown into like the core six. But like it's hard to tell if Edwin is Monty. He might be. And like that's a like part of the basis for the theory of Edwin being Old Man Consequences. I could see that, but I could also see him being Foxy because, like he just said, he did make Foxy. So he doesn't seem as like connected with Foxy as Chica is with Fiona, just because it's not really brought up ever again. But like it's not brought up very definitively. It's just like, oh yeah, Edwin made the puppet show. It doesn't say, oh, Edwin made Foxy. Like obviously he did, but like that's never explicitly stated, and it just seems like they're not trying as hard to make that a connection. But like obviously it still makes sense that it would be one, right? Man, I want bacon now.
And we have a male tattered fox who was part of Edwin's big TV show idea. Realizing this, I was excited to dive into what that symbolism could mean for other parts of the franchise. That was until I saw this video by Gibby's Horror Homestead. The video is mostly talking about my theory as to whether Old Man Consequences is actually Edwin Murray in some way, which I have to say is awesome to see. Again,
Well, didn't you get that idea from Gibby himself?
solving FNaF requires collaboration. But during that video, he points out that in the basement Proto Freddy's and in the storybook during the secret ending, it's not just...
Oh, I know what he's gonna say. If Bonnie is Henry and Monty is Edwin, then that implies that Henry and Edwin have beef. So the Monty and Bonnie beef is because of that. That's what he's gonna say. If that is where he's going, I would just like to say that I feel like the beef between Monty and Bonnie goes deeper than that, because like within Security Reach itself, we get all the signs that that Monty wants to be the leader of the band. So it just makes more sense that, well, it's not like it's not symbolism, but I'm just saying, like, I don't think that's the reason that they have beef. I think it's just like that's meant to be a parallel.
4 characters. It's 6. They add Bub and Monty to the mix. Gibby then suggests that while Edwin could be Foxy, it's equally likely it could be Monty, with Bub and Foxy representing other characters we may not fully know about. And when I heard that, I realized how much sense it made. Monty is all over MCM, but rather than the violent rock star we know from Security Breach, he's, for lack of a better term, a chill hillbilly croc. Hillbilly
Yeah.
is historically a derogatory stereotype
Gator.
used for
Get it
people
right.
who live in rural mountainous areas of the US and
He's
are often
defining a
associated with
hillbilly
being
now.
poor and unsophisticated. And now, this is going to come off as a very strange segue, but hear me out. Let's take a look at Edwin. As Arnold drives to MCA, there is nothing else around. Edwin lives on a hill in what feels like the middle of nowhere. He's isolated. He's also broke, especially by the time he ends up working on the Proto Freddy's in the basement.
Bank account status. Overdrawn 11. Loan payments are past due.
And his designs or approach to animatronics and business is generally rushed, prone to failure, or you could say unsophisticated, especially when you compare it to Afton and his very successful business. To be clear, I am not saying that Edwin is literally a hillbilly, but some of those traits do translate symbolically to what we see from Edwin, making Monty a pretty good symbolic stand-in. He's also made by Edwin, which feels like an important part of the symbolic attachment idea, and to top it all off, his inclusion matches Edwin's inclusion in the franchise. When we look at someone like Fiona being Chica, Fiona may have died in security.
Also, just the idea of Monty being Old Man Consequences, or something like related to Monty being Old Man Consequences, not only because like he's an alligator, like, but also because in the Moon.exe game we get the Monty water game, I think, right next to a pond, and Old Man Consequences sits right next to a pond too.
Breach, but M1 takes on her identity, and M1 is present underneath the Pizzaplex and all of the FNaF locations probably, just like Chica is present in all the games. But now look at Monty. Monty is part of the Proto Freddy's at the start of the franchise, only to disappear and then suddenly show up again in Security Breach, which feels just like Edwin's part in the story. He was part of the early days of Freddy's, gets removed from the
and
story,
then shows up in the
both by
Pizzaplex.
Fazbear and literally by Scott, and then becomes relevant again in the modern day with Security Breach thanks to the Mimic storyline.
Yeah, and just like in the storyteller story itself, he's at the beginning of the timeline, and then he just pops up in the Pizzaplex for some reason.
Could mean that Edwin isn't dead and is gonna show up again to stop the Mimic. Or
I feel like Edwin probably is dead, but I think the fact that in the books he does pop up again either means that that's important, like the fact that like he's at the beginning and then shows up again at now. I can see that being important, or maybe he is alive in the games too. I think that Edwin being represented by Foxy representing Edwin, I think makes sense, but I think Monty representing Edwin, like you just said, is like equally likely. There's different evidence, but there's like the same amount of it, I'd say. But yeah,
it might mean I was right all along, and Edwin is Old Man Consequences, and his association with Monty is why he appears with a crocodile head in Ultimate
alligator.
Custom Night and FNaF World. But regardless of how he's showing up, the idea that Monty symbolically represents Edwin finally explains the Monty and Bonnie feud. In The Storyteller from Tales from the Pizzaplex, we learn that the M1 program is put in charge of the Pizzaplex, literally connected to everything, and is responsible for creating new stories for these characters. Suddenly, they begin acting up, and I believe this is what we're seeing in Security Breach. An AI can't create stories. It's going to be remixing stuff from what it's seen and learnt.
CIBC is
how many is that now?
Throughout Secret of the Mimic, Edwin shows disdain for Afton and Fazbear.
Someone told them about M2. Well, they can't have it. I'm not changing a single bit of her work, and they can't make me. Don't trust them. Never tell them they want to destroy you.
He's angry at Afton for stealing his employees and ideas, buying out his business, changing Fiona's designs, and setting unrealistic deadlines. In his mind, Afton is destroying him and everything he's built. And M1, the machine designed to mimic Edwin's wife, Fiona, would have been around.
Did I say Henry was Bonnie before? That was my bad. I meant that was Afton.
To witness all of it. He'd have vented to her.
When I make this into a video, I gotta edit that part just to make sure that that people don't comment and be like, "What do you mean, Henry? I meant Afton."
She'd have heard his recordings, so Edwin's
I mixed them up for a
bit,
but it
Flash
is Afton.
forward several decades, and suddenly Monty begins showing an over-the-top disdain for Bonnie, sabotaging rides that look like him, and throwing fits over Candy because the Mimic is doing exactly what we've been doing, associating characters with their human counterparts, all from the perspective of the wife bot that was there to witness the destruction Fazbear caused. It's why Glamrock Freddy and Glamrock Bonnie are best friends forever. From the Murray's perspective, Henry and William were best friends, willing to betray Edwin. So, when the Mimic takes over, she makes that a reality. And that is why Monty hates Bonnie. Monty is Edwin and Afton is Bonnie. Afton destroyed everything, and so Monty, under M1's influence, reacts badly to anything.
For the record, I still think M1 is not Glitch Trap. I still think it's M2, but still.
To do with him. Bonnie on a piece of candy and not him? It's a reminder of Afton's success over Edwin's. So he sabotages and destroys things, eventually leading him to take the ultimate revenge. The revenge Edwin wanted. Destroying Bonnie, just like Afton had destroyed his life decades ago. And remember, even after Bonnie is destroyed, Monty doesn't stop. His next objective? Remove Glamrock Freddy from the picture too. During one of the endings, we see Monty becoming the star. And during Monty Golf, we see Monty
Freddy in the trash.
center stage, with Freddy in a dumpster.
I think in Ruin, during the Monty roller coaster thing, you also see Freddy with his head, like, thrown off.
Because again, Afton wasn't the only one at fault. Henry, the man Edwin considered a friend, also betrayed him and sided with Afton.
Oh, Fiona was right. They don't think of me as a friend anymore. This is the last project I ever do for them.
And so, in this world where the Mimic is creating new stories, it's playing out the fantasy that Edwin dreamed of all those years ago, where he ends up on top, destroying the very people that destroyed him. But hey, that's just a theory. A game theory! Thanks for watching.
World premiere on Game Theory.
Was I wrong about FNAF sequel?
Alright, well, that theory was pretty good. I don't really agree with everything, but like I can see where he's coming from with pretty much everything. And yeah, that wasn't bad. It was pretty good. I think that, like I said, I still think that M2 is Glitch Trap, not M1. I'm not really sure about the God David stuff. Like, I fully acknowledge there's connections between the characters. I don't know if they actually have bearing on, like, the characters themselves, like if it's actually like possession or something like that. I'm not sure about that, but yeah, overall, I think the theory was pretty good. I don't agree with everything, but yeah, I did like it. So yeah, that was my reaction. Now, there is yet another theory to watch. One that I was not expecting recently. Let me just check Discord and stuff. Okay. Cool. Now, game theory. FNAF, what's actually in the box? Oh, wait, no, I forgot to start recording. Hold on. Turn this into a video. Game theory. FNAF, what's actually in the box? This is not something I expected to get recently, because recently it's just been like Secret of the Mimic theories and stuff like that, but all of a sudden we get a FNAF 4 related theory. What's he talking about here? I'm getting no information about anything. Where is all the information about the video? What's actually in the box? What am I looking at here? This doesn't look FNAF related. Okay, I'm seeing some FNAF stuff now, but why is there so much non-FNAF related stuff? Okay. Alright, let's go.
What was in the FNAF 4 box? It's a question that's plagued the FNAF community since it first appeared back in 2015, and yet, last year, Scott finally told us that he doesn't really know anymore. Naturally, this felt like a gut punch to us theorists. People were mad, to say the least. But my question is, was he wrong to do this? Should he have planned for this better? Or is there something else going on here that makes this decision a stroke of genius? Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, the show where the biggest challenge is thinking inside the box. Or at least inside one box in particular, the FNAF 4 box. This box was the big reward you got for beating Night 7 in FNAF 4. Once you hit 6 AM, you'd see this box with 2 locks and the words, "Perhaps some things are best left forgotten for now." At the time, Scott Cawthon expected theorists to easily solve the lore of this 4th game, and once they did, he'd reveal what was inside. But after a mere month of watching the fandom spin around in circles, he realized that no one was even close. So instead of waiting it out, he decided to keep the box closed for good, writing in a Steam post, "Perhaps some things are best left forgotten."
With unbelievable.
For the love of God. Love of God.
Forever. The contents of this... Perhaps some things are best left forgotten forever. The contents of this box have been driving the fandom wild for the better part of a decade. There have been theories upon theories upon theories written by every theorist from every corner of the fandom, but Scott's remained tight-lipped, and it seemed like the box was going to join the creation of Stonehenge and the identity of Jack the Ripper as one of history's biggest unsolved mysteries. That was until our good friend Dorco finally managed to convince Scott to spill the Fazgoo on what was really inside the box.
Even though at the time something was definitely there, the progression of the story didn't go there, and the other half of that idea remained in my subconscious. All of that to say, there is something in the box, but I never pursued it, and I don't know if I can find it again.
I'm sorry? What? He presented this box so prominently, and we've spent years trying to solve it, and he didn't fully know what was in it? As you'd expect, this completely...
I don't think that's really what he said. I don't think he said he doesn't know what's in the box. I think he just said there's something in it, and he doesn't know how to, like, progress back to that portion of the story. I think that's more so what he said.
The fan base, and people were not shy about saying as such. For some, this felt like a complete betrayal to find out that the big mystery was really just a nothing box. For others, it was much worse. It was revealing that Scott didn't have a grip on his own story. It was revealing that Scott was a bad storyteller. I know former head editor Dan was ecstatic at this news. He'd been beating that drum for ages. But as a longtime FNAF fan, I did find myself asking the question, are they right? Is Scott actually a bad writer? Or is it actually us, the children, who are wrong about all of this? The answer, dear theorists, is an unequivocal yes to both. And neither is for the reasons you'd think. I know, typical FNAF, right? So come with me as I go through my box of old film school literary techniques to see whether there should ever have been something inside the FNAF 4 box. In the full context of Scott's answer, he talks about his writing process and how he puts ideas into his game.
Are you telling me this isn't a theory about what's actually in the box? It's just a theory about why Scott doesn't know what's in the box? Are you serious? Is that what I'm watching right now?
That develop over time. He likens his ideas to the start of a rope, and when he continues to write, he pulls on that rope. Eventually, the rope leads to something satisfying.
There are a lot of things that are in my head, and when I have them and put them there, it's the first half of something. It's like a string or a rope just like reaching out, and I know that what's there on the other end is there. I trust that it's there, and then whenever I progress forward, the rest of it appears and just fits into place perfectly.
So, to be clear, when Scott says he didn't pursue the contents of the box and doesn't know if he can find those contents again, he's not saying that it slipped his mind or that he misplaced a document in his basement that has a definitive answer. He's saying that his original idea was never fully
fully developed. He never finished pulling on that rope to find the definitive answer. Then, over 11 years, a saga of games, dozens of books, and 2 movies, that rope became harder and harder to pull. The rope frayed.
See, he said before that like the box's contents have changed, and I think that's definitely the case. But I think maybe this is him explaining the reason for that, because like I think it's that like the original idea for the box was never like fully developed, but then later on like the one that whatever he changed it to ended up being like a definitive answer, and like it already was kind of like completely solved, but like it never ended up being like a defining feature of the box itself, if that makes sense. So like basically, I personally believe that inside the box is the pieces of Happiest Day, because in FNaF world we have all like the piece of Happiest Day being set up, right? And then in the files you can find a texture of the box opened, which implies that the box has something to do with FNaF world itself. Now, I don't know if that's the original purpose. I don't think it was. But I think the thing is that FNaF world is about setting up Happiest Day, and the box is involved with that. But Happiest Day had already kind of been passed by, right? And FNaF 6 rolls around, and that's probably when Happiest Day actually does happen. Unless it does happen like after Security Breach. But like it kind of depends on that. But like I think maybe the reason he can't find it again was because even though it did happen later on, that wasn't really like a defined factor in FNaF 6 itself. Like Happiest Day wasn't a part of FNaF 6, it was a part of FNaF 3. And by the time that the box was being explained, FNaF 3 had already passed by, and we kind of already got everything we needed out of it. And I think that the reason he doesn't have it anymore is either because FNaF 6 didn't focus on the box, or because maybe Happiest Day... there's some theories like maybe that Happiest Day hasn't happened yet. I think it probably did, but like if it hasn't, maybe he hasn't gotten to the box yet because what's in it hasn't been opened yet. Maybe Happiest Day hasn't happened yet, and inside the box is the pieces of Happiest Day. So sure, FNaF 3 has the pieces being put together and stuff, but the kids aren't set free yet. Maybe the kids aren't set free yet, is what I'm saying. So if Happiest Day hasn't happened yet, then the box hasn't been opened yet. So maybe in a future game, whenever we get another game, like whether it's like the Abyss project or whatever, if maybe Happiest Day only happens then maybe the box will be opened then. Like it would be cool if like, because the box says like perhaps some things are best left forgotten, it would be fun. It would be kind of fun, a little funny and cool if Happiest Day hasn't happened yet. I've said it like 5 times, but if it hasn't, then at the end of whatever like this ending saga, whenever Happiest Day does happen, maybe we'll get like a shot of the box opened, and it'll be like, maybe we don't need to forget about it anymore, something like that. But yeah, I don't know. Probably not, but like that's just like the only idea I have. I do think that the box is meant to be Happiest Day, or at the very least, I think that's like an important factor in what it either is or was. But there's always the possibility that Happiest Day ended up being kind of its own thing, and that like it was separated from the box, and then the box became something else, and then that thing was never fleshed out. So maybe it's not Happiest Day, but I think at one point or another it was, and I think that's important. But like we even had Dreamgeist in Fury's Rage, which is kind of like making fun of Dream Theory being in the box. But I think all the pieces in Dreamgeist are like pieces of evidence that do connect to Happiest Day and like the pieces of it, right? Even if the Dream Theory obviously isn't true, like the pieces that suggest the Dream Theory were also the pieces of Happiest Day, like the Tiny Toe Chica being part of Chica's party, the Balloon Kid being related to BB's Air Adventure, stuff like that. It's all like connected to the FNaF 3 minigames, and it was originally theorized to be about Dream Theory, even though that's not actually what it is, right?
Into strands that became knotted into different ropes, and other strands that were cut off entirely. Both the rope and the tapestry it was a part of changed. Now, if Scott wants to pull the piece of the lockbox rope that he does have, he needs to be careful, or it will unravel everything.
Oh, hey, Future Tom here. So I recorded this video a few weeks ago, and then I went on vacation, and during that time, Scott released
this, the
Oh.
Ultimate Guide 2.0. And in it, there's a strange entry called Chica's Secret Party, a game that nobody ever...
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. The box opens in that.
existed. Now, this thing needs a whole episode on its own, but I wanted to mention it because here it says, it's here you'll catch a glimpse of a box that longtime fans will be familiar with, as well as a peek inside, which won't be spoiled here. This implies there was something inside the box and that Scott had figured it out all the way back in 2016. But remember, in Scott's first interview with Dorco, he mentioned how Matt was right and that the contents of the box have changed over time, meaning he may have known what was gonna be in it back in 2016, but as the games went on, it had to change, and now he doesn't know exactly what it is.
Maybe, or it's saying that like maybe he is finding a way to get back to the box through Chica's secret party, and we just haven't like gotten the full information on Chica's secret party yet. But it also depends like what's gonna happen with Chica's secret party, because we've heard nothing about it. So I still don't think it's like completely fake or anything like that. I don't think it's like a made up thing. I don't think it's a troll. I think it's definitely something. But like we haven't gotten any information on it yet, so we'd have to kind of just wait and see if we do, and we'll see there. Like I think that he could be right that it's just saying like Scott had an idea for it in 2016, or it could be saying that he's finding his way back to explaining what was actually in it in a way that doesn't disturb the lore that's already established, I guess. I like that face in the background. But yeah, and then he's coming back to it in this because, like I just said, he's trying to like not disturb the already established lore. And this is just his way of trying to reveal it to us, but we haven't gotten to the actual Chica secret party yet. But yeah, I guess we'll have to see if we actually do.
Plus, the Ultimate Guides are notoriously bad on the accuracy front.
Yeah.
And if Scott remembers this supposedly real game enough to bring it up a year after the interview, he could have just said,
it's not real.
There is, and no one's found...
Like, okay, maybe he had the idea for it back then, but it was never released. So I think it is meant to be like something new that he's trying to tell fans.
But yet, tee-hee, rather than...
I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that.
Interview, he
Let's continue now.
know exactly what it is. Plus, the Ultimate Guides are notoriously bad on the accuracy front. And if Scott remembers this supposedly real game enough to bring it up a year after the interview, he could have just said, yep, there is, and no one's found it yet, tee-hee, rather than the much more controversial answer that got people upset in the first place. Scott is known for winding up the fan base after all. That would feel much
I mean, I
more
wouldn't be
character
surprised
for him.
if, like, he realized that the fan base got mad about it, so he was like, you know what, I'll find a way to reveal it.
Oh, yeah, I don't really think this is going to change anything I'm going to say, but I wanted to mention it in case you wondered why I didn't bring it up for the rest of the video. But let's get back to Past Me and Scott's supposed lack of forward planning. The general consensus I saw online focused on this being the problem. To a lot of people, this felt laughably amateurish, that he put such importance on an undercooked plot thread to just have faith that any random idea you have will work out eventually. If he was a good writer, he would make sure that all the pieces were actually in place for us, that they fit together nicely, and that he knows what the ending of the story is to pay off whatever he set up throughout. Basically, what people were saying is that to be a good writer, you have to be what the writing world knows as a plotter. You would have thought creative writers could have come up with a more, I don't know, creative name for themselves, but actually, its serious, straightforward nature tells you everything you need to know about them. Plotters are the ones with dozens of note cards, literally plotting out every part of the story before they even begin writing. The main place you'll see plotters work is in movie scripts. Oh, hang on.
He spawned.
Hey, buddy, what are you doing? Where, are you going on my territory?
Oh, hey, Lee. I was just, oh, look! A shiny new video game TV show for you to steal from me. Go fetch!
Did you seriously think that was gonna work?
It's animated, not live action?
Listen, I'm gonna go, but not because you told me to. Don't touch my stuff.
Now, where was I? Oh, yeah. Screenplays are a great example of plotter-written stories being used to incredible effectiveness. 99% of movies you've seen are written as outlines first. Most moviegoers aren't willing to sit through more than 1.5 to 2.5 hours, so that means your script can only be so long. The standard for movie scripts is that one page equals 1 minute of screen time, so that means your story has to fit within 90 to 150 pages. When you do plan for it, you get fantastic movies with good pacing and solid endings like The Shawshank Redemption, Fight Club, and Forrest Gump. But if you don't plan for that, then your story can end up feeling rushed in places or bloated in others because you have to go back retroactively to either cut things down or bulk them up to fit within that window. We actually do a similar thing here at Theorist. We've spent a long time figuring out what the optimal length for a video is, and so before any script is written, we have outlined the entire episode, its intro, the evidence, the twist, all to fit within that time frame. Although, while I have you here, even though YouTube is pushing for longer videos, I'd love to know what you prefer. If you like longer episodes like this one, ones that are like 20 to 30 minutes, hit the subscribe button. And if you prefer shorter episodes that are more like 10 to 15, leave the comment short like Santi. He'll know what it means.
Oh, okay.
I forgot I wrote that. But long story short, yes, good writers absolutely plan out the story and its twists. But actually, bad ones do too. Plotter-written works benefit from having focus. They know the story they are telling. They write with the end goal in mind. But that means the process can become more methodical than passionate, which can then lead to stale scripts with characters that aren't fleshed out and plot points that just happen in ways that
Flash?
don't
Like,
feel
what
natural.
was
Take
that?
Hallmark movies, for example. We all love a good holiday movie, but go onto TikTok and you can see dozens of videos with people making fun of the predictable storylines that happen in every single one. Those movies are so planned that they're practically checking story beats off a list, which might be fine as a cheesy movie to pass the time on a slow Christmas evening, but it doesn't exactly invoke those feelings of intrigue and excitement that we want out of stories like FNaF. It also gets way harder to be a plotter when you're dealing with a franchise that goes beyond just the first couple of entries. That doesn't mean it can't happen, it's just rare. The voice director of Has Been Hotel and Hell of a Boss, Richard Horvitz, said exactly that when asked about those two two shows.
Vivian knows exactly where the shows begin and end. She knows exactly where they want to go.
That's pretty rare, right?
It's rare.
Also, if you don't recognize this guy, you might instead know him as Invader Zim, Billy from the Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy, or Alpha 9 from the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. Yeah.
I think this is kind of proving this seems really meta because he's talking about how like they know the optimal length for a video and they plan everything out, and then depending on the video they have to like either go back and remove stuff to make sure that it fits in that time frame, or you pad the runtime to make it that length. And the fact that he's just bringing up so many random things that have nothing to do with the video itself just seems like he's doing that a lot right now. And I don't know if that's intended or like it. Well, I don't know if we're meant to catch on to that, but like I really am right now.
Guy is a veteran in the industry, so when he
maybe
says
he'll bring that up at
this
the end of the video.
Isn't a common way to write long stories, he means it. Not only is it rare, it's also super risky. TV shows often don't know how many seasons they'll be getting or whether all their actors will stay on board for the full run. So planning every detail and how it's going to pay off can be incredibly challenging to do and to get right. One of my favorite sitcoms growing up was How I Met Your Mother.
Oh, I love How I Met Your Mother.
It's time to unwrap the
Jesus
Tim's
Christ.
holiday.
Now I gotta say that line again because I gotta rewind it. Okay, let's go again.
Board for the full run. So planning every detail and how it's going to pay off can be incredibly challenging to do and to get right. One of my favorite sitcoms growing up was How I Met Your Mother. It's not aged
I love How I Met Your Mother.
well,
I watched it
actually,
like a year
the thing
ago.
that tarnished its reputation more than Barney's treatment of women was its ending. The show's creators had planned out how
like
the
the
show would
ending.
end all the way back in season 1. They even pre-recorded the kids so that they could keep the show's framing device for the final episode. However, the ending didn't end up sitting right with people because after 9 seasons, the characters were different people. They'd grown and evolved. Their relationship dynamics had changed.
Yeah, they planned it from the beginning, even though, but then they didn't change the plan when like more stuff happened, I guess, right? And I feel like throughout the show, like the problem with the ending is they make it very clear that I'm not going to spoil it, but they make it very clear that what happens is not going to happen and it shouldn't be happening, and then it happens anyway, right? And that's what I don't like about it. I don't know if he's going to spoil it right here, and if he does, then I'll just talk. I just will, but like, you know, I feel like it didn't work very well.
So in order to make the ending fit, the creators had to basically undo 5 to 7 seasons worth of character development to shove them into a hole that they no longer fit in. This is why writers for longer running franchises, for TV, books, and yes, video games, tend not to be plotters. Instead, they are what are called pantsers. While plotters plan everything out before they write it, pantsers write by the seat of their pants, just writing and seeing where the story takes them. Now, doesn't that sound familiar? And it's way more common in professional writing than you'd think. Margaret Atwood and Stephen King are famous for writing this way. King actually takes it to an extreme in his memoir when he says, outlines are the last resource for bad fiction writers who wish to God they were writing master's theses. Perhaps a little harsh, but it just shows how these pantsers' stories can be incredibly successful and creative. However, the word pantser gives me the ick. In England, a pantser sounds like someone who's going to be tried for indecent exposure. So
Okay,
instead,
bro.
I'm going to use a term used by another novelist and notorious non-plotter, George R.R. Martin. He calls plotters architects because they follow blueprints and outlines, and he refers to pantsers as gardeners, which not only gives these writers more dignity, it also gives this style of writing a much clearer and less chaotic definition.
Now, the gardener knows certain things. He's not completely ignorant. He knows whether he planted an oak tree or an ear of corn or a cauliflower. He has some idea of the shape, but a lot of it depends on the wind and the weather and how much blood he gives it and so forth.
Rather than completely winging it, it's about letting a story blossom and cultivating it as it grows. It's not that gardeners lack structure completely, it's that these types of writers let the process evolve the final product, while architects already know what they want the final product to look like. Gardeners like Martin seed their stories with a myriad of ideas that they believe may lead somewhere interesting. At the end of it, you'll have a garden full of beautiful surprises. This is what Scott was talking about with his idea of ropes. He would start an idea and he knew it would end in something, he just didn't know what it was at the time because he hadn't pulled enough. He hadn't let the plant grow.
With unbelievable
fully. I understand that this can look like complete chaos to those who don't operate in this way. Believe me, I love structure in everything I do. I am an architect through and through, but...
See, what I like to do is I like to make a full outline detailed so that I know exactly where it's going, but if like, while I'm writing I decide on something else, then I'm like, okay, then I can change the ending a little bit, like, to morph to adhere to what I already to adhere to what new stuff happened, right? Like, I actually do like writing stories, and there's one story where, like, there's one part of a story that I'm writing where I don't write it that often, but like there's this part of the story that I'm writing where basically a character doesn't even exist, right? And like, so there's just a few characters that are already friends, right? And they are the main characters throughout. But as I was writing, I thought it would be cool to include like this alternate perspective, and like of a character that didn't exist, right? Originally, like when I planned everything out. And now, as I was writing like his whole section, I thought that he was a really interesting character. So I'm thinking of like actually keeping him alive rather than just killing him off. And I'm thinking of like making him actually be a new main character. But my plan was originally he doesn't exist, and then my second plan was he dies, and then my third plan is he stays alive. So like things have to change over time. So like that's kind of what I do. Like I'll plan everything out, but then maybe new ideas will pop into my head as I'm writing it, and then I'll find a new idea for like how certain things will progress, and I'll have like slightly different ending stuff, right? Like I'll have slightly different stuff for like the ending and like the progression and stuff, right? So I feel like it's kind of a good mix of both. Like plan everything out, but still see where the wind takes you and change things if you need to. Like it doesn't have to. You can make a plan, but you don't have to stick to every last detail, and you don't have to like stick to it. You don't have to like you don't have to like blindly follow that without having any new ideas, right? Because like sometimes you won't think of like a cool story idea while you're just planning everything out, which is why like you see where the wind takes you, and if it takes you to a new place that you actually like, then you can follow that too. So
I can see why it would be hugely rewarding for those writing the story, because there aren't predetermined outcomes. Gardeners are able to write about whatever excites them personally. This ultimately leads to passionate character-driven plots where heroes are written into fatal corners and where unexpected side characters become scene stealers. We get beautiful, rich worlds filled with detail and complex rules and systems by which they operate. These are the things you need to capture the imagination of an audience and keep them coming back for more. Of course, there will always be exceptions. There will be architects that write TV shows that plan every detail and nail the landing, which is the approach Vivzy Pop is going for with Has Been Hotel. And there will be gardeners that don't plan a single movie and it will still work out. The truth is, this distinction between architects and gardeners isn't binary. It's a spectrum. Writers will have their own unique combination of order and chaos and don't fall completely into one camp. J.R.R. Tolkien is a prime example of someone that managed to do both. Tolkien famously took what was supposed to be a short, simple Hobbit sequel and gardened it into a Lord of the Rings novel so massive that his publisher had to split it into 3 books. He had a plan, but was able to build the world around that plan like a gardener.
Oh, I know. Somebody ain't talking about Lord of the Rings without me.
No, I've just finished. I'll get out of your hair. Bye. The point is, neither way is technically right or wrong. Each person is going to handle their own stories differently, and they may change their tactic as time goes on.
I think in my mind, the story was going to be 3 games. And in all honesty, I think Five Nights at Freddy's 3 was where I kind of started letting myself be driven a little bit more by criticisms.
After the first game, Scott took the architect approach, planning the original trilogy to be the complete story. But as time's gone on, he's become more and more of a gardener. And at the end of the day, it's that strategy that has kept us all coming back to FNaF over the last 11 years. This ever-growing lore, this fantastical world full of ghost kids, AI possession, and characters, each with their own motivations that continue to drive the story forward. At least, we think so. It's kind of hard to tell sometimes. So. Was Scott wrong for not fully planning out the box? Absolutely not. But what's not okay is that he has given up on ever figuring it out. What? You didn't really think I'd let Scott get off scot-free, did you? What he's done is extremely common across all forms of media. It's just not the method you or I would necessarily choose to use, and that's okay. However, by Scott's own admission, he's basically written himself into a corner with the box, and he doesn't know if he can find the motivation to solve the hanging plot thread.
I don't know if I can find it again.
The reason this is so egregious is because it breaks one of the most fundamental principles of storytelling, Chekhov's gun. If you're unfamiliar with this term, it comes from the Russian playwright Anton Chekhov, who famously
It's like if you have something in the plot, it will be used in some way, right?
About the importance of narrative payoff, saying one must never place a loaded rifle on the stage if it isn't going to go off. It's wrong to make promises you don't mean to keep.
Yeah.
By drawing attention to any story element, be it the lore of the clock tower in Back to the Future, the complication of Iron Man's suit freezing in the first movie, or the box in FNaF 4, a writer is making an implicit promise that these elements will pay off in some way. Chekhov's gun, by its very nature, is an architect's tool. You're putting something in the audience's faces early on, knowing that it's going to come through later because you've already figured out where it's going. Instead, Scott fell into the classic Gardner trap, believing an idea, a seed, was going to become something big, and so forced our attention onto it without having the final something planned out, which leads to this. Oh, what's this? It's my own Chekhov's gun. This here is J.J. Abrams' mystery box.
Dude.
Nearly 20 years ago, writer and director J.J. Abrams presented the idea that storytellers should be planting mysteries for the audience, but without strictly knowing what's inside. Chekhov's gun without the planning. The concept came from this box of magic that Abrams' grandfather bought him. Supposedly, it contained $50 worth of assorted tricks, but it only cost $15. However, Abrams never opened the box. If he did open the box, he'd know what was in it and the joy and wonder would dissipate. But closed, it had infinite potential. To him, the mystery, the withholding of information, was worth more than what was inside. He demonstrated this idea with his show Lost, which continually introduced mystery on top of mystery on top of mystery. On the odd occasion, they'd actually resolve something, but the show really thrived on asking questions, not answering them. That's not to say that Abrams didn't want to pay off his mysteries down the road, just that his method put the clues before the climax, and often they were pointing to a climax that wasn't fully fleshed out. He was essentially trying to apply the principles of Chekhov's gun to a Gardner's writing style. At the time, this seemed revolutionary and allowed long-running series to put cool ideas out there and get tons of engagement without having to spend all the time planning, especially in fields like TV shows and video games when you didn't know when things would end. But the problem was, they did all end eventually. So, the Gardners had to start forcing wild, branching plots together in order to make a resolution, and most of them struggled to stick the landing. Lost infamously had a divisive final few seasons. The answers even became so convoluted because they're trying to tie together all these loose mystery boxes that didn't really fit together, or the answers were just straight up bad because they were brushed off as simple and unimportant. Abrams went on to then bring his mystery box philosophy to the Star Wars sequels, and that same lack of narrative foresight is often credited as the primary reason those movies missed the mark. This is exactly what Scott was saying in his interview. FNaF is a series.
You're spending change.
Not great for sleep.
full of mystery upon mystery, with very little confirmation or tying up of loose ends. And now we have a mystery box that we're basically being told isn't really important to the story despite its prominence. But what's even worse is Scott telling us that not only wasn't it important, his gun won't even go off. That's the real issue at play. Our time has been squandered. Humans are hardwired to want closure. Heck, it's one of the reasons we theorize in the first place. When an element you introduced doesn't come back, it's not only a waste of narrative resources, it frustrates us because we now lack that closure. I don't think fans would have been as upset if he had just admitted that while he was struggling to nail down the answer, he was still planning on returning to it in the future. Because for a story to be seen as satisfying to the audience who have been in love with it for so long, now that you have presented it, the gun does eventually have to go off. So, Scott, if you're watching, no.
I think I just have to say he is going. What he's talking about, like with shows like Lost and stuff, about how like the ending had a bunch of plot threads that didn't really fit together. I feel like that's this video. Again, I don't know if that's like intentional, like if he's trying to get us to think that, and like show us like why it's a little messy, or if it was like a complete accident. But I feel like a lot of like this video is just talking about a bunch of stuff that doesn't really fit together very much, or just like kind of dragging and like going on a bunch of tangents that don't really matter to the main idea, right?
You weren't wrong to not have fully planned out the box. But that doesn't mean you stop trying to find the end of that rope. You're gonna need to find your old architect groove, at least partially, to help put this mystery box to rest once and for all. I'm not saying you need to solve it immediately and cause all of it to fall apart like we saw with Lost, far from it. Let's face it, you're like Hugh Jackman's Wolverine. You're gonna be wheeled out to do FNaF stories until you're 90. So
yeah.
You have time to find what's in your Chekhov's box. I'll even give you a hint. In that TED Talk, J.J. Abrams did say that often when we look at stories and mystery boxes by extension, there's this idea of what we think we're getting and what we're really getting. He goes on to list some of his favorite movies like E.T., but explains that it isn't a classic because it's about an alien and a kid, but because it's about a child dealing with his family's divorce. The theme is what's inside the box. So take some time, search your story for the themes, and fill your box with those. That way, even if the physical contents of the box don't quite live up to the expectations the fans have, it will still resonate and show that despite the difficulty, despite the challenges, despite your Gardner writing style, you do care about the story as much as we do. And right now, I'm going to be jumping on a live stream with a bunch of people who absolutely care about this kind of thing and have turned those frustrations into building blocks for their own indie horror franchises. We've got Unique Geese, Super Horror Bro, Rocket Music, Horoscoped, and JT Music all here to talk about how games like FNaF inspired their games, lessons they've learned, and answering a few questions from you guys. So here's the link to that live stream. Hop on over and say hi.
Oh,
and
that's
as always, theorists, remember, it's all just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for watching.
All right. That was a very meta video because he was doing precisely what he was criticizing Scott for throughout the entire thing. See, the thing is, the video is kind of clickbait because it's called What's Actually in the Box, but it has nothing to do with the actual lore. It has to do with the writing. To be fair, I don't really know what else he could have called this, but I was kind of hoping for like an actual theory that I could comment on more. And it doesn't really do. This video doesn't really do what it advertises in the title and the thumbnail and stuff. So I don't know. I don't think he's wrong or anything. I do hope that Scott does finish up the box. I think if Chica's Secret Party is a thing that actually will happen in the future, then I think that we definitely will get the box. But I think he might be planning it actively. But I think it just depends on what happens with that, if it does happen at all. But yeah, I guess we'll see. But yeah, that was my reaction. So, now that we're done that, What should we do next? I feel like I should, what should I do now? Alright, so we watched both the game theories. You guys way more about Scott's problem with storytelling rather than what's actually in the box. Yeah. Not really what was advertised, but whatever. It's fine. Have you guys watched the Game Awards? I did. I was gonna stream it, but I ended up being busy that day, so I wasn't able to. But I watched everything that was there. Or not everything, but I watched all the stuff that like I cared about. I saw the and I watched like the second half, the full second half, I think. Resident Evil looks peak. Lego Batman looks peak. And Invincible Versus looks peak. That's all the stuff I cared about. Tomb Raider looks cool. That was kind of a surprise. I haven't played any of the Tomb Raider games, but like I know of them obviously. I might play them at some point. But yeah, having release dates now for all the 3 games that I care about, besides Wolverine, obviously, but I don't think that was there. But yeah, having release dates for those 3 games is really good now. So now I know like when I'm gonna actually be broke. Because, you know, I'm spending like $100 per game or more. God, that sucks. Depends. I don't know whether I'm getting the deluxe of Invincible Versus or Lego Batman yet, but we'll see. Let me actually go back to Steel Wool's Twitter. I don't think they have anything new. I think it really was just the Xbox thing, unfortunately, but yep, 2 hours ago, nothing new. What do you think of Leon coming back in RE9? I like that they're actually like making the game is definitely going to be for the fans of all types. First person, third person, action games. You get all 3. That was cool. That's cool. I like that. Anyway, what should we do now? What do you guys want to see now? Do you want me to like hop into VC with friends? Maybe do like theory discussions? Do you want me to hop into VC with my friends and then watch some theory videos? Do you want me to just like, I don't know, play 5 laps at Freddy's for literally no reason at all? I don't know. That was a random idea I had. I don't really want to do that. I don't know. When is that game coming out, by the way? Like, I'm actually really curious about what it's gonna have. Like whether it's gonna be like FNAF World or FNAF 6. Like what's it gonna be? Is it gonna be a horror game in disguise like FNAF 6, or is it gonna be a normal game with hidden lore like FNAF World? Who knows? I'm excited though for whenever it does come out. Watch it be like FNAF 12? I think 12. Does Help Wanted 2 count as FNAF 10? I think it does, because Help Wanted 1 counts as FNAF 8. Yeah, if Help Wanted 1 is FNAF 8, Security Breach is FNAF 9, we already know that. It's literally named FNAF 9 in the files. Then Help Wanted 2 is FNAF 10, and Secret of the Mimic is FNAF 11. So, will 5 Laps at Freddy's secretly be FNAF 12? Or will Abyss be FNAF 12? Who knows? Did you see the reboot theory? Or series? What, you mean Unwithered Truths? No, I have not. You think Laps will end up being Abyss? I could see that. You should watch it. I want to watch it, but not necessarily on this stream, because I kind of want to watch, like, theory videos on this stream. Well, let's watch Gibby's 5-hour... what is this the Stitch line specifically? I think it is, right? Let's watch that. Or let's watch his 36-hour overall frights video. I watched Sandwich Man's Mike Being Alive video. I watched his 2 characters video. Okay. Let's see. Which of these theory videos should I watch? Oh wait, I watched this one already. I watched part of this one, but I didn't finish it. That's about Abyss. I think this is the one that not Matt had, Tom was talking about in the video. I'm not gonna watch the FNaF Mysteries videos, and I'm not gonna watch the overanalyzing or the discussing. Maybe this one. I might watch this one. I want to watch these two. Because this is an idea that, like, it feels so random, but, like, it might just make sense. And I want to see, like, what he says about it. Because it's a video that I might actually make in the future, like, about my own ideas about this. But it depends if what he says is just exactly what I'm going to say. So, and also I need ideas, like, for why else it could be a thing. I don't know whether I'll make a video about that or not, but I might react to that. Anything by T-Dreads. I'm gonna actually... Hold on, I'll message my friends. Anyway, I'll take a small break and... excuse me. I'm going to take a small break and go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Hello, RE6 Giraffe. Thank you for the donation. If you want an introduction to the Walking Dead comics, there's a channel, Cat Studios, that has the first 7 volumes dubbed with voice acting, and it's almost finished with 8. Well, the thing is, I own the first 7 volumes. And only the first 7. I don't have volume 8, and after that, after I get 8, I'm going to get the compendiums after that. So, like, I'm gonna read all the comics. I haven't gotten around to reading any of them yet. Currently, I'm in the middle of reading Invincible, and the next thing that I'm gonna read, I think the exposure's too high for you to see, but no, right there, that right there with a water bottle on top of it, that is Old Man Logan. That's what I'm reading right now, or that's what I'm about to start reading, because the Invincible comic, the third Invincible compendium, I haven't gotten yet. But yeah, I'm gonna be reading the Walking Dead comics. So yeah, I'm not gonna I won't watch the dub one unless I watch it after I read. But what are you talking about? Walking Dead, yeah. Played the Telltale games. Yeah, I've been streaming the Telltale games recently. So I have 2 episodes left of season 4, and then I have the Michonne season. So. Only media that sucks with The Walking Dead is the one game they made. Destinies, I think it's called. That's the one where it's like the what if scenarios, right? Yeah, Destinies. How you feel about Game of the Year? I haven't played I haven't played Expedition 33. But, like, I'm not surprised that it won, considering how many people are talking about it. I want to play it at some point, though, just because I'm curious about what it actually is. Why have none of my friends responded to me? At everyone. Speak to me, please. Whoops. People are shitting on it because it beats Silksong. Are you surprised that it beats Silksong? Like, I know a lot of people love Silksong, but I feel like more people have been talking about Expedition 33 when it comes to actually winning Game of the Year. Like, in general, I've heard more talk about Silksong, but in regards to the Game Awards, I've heard way more about Expedition 33. Who do you think is older, William Afton or Pennywise? Considering Pennywise is an ancient alternate dimension being who has been alive for, well, first of all, at least 100 years, considering it was in, like, the early 1900s, meaning he's, like, 90. But also because he is from another dimension and probably millions of years old. I think he might just edge out William Afton, but, you know, who knows. Have you seen Welcome to Derry? I have not. I want to really badly though, because it is my favorite show. Or sorry, I can't fucking speak today. It is my favorite movie of all time. So I like Chapter 2, but it's not as good. And I've heard really good things about Welcome to Derry, so I really want to watch it. None of my friends have responded to me even once. $8 minutes ago. Hey guys, I'm going to start watching some FNaF theories that I haven't gotten around to watching yet. Anyone want to join in? No response. 2 minutes ago. At everyone. No response. Alright, well... Secret of the Mimic should have been in the Game Awards. I don't think it should have been. I don't not that's not like a diss on Secret of the Mimic. I just don't think it was that good. Okay, sorry, that makes it sound like it's a diss. I don't mean it's not that good. I mean I don't think it's like as well known and as well received as the other games in the Game Awards. Like Silksong easily probably more. I think Silksong would easily beat out Secret of the Mimic. Jesus Christ. Hello. What does that even say? 318 Bay something. It's blocked out by my chat, so I can't see it. Let me see. Chat box is there. Alert box is there. I'm going to shrink that and move it up so that I can actually see it better. There we go. Okay, I'm just gonna start a call in this group chat, and if nobody joins, then nobody joins. Now I feel lonely. I'm not gonna lie, I feel like the FNaF community will have a tantrum if one of the FNaF games got in the Game Awards. Why? Like if it didn't win, or like if it did win? Alright, yeah, I think I'll start watching some FNaF theories. I think the first one I want to watch is... Where is it? Probably this one.
This is Kath.
Shut up. I don't know if I'll turn this into a video or anything, but I might. But I am gonna, regardless, I'm gonna record it. Whenever this fucking ad ends. The amount of ads I have seen today. Can't say I'm a fan of it. It's a 10-second skippable ad. But I keep getting 15-second unskippable ones. I hate life. Anyway. We are going to watch a FNaF theory. I'm gonna just move my Discord over. I didn't mean to show that, but I don't really care. I have nothing to hide on there. I'm just gonna put this over here so that I can click on it if I need to during the video. Alright, so this is Chica's Secret Party, the FNaF lore you didn't know. I think this is who is it? Shizu and Narrow Raven. Yeah, okay. This is 23 minutes and 15 seconds long. Let's watch.
Hello everybody, my name is Shizue, and last night, my buddy SFP managed to get his hands on the Ultimate Guide 2.0, and because of it, we were able to actually come together in a giant VC of FNaF YouTubers and solve Midnight Motorist. And in fact, the way we did it is even more bizarre than the fact that we did it. So that's the point of this video, to explain what just happened within the last 24 hours. To give you guys a little bit more context, as you all know, for a long time, Scott Cawthon has been releasing guidebooks that are intended to contain information and theories in order to catch people up with what's being talked about in the Five Nights at Freddy's space. So
and
that
they do
way,
a bad
they don't have to
job.
play catch up and can just read these books, understand what's going on inside of the community today. Of course, these books tend to occasionally have issues inside of them, which is why I and many other theorists don't tend to use them as any sort of confirming bias of saying, oh, this information must be confirmed, because it's inside of these books, because they usually do contain errors, and there's no way to actually determine whether or not the information that you're receiving here is an error or not. and we usually get new versions of these guidebooks
How many times
that
are
are
you gonna play
intended to fix
Chica's
the
Party?
issues that had come previously and introduce more information from the newer games or new book series and things like that that are important for understanding the community of Five Nights at Freddy's at the time. With this being said, a lot of people were excited when they found out that the Ultimate Guide was getting a revamp with the Ultimate Guide 2.0. This was intended to contain information all the way up to Secret of the Mimic, as well as being looked over by a very professional Five Nights at Freddy's fan, DJ Sturf, who had 224 pages worth of edits that were intended to fix the issues inside of this book. And I'm sorry to disappoint everyone that thought this was actually going to happen, but it ended up not happening. Just a few weeks ago, we actually got leaks of the book, and inside of this leak, we ended up seeing the table of contents. Listing throughout all of the table of contents, the games were pretty accurate to what was going on. However, before Secret of the Mimic and after Help Wanted, there was a game that nobody actually knew. Most people thought it was actually the result of a error, in that it was just a misprint. It wasn't actually meant to be there, because the only game that came out during that time was Into the Pit game, and so we just kind of concluded that, well, it sure does suck that Into the Pit game is just getting 4 pages inside of this guidebook, but clearly that must be what's happening. I mean, we already know Sturf went in and gave them a bunch of information. So imagine everyone's surprise when last night a lot of these books were actually found physical edition in many different places, and my friend SFP managed to get his hands on one. Of course, his first inclination was to actually look into this whole Chica's secret party that was mentioned in the original screenshot, because clearly that had to be bullshit and had to have been fixed. And it turns out it wasn't, and when he turned to the page, he discovered it was not a misprint. It wasn't even Into the Pit game. No, this was 4 dedicated pages to a game that physically does not exist. This was incredible. He raced home in order to specifically look at this book within full detail in a full group chat of a bunch of FNaF theorists in order to understand what was going on inside of this book. And let me tell you, it is incredible the amount of information that's stated here, despite being a game that just doesn't exist.
Yeah.
And so I will end up telling you everything that was recorded inside of the Chica's Secret Party pages. Chica's throwing a party. At this party, there are plenty of guests to feed, sweet cupcakes, and some very unwanted guests that crashed the party. Chica's Secret Party was nearly a secret game, as it was only available online for a short time, 3 days to be precise, on scottgames.com, back in 2016. Information and tips can still be found on fan wiki websites about the elusive secret party, so check them out if you want to know more. Chica moves through her secret party, hopping and jumping through levels, collecting all the pink cupcakes she can scoop up. Throughout the levels, there are babies demanding yummy cupcakes. Chica brings the babies the cupcakes she collected, turning the crying babies into happy babies. The more babies she appeases powers up her life force, allowing her to speed up when needed for special levels. The question is, can Chica accomplish all of the levels without being caught by the mysterious shadow figures? The secret party levels are filled with upset babies, whom Chica must feed cupcakes to in order to accomplish her tasks. In most of the levels, the babies are happy with just one cupcake. Chica discovers that occasionally the babies need more than one cupcake to stop their tantrums, and sometimes she needs to be super fast to accomplish her tasks. In a stealth game twist, there are 2 shadow figures sneaking through the party as well. Chica needs to follow one of the shadow figures to discover who the person behind the shadow is. When she finds herself toe-to-toe with a shadow figure, her best bet is to run in the opposite direction and hide. Beware, it's very important to not follow the wrong shadow figure, or else. The secret party takes place in a house that is a maze of adventurous goals with 10 crafty levels to complete in order to win the game. There are 2 bedrooms and a secret room, a bathroom, a kitchen and dining area, a living room, and a office, garage, basement, and attic. All with a unique undertaking that Chica must tackle in order to beat the levels, and ultimately say goodnight to her guests. The room levels are sporadically laid out throughout a 3-story house. Interestingly, Fredbear appears walking through the hallways. Chica may find it useful to see what he has to say, however, when he decides to talk to her is somewhat of a mystery. Chica may discover interesting secret tips and tools throughout the party to help her fulfill her goals. Not only is the basement dark and creepy, but also a pipe is broken and the basement is filling up with water. There are 3 crying babies that need to be fed cupcakes and saved, each one strategically hidden within the dark basement. Once you feed a baby, the little one stops crying and floats happily onto the rising water and safely out of the basement window. However, Chica must save the babies within a 3-minute time limit. Once Chica completes this level, the doorbell in the front door rings. When Chica opens the door, a package is left on the doorstep. Inside, the package is a secret tool, a block of cheese. Most interestingly is that once Chica completes a level, Fredbear is ready to talk. He shares just how much dogs love pizza. 3 babies are crying and sprawled across the kitchen and dining area. There are cupcakes hidden within the kitchen cupboards. The challenge is a very sneaky dog, wanting to jump and gobble up the cupcakes once Chica opens a cupboard. In order to distract the sneaky dog, Chica must grab a pizza cooking in the oven to entice the hungry hound away from the cupcakes, giving Chica enough time to feed the needy babies. The sneaky mutt eats quickly, and Chica can only grab another pizza after 30 seconds.
I honestly don't know why I'm watching this, considering I've seen the whole thing, or I've read the whole thing.
The impatient babies were more than a little distraught and knocked over things in the living room. A circuit has blown and the lamps are flashing off and on. Each time the lights flash back on, the babies have moved into a different spot, leaving Chica confused. Once you step into the living room, the timer flashes to 1:30 and begins a countdown, and yikes, one of the shadow figures just might catch Chica when she's not looking. Chica must find the hidden cupcakes and catch the babies in the right place when the light flashes on in the order to feed them before the timer runs out, or before she's caught off guard. When Chica looks out the master bedroom window, she mysteriously sees Bonnie walking back and forth in the backyard. In the bedroom, there are 2 crying babies. One is on the top of the bed, and another is in the closet, with cupcakes nowhere to be seen. As Chica approaches the bed, she notices some pink frosting on the floor. Moving closer to inspect, a golden fuzzy hand snaps out, nearly catching Chica by the leg. Chica hops out of the way just in time. Chica needs to figure out how to get the guarded cupcakes from under the bed without getting snatched up. Chica later returns with a tiny black hat. Once the hand reaches out, Chica offers the black hat, and in return, she is given a plate of 2 pink cupcakes. Chica moves into a kid's room filled with scattered toys and wall posters of Freddy Fazbear. There's one crying baby in the middle of the bedroom, but once again, the elusive cupcakes are missing. Chica decides to pick up the toys and move them into the toy box. Her cleanliness pays off. Once all the toys have been picked up, a drawer opens with a cupcake inside for the hungry baby. Unbeknownst to Chica, the secret room can only be unlocked after you have cleared the 2 bedroom levels. The secret room has an interesting and useful secret tool, one that can help her finish the game, an essential golden key. It's here that you'll also catch a glimpse of a box that longtime fans will be familiar with, as well as a peek inside, which won't be spoiled here, to those creative enough to find their way to it. The home office is quite small with only 2 crying babies, and a strange gray man sitting at the desk. The obstacle is finding the undisclosed cupcakes. Chica looks around, but doesn't see them. Aha! That is until she discovers a locked mini safe. Chica must discover the 4-digit code in order to get the cupcakes. The gray man doesn't seem to want to chat, so Chica leaves to find the 4-digit code. Later on, Chica retrieves a 4-digit code and opens the safe, quickly feeding the babies. Finally, the gray man decides to speak, giving a hint about something scary under the bed. In the bathroom, Chica is tasked with capturing a floating cupcake in the bathtub to appease the wailing baby sitting on the floor. Chica must take out the floating duck toys in order to drain the water from the
box?
tub, so she can grab the cupcake and feed the impatient baby. Surprise, there is something else that is very significant at the bottom of the tub. The dreary garage is filled with boxes, old bikes, rusty tools, and a broken down car. There are 4 crying babies and cupcakes waiting for Chica. However, there's a problem. Scurrying rats are trying to steal the cupcakes. Chica needs the secret tool of the cheese in order to distract the scurrying rats from stealing the cupcakes. With the rats distracted by the cheese, Chica can accomplish the task of collecting the cupcakes and feeding the bellowing babies. After the babies are appeased, an old static radio flickers on and starts repeating a series of numbers. Chica needs to remember these numbers for something important. Chica realizes she needs a golden key in order to enter the final level. The attic is the grand finale, with 10 hidden hungry babies and 20 cupcakes in a mass of storage boxes and old trunks. 1 cupcake is not enough for each baby, and the additional challenge is that the boxes and trunks will move and shift like a moving maze. Chica has a difficult time finding out where she's been or where she is going, all the while trying to beat a 3-minute clock. Watch out for those shadow figures, they pop up at the most unfortunate of times. Hopefully, Chica saved a power-up or two for this level in order to finish under 3 minutes. Cha-cha-cha, Chica wins the game by feeding all the babies with sweet cupcakes. Her secret party is over, and she's pacified all her guests and managed to elude the shadow figures, who have thankfully vanished as stealthily as they appeared. Suddenly, music blasts through the house and confetti showers around here. All her uninvited guests, Fredbear, Greyman, Bonnie, and Golden Freddy, move through the halls dancing. Chica decides to join the dance train throughout the house. After all, the party doesn't have to end. Now, after looking through all of these interpretations, it came and gave us a few good conclusions off rip. This house is clearly the same exact house that was present inside of Midnight Motorist. We can see that with the screenshot that's present inside of the book. And if this is the case, and we're distinctly told that someone was walking around in the backyard, something that we saw in Midnight Motorist, it should suggest that whoever the footprints belong to in Midnight Motorist is the same exact person who was walking around in the backyard, which is just described as Bonnie. Which version of Bonnie, we have no clue. However, the fact that it was Bonnie at all kind of raises some flags, because inside of this minigame we also saw that kid's bedroom, and inside of that bedroom we had the one crying child. The implication there seems to be that the crying child is the runaway inside of Midnight Motorist, the one—
Yeah, but that was the kid's bedroom, and it was the master bedroom that they looked out the window of.
Who will be sorry when he gets back. With confirmation of the crying child being the one who's run away, then that kind of makes Spring Bonnie no longer on the table, as if there was a Spring Bonnie, it likely isn't William Afton, as William Afton wouldn't be going outside to lure his own son out of his house. The easier interpretation here is that whether it be Spring Bonnie, Shadow Bonnie, or just Bonnie in general, all three of these interpretations suggest that the missing children's incident has already occurred in the timeline, as there should be no other way for all three of these characters to be present outside of the crying child's room. And if this is the case, then this kind of throws the entire theorizing space on its head, because for a long—
I don't think Shadow Bonnie has to exist after the missing children incident. That's a theory, and it's not really ever been guaranteed. Like I said, I think that Shadow Bonnie probably was created from Charlotte's death instead, because in the 7th Fazbear Frights epilogue, we get Shadow Bonnie... Sorry, we get the puppet kind of like spewing weird whispering sounds, and then we hear the same sound, like a similar sound in FNaF AR when we're collecting Remnant. Obviously, that's not like a guarantee, it's just whispers, but like it does like seem to be like a connection, and it's especially interesting considering in the FNaF 3 minigames, Shadow Bonnie is helping set up Happiest Day when the puppet is the one who sets up Happiest Day. So it seems to me like Shadow Bonnie is connected to the puppet. So my opinion is that Shadow Bonnie was created from Charlotte's death. And that he's probably... I don't think he's evil. I think he's probably like a more peaceful spirit. But I think that like saying that Shadow Bonnie can't exist yet if the missing children incident hasn't happened yet doesn't really I don't think that really adds up. Like I don't think it really matters.
Time, it has been the common consensus that the missing children's incident takes place in 1985. This was the result of it both being told us inside of the novels, as well as being doubled down on inside of the Fazbear Frights novellas, in which it stated that the missing children's incident was in 1985, something that the Into the Pit game and Return to the Pit would end up echoing. If this is the case, and the missing children's incident is in 1983, this creates a very interesting rendition of the timeline where the missing children died before the crying child. And if we're going to take it a step farther, the fact that this is Midnight Motorist, you know, later that night, that would also suggest that Charlie and the missing children both died prior to the crying child being bitten in
I think the crying child did, but I don't think that but I don't think that the missing kids did. Like I said, I don't think Shadow Bonnie needs to exist after the missing children incident. I think he can easily exist after that. And obviously, this game is very clearly not literal. So, like, the fact that it's a Bonnie, if it's classic Bonnie, I don't think it really matters because it's just a regular Bonnie. And I think that, like, it could just be, like, representing something else. And I think that you could probably say, like, like you said before, like there's the crying kid in the bedroom, in the kid's bedroom. The window that was broken, the window that Bonnie was outside of was the master bedroom, not the kid's bedroom. So I think that saying that kid is the crying child and that means that he's the runaway is a little bit of a stretch. And I also think that saying that this means that Shadow Bonnie is I also think that saying that this has to be after the missing children incident is not really true either, because like I said, I think Bonnie can represent something else easily, or it could just be like the animatronic itself is just like going wild for some reason. Or you could say that Mike is the runaway and that this is just later in the timeline. I don't think Mike is the runaway, but if you want to say that the missing children incident has happened by the time of Midnight Motorist, then you can say that this is taking place later in the timeline, like after the missing children incident, like after 1985, after the bite victim has already died, and you can say that Charlotte maybe just died later in the timeline, which some people believe, and yeah, I just think that you don't have to assume that this is the crying child, and you also don't have to assume that the missing children incident has happened. It being Spring Bonnie, it could just be Afton for some reason. Like if you don't think that it's the Afton house, which I personally do, but like if you don't think it's the Afton house, it could just be Afton, Spring Bonnie, and it could just be Shadow Bonnie as well. Honestly, I don't even think it is a Bonnie. I don't think the actual Midnight Motorist game is about a Bonnie. It could be about Shadow Bonnie, but I think it's more likely Shadow Freddy. But I just want to get more information on this before I like switch to saying like it probably is Shadow Bonnie. I think it's a Shadow character for sure, and I think that they were created on the night of Midnight Motorist. But yeah, I just don't think that it has to be the bite victim. I don't think it I don't think that this is signifying that it's the bite victim. I don't think that this is signifying that it's the Afton house. I don't think that this is signifying that the missing children incident is earlier.
1983, confirming
that doesn't mean those things aren't true, but I don't think that this is implying that.
Here of every single child victim so far. Now, this idea isn't new by any means. This idea has also been suggested by my buddy Fredden, by my friends over at Dual Process Theory. Hell, even MadPat at one point believed MCI-83. However, I feel like the person who really took the victory with inside of this situation was kind of John FNaF. As if this is taking place during 1983 and is showing the missing children's incidents, then his rendition of Midnight Motorist is the most likely interpretation for what's going on here. That the mound that we saw inside of Midnight Motorist was intended to actually be Susie's dog from Fruity Maze, as the only other place where we see a pile of dirt inside of the game is specifically a sprite in Fruity Maze, a sprite that's directly connected to Spring Bonnie and a box where a dog's body was inside of.
It could very
easy
well
interpretation there is that the mound is actually intended to be Susie's dog. This is something that John kind of went against because he believed that the...
to be fair, it can very well be if this is after the missing children incident. But again, I don't think that... I think the bite victim is the runaway, and I think this is before the missing children incident.
MCI at the time took place in 1985. However, if the MCI takes
But if
place
Mike
in
Runaway is true,
1983,
then
this works as
that
the
can be Susie's
perfect
dog, yeah.
glue to put together all of the minigames present in FFPS. It was a way of showing that all of them take place connected to each other. That the missing children's incident was the first event in the timeline, leading to Charlie's death, explaining the creation of the security puppet, as well as the missing posters that we see outside of the security puppet minigame, and then later that night showing that Midnight Motorist was actually about the crying child following Bonnie, and that the mound was just Susie's dog. That's the direct connection, showing that all of them were directly connected. And then, obviously, leading into Five Nights at Freddy's 4, where the crying child would end up being bit, saying that our main 6 victims, the ones who have been on these gravestones and have been with us since Happiest Day, they all die in 1983. And like that, we have a pretty good, evident interpretation of Midnight Motorist. There are other details established inside of this game that seems to give us a little bit more clues about what's going on here. I've previously suggested that the Shadow animatronics were a singular character created from William Afton's wickedness. However, this game seems to suggest differently, stating that there are actually two different Shadow characters. One that is intentionally trying to help the player, whereas one is trying to hurt the player. This has been kind of a concept that's been thrown around, specifically with the information established in Five Nights at Freddy's 6, suggesting that Shadow Freddy was actually trying to lure the children back to that place into the safe room because it was trying to help Afton in some way as a trick that Afton was putting on all of the kids, whereas the Shadow Bonnie has been put in several situations which seems to suggest that he's actually trying to help the children, albeit inside of the Five Nights at Freddy's 3 minigames, or the ability of give gifts inside of FNaF World, and lastly his appearance inside of FNaF AR. The last mystery this game seems to solve is explicitly what the contents of the FNaF 4 box is. However, the book goes out of its way to claim that we're not allowed to know what was inside of the box. So theoretically, if we ever got to play this game, we would be able to know what was inside of the box. And with that being said, I feel like we should transition into another topic. Did this game ever exist? I mean, we don't have physical proof of it ever existing, but did it ever exist? Well, firstly, my buddies already went through and looked at the Wayback Machine. There is no recordable evidence of a game like this ever existing back in 2016, let alone the fact that 2016 was the release year of Sister Location, which contained specifically things like source code information and everything else.
Like Chica's
Chances
Party
are,
World.
if there was something going on back then, it would have been instantly found by the theorists that were incredibly try-hard back then.
I wonder if Chica's Secret Party is meant to be like an allusion to Chica's Party World from Sister Location, since that was in 2016.
And we're trying to find every little detail. There's no world where they didn't check every little nook and cranny just because it's not recorded on the Wayback Machine. It is possible, however, that this minigame did exist privately as just a concept or as a game in Scott Cawthon's library that he just chose to never end up releasing.
Yeah, but the fact that it says that it
the only
was
good evidence
released
that I could see of this
means,
actually
like,
being the case
it's
is
something
explicitly
deliberate.
the security logbook. Inside of the security logbook for a very long time, there's been one thing that has been overlooked and has been ultimately just kind of ignored and put to the side for years. That was explicitly the very end of the book. There's a picture that has no correlation whatsoever to the contents of whatever the hell is happening during the logbook time period, which is a Chica variant that seems to be destroyed but has the contents of whatever the hell is happening during the logbook time period, which is a Chica variant that seems to be destroyed but has the Endo O2 inside of her. A lot of people quickly interpreted this to actually be what appears to be a scrap Chica intended for FNaF 6. However, we didn't really get much more information about that, and more people kind of considered that this was just an abandoned concept by Scott that he just chose to never go that direction of. Mind you, the logbook was released with information pertaining all the way up to Sister Location, and nothing there that explicitly states that the book was written during FNaF 6. So it's completely possible that Scott Cawthon did come up with this minigame back in 2016, and that this logbook Chica was actually intended to be connected to this minigame. If this were to be the case, it would explain kind of what was going on inside of FNaF 6 itself, as FNaF 6 originally opened up as a minigame section that was then cut off with us seeing Scrap Elizabeth inside of the game. There is a world where this theoretically could have been replaced, and the opening of FNaF 6 was instead this Chica's New Party game, with Scrap Chica being the character that we see in the very beginning. However, due to the lore kind of not working within the favor of having a Scrap Chica exist at the time, this then is why Scott would end up abandoning that idea as well as this minigame altogether. However, regardless of whether or not this minigame actually existed back in 2016, I don't think that it's a mistake that it ended up showing up inside of this guidebook. it's not a mistake that it was conveniently placed in between Help Wanted and Secret of the Mimic, two incredibly modern games that came out within the most recent years.
Yeah.
If this was truly intended to be a recordable of something that had occurred all the way back in 2016, one would think that it would have been either placed before or after Sister Location, yet it was placed as a modern game, which is rather weird. And going through the actual language of the way that this is worded of a secret project that very few people got to see because it was only available for 3 days on the Scott Games website, and if you want more information, you have to go look at fan wikis, despite the fact that this is a guidebook intended to help people in the FNAF community understand what's going on inside of those games.
Let's go! Critics agree. Zootopia.
It doesn't line up. The logic just isn't there. It doesn't make sense for this to be referring to a game that actually released back in 2016. Rather, everything here seems to be suggesting that this is some sort of ARG or teaser for something that's going to come up very soon. And I believe that's the case. I think that this secret Chica's Party is actually intended to either be a teaser for the Secret of the Mimic DLC, or is going to be an actual mini-game we can play in the Secret of the Mimic DLC. Why I specifically choose those events is because of the contents that are actually happening in the minigame, particularly pertaining to the contents of the FNAF 4 box, and Midnight Motorist, and The Crying Child, and everything else involving that era of the games. Mind you, a lot of people, including myself, believe that the Secret of the Mimic DLC is going to be centered around the Fall Fest of 1983, because although it has been mentioned multiple times, we haven't actually been told what happened there. We're just kind of given
I was talking earlier today, like during the stream, about how I thought it would be possible that whatever this Steel Wool announcement was could be like a Help Wanted 2 update talking about the next FNAF game, right? And obviously that didn't end up being the case, but it's something they did before that with the Secret of the Mimic teaser update, right? Obviously that was after Help Wanted 2 came out, and before Secret of the Mimic came out. So I wonder if maybe Chica's Secret Party will end up being like an arcade machine we can play in Help Wanted 2. Kind of like how Princess Quest 4 was. Like, I wonder if they'll just throw this in as an update, because then it would technically appear in Help Wanted 2 after it released, and before it but it's a game before Secret of the Mimic, even if we're getting it now, you know? I could see something like that happening, and maybe we will get an update with that at some point in the future before like the next FNAF game is announced, or maybe it will be the announcement, or maybe after it's announced in like as a teaser or something for it. I don't know, something like that maybe.
Little glimpses of potential information of something that could have happened during Fall Fest of 1983, but nothing actually says what happened during that incident, and it feels like we've been building up to the Fall Fest of 1983. For a long time, we were told by Steel Wool that they've been wanting to make a Fredbear's game, and that feels like the perfect opportunity for them to do so. And if we're specifically having a game that's set around the time period of FNAF 4, giving us a Midnight Motorist story that actually tells us what the contents of the FNAF 4 box is, kind of feels in style for the series. It would be possible for a minigame to, or albeit a external game that was released as a teaser for the Secret of the Mimic DLC, to exist, and it still make incredible sense for what's about to happen next. I think that this is just too weird of a situation to be written off as just some silly joke or a mistake on the part of Scholastic. Everything here feels specific, like it was intended to be setting something up, and I think that's exactly what Scott Cawthon is attempting to do. And I would also like to say that it wouldn't be too surprising if when we actually get to open up that box, the inside may or may not be a Golden Freddy mask. But that's just a theory, and I will see you all again soon. Matane.
Alright. I definitely think that like he might be going a little too far with like his explanation for the like for Midnight Motorist using this. Like, I can see where he's coming from, but like I said, I don't think we can guarantee that that's the Crying Child. I don't think we can guarantee that it's about that Shadow Bonnie came after the Missing Children incident. I don't think we can conclude like that What was the other thing that I was thinking of? There was something else. I think it's just like he is jumping a little too. No, he's jumping to conclusions just a little bit. I see where he's coming from, but I'm not 100% sure about it. All right. What location... Sorry, not location. What theory should I watch next? I was saying location because I was looking at ID's Fantasies FNaF 4 location is in Fredbear's video. Maybe I'll watch that. I'm going to start a call now. I think Krakoa said he wanted to join. Oh, hey, Altera.
Hey.
How's it going?
Fine.
Hello? Did you just die?
No, I'm okay.
I am streaming right now, and I am watching some FNAF theories that I have in a that I saved in a playlist that I wanted to watch but haven't gotten around to it yet.
Oh, okay.
Because I have we had the Steel Wool announcement today. I expected it to be bigger. It was not, but
Yeah.
I wanted to use it as an excuse to just do a FNAF stream reacting to the new game theories, and then I just wanted to like talk theories and stuff. So I'm watching some theories. So I'm just watching some theories that I haven't watched yet. What you up to?
Not much. I just.
You sound like you just woke up.
Yeah.
Is that what you were about to say?
Yeah.
Hello. Is
Hello.
that Ollie? Is that you? That is Ollie.
Ah.
Hi, Krakoa.
So we're watching theories, huh?
We are watching theories.
Oh boy. I can't wait to, you know.
So, I'm gonna. Should I make like a poll of which theory we should watch next? I kind of want to make a poll.
Sure.
Well, you're on live, right? So...
Yeah, I'm streaming right now. Yeah.
Okay.
So I will make a poll, but I gotta decide what the options will be. What theory should we watch next?
What theory should we bash on so hard that no one will notice?
We won't be bashing. We will be listening and being like, oh, okay, I understand that, but I just disagree. Or, oh, okay, I understand that, I agree. One of the two.
I know.
You sounded so sad about it.
He's like, fine, I won't hate on people. Okay, so what should the options be?
Ooh, how I know? How about Charlie 87?
Nah. Unless I have one of those in here. I'll do ID's Fantasies redesign theory. I spelled the redesign wrong. There we go. There's one other ID's Fantasy I wanted to add. ID's Fantasies FNaF for Freddy's theory. Okay, I won't write theory because there's no space in the there's not enough text you can put in there. What else?
Deep thoughts, deep thoughts.
I'm looking through my playlist.
Exactly.
I'll do. Is it Shizu that did it? Yeah. Enard FNaF 3 guard.
Enard FNaF 3 guard?
Yep, that's a theory that exists.
What? I think we need to watch that one. 'Cause, like, what the heck?
We'll see. We'll see what people vote for. I'm gonna make the poll and then I'm gonna mute for a little bit because I gotta go to the bathroom, and then you guys can talk to chat if you would like, or stay silent if you guys don't care.
Yep,
Audience better choose the Enard one because I didn't.
Okay. What other one would I want to watch? God, there's another ID's Fantasy one that I want to watch, but actually not really. Not that one. I'll do Withered Circle's FNaF lore solved.
Oh, yeah, that one.
Start poll. There we go. Now people may vote, and I shall go to the bathroom. I will be right back.
I shan't be bathroom.
Chat, vote the Enard one. Vote the Enard one.
Well, please chat themselves. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Altera, did
Oh.
you like just roll out of bed? What happened?
Yes.
No wonder why you sound so iffy.
You sound so dead.
He's dead inside, and he's just like, kill me now, please.
I was
Well,
considering playing Secret of the Mimic today. I don't know.
If we have any information on this new stuff, perhaps. Well, now they get a spoiler vault log. Damn it.
I need to see Enard Fright card. Exactly.
What in the world is even that? Hey, I'm Enard. I'm going to be in the FNaF 3 location. I'm not Mike. Just get me lost. Yes, that sounds like a plausible theory.
Rico, I think you should try to do a Matt Pat impression.
I'm back. There are
Well.
how many votes are there? Only 8, dude. There's 26 people watching and 8 votes. Are the
Because
other
the logic does not exist?
Are the other 18 just not? Do the other 18 just not have YouTube accounts? Like, are they just watching as a guest?
Yeah, they could probably be watching as a guest, not signed in.
Wait, am I able to vote?
Why?
I cannot vote. I cannot vote on my own.
I voted for Fright Guard because I need to see that. Because, like, what do you mean, Enard?
I should just say the Fright Guard is the Fright Guard video. First of all, I should just say it's not literally just Enard is the guard. It's that Enard in Michael is the guard. And it's actually 2 different videos by the same guy, but he made 2 of them. So if whenever we do that one, we're gonna watch both of them.
Boy, I can't wait for the possibility of body decomposition explanation. Yay.
I have like 3.5 hours maybe left before I have to end the stream, so we could probably do both the Withered Circle and FNaF 3 Enard Guard videos.
I suppose that works.
Okay. Is anyone else planning to vote?
I'm on Discord.
Yeah.
Cannot sign in.
Are you not logged in on YouTube?
I don't do it on my phone. That's what I meant.
Okay.
Yeah. Me too.
All right. Well, we have 11 votes currently, and most of them I think are for the Withered Circle video. So we'll watch that one, and then we'll watch the Enard Guard one after that. We'll watch the Enard Guard ones after that. We have about like an hour and a half, maybe an hour and a half worth of theories, and obviously a bunch of discussion in the middle. So I think we'll probably have time for both. I will find... Where's the Wither Circle video? This one.
Okay, initiating regular voice now.
Okay. Shut up, ads.
Are you gonna stream it
yeah,
on
Discord,
here
yeah.
too?
Yeah, I'm about to do
Yeah.
that.
Perfect.
I got super glue on my fingers. Oh my goodness.
What did you glue?
I'm making like I'm just making something for a friend, and I was using super glue.
Sure, alright.
Ow.
Anyway, this video is 33 minutes and 14 seconds long. It is quite long.
What's with the drive?
Why is my Google Drive sharing to you guys? It should not be.
Did you click Google Drive?
No, I did
share?
not. I did not. I should... I'll try again. I'll see if I can just...
Oh dear.
Go on I clicked on this video specifically. It's not working. You guys like my selfies, by the way?
Yep.
You can see that. The viewers cannot. Let me...
Selfies, though.
I'll just... can I... Should I just...
Imagine if viewers just saw your selfies.
I think...
So that's what I look like inside.
It's because I separated into two different tabs, but for some reason it didn't focus on the one that I was focused on. I don't know why, but this should work.
Is it not refresh or loading?
There we go, yeah.
Alright, it's good now.
Yep, there we go.
I think I might.
Huh?
I think I might head out and try and rejoin later. I need some time to, like,
wake up.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah, dude, go do that.
Yeah, get some coffee, my lordy. Get some coffee or some hot chocolate and pour it on yourself.
Alright, well, rest if you need to, man. And yeah, just feel free to join later whenever you want.
Okay, cool.
Alright, see ya. Okay, so let's switch tabs to this one. And cool. Let's start watching. The FNaF lore really isn't complicated, so I solved it. 33 minutes and 14 seconds long. Guys, get some popcorn. We're gonna be here a while. And if you ever want me to pause it so that we can talk about something specific, then just let me know, and I will.
Yeah.
Nowadays, it feels like you need to go into exile with the Freddy Fazbear monks and dedicate your entire life to the sacred text to get even a glimpse into understanding the FNaF timeline. I mean, friend of the channel Hyperdroid made a 24-hour video going over every single piece of information surrounding the FNaF games. If I'm not mistaken, that video holds the record for the longest ever scripted YouTube video. Don't fact check me. The point is, Five Nights at Freddy's has gained a bit...
I think Gibby's recent Frights video might be longer than that, considering it's 36 hours long, but...
of a reputation
Oh my
of
God.
being convoluted, confusing, complicated, complex. So much so that the average internet user will take one look at an 8-hour video about the basics of the FNaF timeline
that's real nice.
and go do something else with their time. But what if it didn't have to be that way? What if there was a way to lay out all the pieces for the entire FNaF timeline, spanning both old and new content, while simultaneously explaining where those pieces come from, why they matter, and how they fit in? Well, you're on the right video, my friend, because the FNaF lore really isn't that complicated, and I can prove it. I'll assume you have a base level knowledge
Roll
of Five Nights at
credits.
Freddy's and what it's about, but for the one person watching this who doesn't, I'll lay out the basics anyway. The first FNaF game is set in Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, sometime in the late 20th century. In it, you play as a night guard called Mike Schmidt, who must defend himself from 5 animatronics possessed by the souls of dead kids. That's the premise. Sounds simple enough, right?
Bunch of the other animatronics all rolled into one entity. This is especially important when you consider that a key reveal from the final FNaF novel, The Fourth Closet, is that William Afton created the living sister location Funtime animatronics by extracting remnant from the melted conglomeration of all the OG animatronics and injecting the new robots with it. Thus, all the new robots were alive and sharing a piece of the same set of souls, just like if the pieces of Baby/Enard had been repurposed to form Happy Frog and...
Then, how did we get here? The first 3 FNaF games have pretty simple lore, as I covered in my video about the history of FNaF theorizing, which you should totally watch after this one. But when Scott Cawthon, the creator of the franchise, realized millions of people actually liked his games, he knew he had to flesh out the story more and more. This is why FNaF 4 and Sister Location, the next mainline installments after the original trilogy, feel so much more complicated than their predecessors. After those games came the natural continuation of the franchise. Coffin released Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria Simulator and Ultimate Custom Night, two final send-offs to the core franchise, and stopped making games, focusing instead on writing the story for the modern era of Five Nights at Freddy's, from the first VR game, Help Wanted, all the way to Secret of the Mimic. Over time, a lot has changed. But what pieces are there for us? Where can we find them? And how do we assemble this puzzle? Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to lay out the groundwork for every game in the franchise in release order, explain the things we learned from them, and some of the reasoning behind where they fit in the timeline. All with evidence, of course. What I'm going to be doing is basically workshopping a FNAF timeline in real time, and laying out all my
I plan on
thoughts
doing
and the
something
basics of
similar in the near
lore
future
front of
too.
you in a
Well, not
new,
near, but in the
unprecedented
future.
way. Obviously, it's impossible to cover every single intricacy of the lore in under 30 minutes. I'd need at least 10 hours for that. But trust me, this will go over everything relevant to the main lore. We'll be using every piece of evidence possible in as little time possible. So without further ado, let's speedrun the FNAF lore. Going back to FNAF 1, the premise itself is pretty simple, but there are some things that we need to focus on. Firstly, Mike Schmidt, our night guard, is someone worth remembering, as he'll be relevant later. Phone Guy, this game's tutorial character, also drops some interesting tidbits about important events in Freddy Fazbear's history, most notably the Bite of 87, and the missing children incident. The Bite of 87 was an incident where an unknown animatronic bit off a person's frontal lobe, and even though the victim survived, they were changed forever. Phone Guy himself doesn't mention the missing kids we learn about from the newspapers, but he's fully aware that something is off about the pizzeria and its animatronics.
God damn it.
Your mission, should you choose to accept.
Get out of here, Mission Impossible,
Hard not
you
to be.
criminy.
What?
Fully aware that something is off about the pizzeria and its animatronics. Hard not to be, considering this is what they look like. And of course, the most notorious detail from FNAF 1 is Golden Freddy. This character had a 1 in 32,000 chance of appearing, materializing in your office and killing you if you didn't look away in time. No one knew what he was, but it seemed he was the 5th victim of the missing children incident. Of course, this isn't the last we'll see of him. FNAF 1 likely takes place in 1993, as we can use the paycheck at the end of the game to deduce the exact date using minimum wage payments at the time. Overall, FNAF
not
1
really.
is pretty simple.
But kind of.
But as we'll see, and as I'm sure you already know, the rest isn't as straightforward. FNAF 2 takes place in 1987. We know this thanks to the paycheck we get at the end of the game. The infamous Bite of 87 mentioned in the first game also happened shortly after the events of the Night Guard, Jeremy Fitzgerald's night shifts. This is because it's never mentioned during the core gameplay, and Phone Guy, who also appears in this game, mentions a final birthday party, presumably where the bite happened. This game introduces the brand new toy animatronics, the marionette, and the battered withered animatronics, who date back to a previous location in the early 80s. These are not the characters after FNAF 1. FNAF 2 also sported a custom night mode where we played as a weird, unexplained character called Fritz Smith, who ends up getting fired for the same reasons as Mike in FNAF 1. We'll get back to this in a bit. FNAF 2 had a particularly notable addition that would become a major trend for the franchise: creepy Atari-styled minigames that can rarely be played after dying. The death minigames in this one give a bit of context about the possession of the original animatronics, the origins of the new cast of toy characters, the puppet, and the mysterious 5th dead kid, by introducing the series' antagonist, the Purple Guy. This is where the FNAF games started utilizing minigames to tell their story. We'll see this used in all the games up until Ultimate Custom Night. FNAF 2 made it pretty clear that the Purple Guy was responsible for the deaths of the original kids who possessed the first animatronics, and the 5 who possessed the toys, while the puppet was what led to these animatronics becoming possessed. There were also some special cutscenes that played in between nights, showing the point of view of Freddy Fazbear coming to terms with his possession, as the puppet and the elusive Golden Freddy looked on. Speaking of Golden Freddy, he appeared in this game too, although with a distinctly different appearance, more similar to Withered Freddy. He also showed up in some of the minigames, teleporting around randomly, and confirming that he was the 5th victim of the murder that happened at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. Overall, FNAF 2 cements itself as being in the mid-80s in 1987, but before FNAF 1. FNAF 3 takes place 30 years after Freddy Fazbear's Pizza closed its doors. We have good reason to assume FNAF 1 takes place in 1993 for reasons I already explained, and that the incident that led to the original dead kids possessing the animatronics happened in 1985.
I will say, I don't think, like, saying that we know FNAF 1 is in 93 really works that well anymore, because, like, while it could be, Based on like the paycheck in FNAF 2 and when we get that, it probably is more likely in 1992 if you ask me. But yeah, that was all I had to say.
I guess it's just because it's a widely accepted theory. That's why he's saying that.
I mean, yeah, but
in
like,
sense, it's accepted.
But but there's not like anything definitive really saying that.
No.
Yeah.
We learned about this date from the Silver Eyes, the first ever FNAF novel that came out right after FNAF 3. I won't get into the books in detail in this video as I want to keep this games only, but Scott has gone on record to say that the novels can and should be used for clues about the game's continuity. So FNAF 3 is either in 2015 or 2023. But honestly, it doesn't really matter. It's at the tail end of the timeline. I'll personally place it at 2023 for simplicity's sake, but either way, it works perfectly fine. Oh, also, the purple guy is revealed to be in the yellow Bonnie suit as Springtrap for the 8-bit minigame shown in-game, and he's clearly been rotting in there for a while. This yellow suit is actually a Springlock suit, as told to us by a recording a phone guy found inside the building. These suits have the ability to swap between mascot costume and animatronic when using a hand crank, and we see the two original Springlocks, Spring Bonnie and Fredbear, in the Stage of 1 minigame hidden inside FNAF 3. Speaking of minigames, FNAF 3 was the first FNAF game to include multiple endings. If you play all the secret minigames hidden throughout the game, you can free the souls from the animatronics, and get the best ending possible. But as the games went on, this ending likely became non-canon, with the bad ending instead being the correct option. FNAF 3 is pretty simple, and doesn't boast any lore-breaking information. However, using the information we gained from it and the Silver Eyes, we can place the missing children incident around 1985, clarifying a pretty big mystery in the timeline up until now. But now, on to FNAF 4. FNAF 4 is messy.
Yep.
The end of night minigames, without a shadow of a doubt, happened in 1983. It's on the TV in the player character's room, it's been mentioned in books and other official content, and it just makes sense. The nights, however, are a bit confusing. But there's something that can help us out. The FNAF 4 nights are obviously nightmares that the protagonist is having, so everything we see here comes from memories and the player's subconscious. That's why the animatronics in this one are literally called the nightmares. One of the rare Easter eggs you can encounter while playing FNAF 4 is a reversed audio of a man talking. Unreversing the sound reveals it's actually the phone guy from FNAF 1, meaning whoever is having this nightmare had to have worked at the FNAF 1 location. We got confirmation from Scott Coffin himself that every Easter egg in FNAF 4 was intentional, firmly placing FNAF 4's nights from FNAF 1 onwards. Even though the minigames take place in 1983, they answer more than just that, and also raise a few more questions. In them, the crying child is being tormented by his older brother, who we'll call Foxy Bro. Over the course of several nights, Crying Child goes to Fredbear's family diner, a location nearby his home, and encounters the animatronics from the restaurant, and the purple guy himself, all while being talked to by his imaginary friend, psychic friend Fredbear. At the end of the minigames, Crying Child dies in an accident known as the Bite of 83, or the Big Bite, where Foxy Bro and his friends dress as Fazbear characters to prank him. His brother apologizes for what he did, and the Fredbear plush appears to Crying Child, promising to undo the damage done to him. The Freddy Fazbear plushies are still his friends. But did he believe that? There was only one thing left to do now.
Krakoa, you're echoing a little bit.
Oh, whoops. Oh, poop. Let's see. Where is my thingy-majig? Oh, there it is. Voice. Input sensitivity. Lower it. Echo cancellation. Yeah, why is that not on then? Damn it. Okay. Let's try it again.
Okay.
Fredbear plush appears to Crying Child, promising to undo the damage done to him. The Freddy...
I mean, it's not like as much, but like it's still a tiny bit.
Huh. Ah, criminy. This is annoying. Sorry. Let's lower it all the way down, see if that works. Oh, wow. That really
I'm just going
sucks.
to take 1 second, and I'm going to end the poll.
Yeah.
Somehow the ID's Fantasy FNAF 4 theory and the Enard Guard theory got the same amount of votes. But I'm gonna prioritize the Enard one because I'm more interested in that one. Well, not more interested. I just like, you know. That's a lie, actually. Yeah, I am more interested in that one. Anyway, let's see.
Fazbear plushies are still his friends.
Yep.
But did he believe that? There was only one thing left to do now. Put him back together. But how?
I mean, I don't hear it on your end, but it says that you're still making noise. So...
Oh. Yeah, I know. It says it's like making noise fully, and I put the thing down, the voice input sensitivity.
Yeah, I think it's fine, but I'll let you know if it becomes a problem again.
Okay.
Sentry, we are reacting to FNAF theories that I saved in a playlist, and that I haven't gotten around to watching yet. So we're just doing that now. If you want to join, you may. You can. If you want to stay muted, you may. Or if you want to talk, you may. You can join VC if you would like.
Freddy Fazbear plushies are still his friends, but did he believe that? There was only one thing left to do now. Put him back together. But how? Well, maybe we'll see in the future. FNAF 4 has other problems outside the timeline placement, but it contains one of the earliest events in the timeline that sets up a majority of the story later on. This installment introduces major characters that we've seen before and have yet to meet, but we'll get there. Now, it's time to move forward. It's time to enter Freddy Fazbear's forgotten second location. A sister location, if you will. The fifth mainline installment, FNAF Sister Location, is where it gets a bit overwhelming, and we're gonna have to slow down for this one. In Sister Location, the night guard, Mike, goes down to Circus Baby's Entertainment and Rentals, a branch of Fazbear Entertainment, to work as a security guard and maintenance worker. He meets the cast of Funtime Animatronics, who reveal their goal is to escape the facility, using him. But the star of the show, Circus Baby, isn't just anyone. She's Mike's sister.
Wow. Okay. Lovely.
Thank you, Dave and Buster's.
Elizabeth, and he's been
some chicken wings.
Baby isn't just anyone. She's Mike's sister, Elizabeth, and he's been tasked by his father to go to the bunker and save her. But instead, she tricks him, combines all the Funtimes into one amalgamation of wires, Enard, and removes Michael's organs, using him as a literal skin suit. Roll credits. This game is our first proper introduction to the Afton family. William, the co-founder of Fazbear Entertainment and CEO of Circus Baby's Pizza World and Afton Robotics, is the purple guy who killed the original 5 dead kids, and his children are Michael,
he
his
killed the
son,
dead
Elizabeth,
kids.
his youngest daughter,
He killed the 5
and
dead
finally,
kids, not just the 5
crying
kids.
child from FNAF 4. I don't think I need to explain what leads people
Me
to
when I
believe
killed
the
dead
crying
kids.
child is the middle Afton child. It just makes sense, it's been fed to us by Scott through the books and games, and hasn't been debunked in the 9 years it's been a theory. Scott Coffin clearly wants us to know it's true, to make that connection. Crying child's death is the motive for Michael's work as a night guard at the various Freddy's locations. Yes, Michael, Mike from Sister Location, Mike Schmidt, the FNAF 3 night guard, and possibly Fritz Smith from FNAF 2 are all the same person.
Yep.
Michael Afton. His motivation is, at first, to do his father's bidding, going to check out the possessed animatronics for his studies, and then to free his brother. But we'll get into the intricacies of that plotline later. For a really long time now, the community has believed that Sister Location happens before FNAF 2, or before 1987.
No.
Not everyone likes this. The tech of the Funtime animatronics this game introduces is just way too intricate. The timeline is weird, things happen too early, William is missing, and Mike, the player character who is very important later on, becomes a rotten corpse. How can this guy get a job again? There's really only one piece of evidence to suggest Sister Location happens before 1987. The termination slips at the end of the FNAF Custom Nights. These slips say that one of the reasons the night guards from FNAF 1 and 2 are fired is due to odor. Mike Schmidt shares the name with Mike from Sister Location, who becomes a zombie at the end of that game. So he'd probably smell a bit. Using that logic, the reason odor is listed as a reason on the pink slips is due to Mike being a corpse. If you think about it, this actually doesn't make much sense. Firstly, we need to remember that when these first 2 games were released, the odor comment was likely meant as a joke. Scott fully believed that those max mode custom nights were impossible, so the whole point of these paychecks is to show the player is, to put it simply, a sweat. But that's not all. There's actually a reason why tampering with the animatronics in particular is coupled with odor. The animatronics canonically reek.
If I were forced to sing those same stupid songs for 20 years and I never got a bath, I'd probably be a bit irritable at night too. By now I'm sure you've noticed the older models sitting in the back room. Those previous locations, and we just use them for parts now. The idea at first was to repair them. They even started retrofitting them with some of the newer technology, but they were just so ugly, you know? And the smell.
Obviously, these things have dead bodies inside them, so the Night Guards tampering with their AI would lead to them smelling of decay. But anyway, these custom nights aren't canon, so they're not the biggest issue at hand. There's also the fact that in FNAF 1's
I mean, I wouldn't say they're not canon.
Blue, while the minigames after Sister Location, where he rots away while being warned by Enard, show his eyes becoming black. Before Enard, Mike's eyes in Sister Location are blue. As well as that, by the time Mike finds his way into Circus Babies, he's told that Freddy Fazbear's Pizza has been closed for a while now. While this is likely referring to the original one closed after the first kids went missing, it also connects to the FNAF 1 location, and how that one was the last of its kind. I'll get more into the real evidence as to why Sister Location is almost definitely after FNAF 1 in my Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria Simulator segment, but for now, I want to take a look at the characters and lore introduced to us in this game. Circus Babies Entertainment and Rentals isn't just a rental facility, and the Funtime animatronics aren't just made for entertainment. It's a testing lab built by William Afton. You see, the original 5 dead kids weren't what caused William to find out about possession. There were several deaths before that. The death of his own son, the crying child, and that of Charlotte Emily, his co-worker Henry Emily's daughter. Fazbear Entertainment was founded by William Afton and Henry Emily in the early 1970s, and they worked together to create Fredbear's Family Diner and Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. But eventually, something caused William to lash out and kill Henry's daughter Charlotte. This is all information derived from the novels up until Sister Location, by the way. Charlotte is the child from the FNAF 2 minigames showing the origins of the puppet. She possessed that character and goes on to save the kids by letting them possess their respective animatronics. Anyway, back on track. These incidents made William certain that something was going on, so he used his technological prowess to create the Funtimes, designed to capture children at birthday parties to experiment on and test the nature of possession. We see that Afton orchestrates experiments similar to the FNAF 4 nightmares from his underground bunker, meaning the FNAF 4 player, who is definitely Michael Afton, was likely placed in those experiments against his own will by his father. Regardless, the end result was that the Funtimes were possessed. But it wasn't without consequences. William's daughter Elizabeth fell victim to Circus Baby, which led to the closure of the first Circus Babies location and the opening of the rental facility. William, enraged by his failure, decided to take matters into his own hands. The Funtimes, while accurate and highly powerful, weren't practical enough. Plus, Henry needed to be knocked down a peg. While Circus Babies failed, Freddy Fazbear's grew without stopping. So on one fateful night, June 26, 1985, William went to Freddy Fazbear's Pizza and killed the 5 kids who possessed the classic characters. Bleak. I know what you're thinking. What do you mean Elizabeth died before the missing children? But trust me, it clicks. In the intro cutscene of Sister Location, Afton is clearly held in high esteem when he opens Circus Babies. He's in a meeting with Afton Robotics board members and is a successful businessman when the location starts up. One of the teasers in the build-up to Sister Location shows us that he was a pretty public figure and a successful and respected entrepreneur in the area. However, after the 5 kids go missing, Afton is the first suspect. In the novels, he's forced to go into exile outside town, and in the games, it's the same. After that happens, he goes missing, only appearing at Freddy's at night later on in FNAF 2 to kill the final set of kids, and finally in the ruined FNAF 1 location where he becomes Springtrap. Simply put, Afton wouldn't be able to create a location as big as Circus Babies if the public hated him. As well as that, in the final novel of the Silver Eyes trilogy, The Fourth Closet, which is a retelling of Sister Location, Elizabeth's death happens before the original missing children incident. Afton's entire motive for doing it in those books is to recreate the accident. This is a bit annoying as it makes the Funtimes appear a bit too early in the timeline, but apart from what I said, there's quite a few reasons as to why this makes sense. I won't get into it in full, but in this timeline, Elizabeth's death goes before the MCI, in 1985, and the gameplay of Sister Location goes after FNAF 1 but before FNAF 3. The exact year isn't really a big deal, I'll play it safe and place it in 1995. A couple years after FNAF 1. After Sister Location, Michael, now turned into a hollow skin suit by Enard, is worn by the amalgamation for a few days before being discarded. But he doesn't die. Instead, he's revived by the power of the souls inside Enard, the very life essence his father William Afton was experimenting with. After this, in Sister Location's final cutscene, Michael vows to find William and confront him for his sins. This leads directly into the gameplay of FNAF 3, with Michael going to that game's horror attraction and trying to destroy William, who now goes as Springtrap. Mike is the one who sets the fire in the location, but Springtrap survives, going on to fight another day. Now, it's time for the final installment of the first arc of Five Nights at Freddy's. FNaF 6. Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria Simulator. Put simply, FNaF 6 is the last-ditch effort to end everything. Right now, 4 remains of Freddy Fazbear's past are scattered across the area where it all happened. Springtrap, the twisted remains of the Fazbear co-founder, Scrap Baby, a recreated circus baby that Elizabeth formed herself into after Sister Location, Molten Freddy, the rest of the Funtime animatronics, and the puppet, still wandering the world with the sole intent of catching Afton and making him pay for his transgressions. I want to focus on Molten Freddy for a bit. Remember those minigames from FNaF 3 where William gets spring-locked in his yellow bunny suit? Well, pay attention to what he's doing in these minigames. He isn't just disassembling the animatronics. He's extracting their endoskeletons, and William is taking them to a very specific place. His bunker. That's right, in experimenting on the souls of his victims, Afton used the possessed animatronics in his tests, injecting them into the Funtimes. This is why they're so unstable. Why they say things like, "You don't know what we've been through" in Sister Location's teasers. The Funtimes are obviously paranormal, but it isn't just any combination of souls. It's the souls that first went into Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, Foxy, and the Golden Freddy, now combined into this unholy entity. The fourth closet literally shows us that this is what's happening, and coupled with an Easter egg from the first FNaF VR game, showing FNaF 1 endoskeletons in a furnace in the bunker, it all makes sense. This also means Sister Location has to be after FNaF 1, since that's the only way William Afton can extract the endoskeletons. My point is that these 4 characters are the culmination of every tragedy tied to this story. Enter Henry Emily. After Freddy Fazbear slowly failed after the murders William committed there, he went into hiding as well, only reappearing around 30 years later to put an end to everything. We see from the tapes Henry recorded in FNaF 6 that he has access to blueprints of the Fazbear characters, and knows what his partner William did in the bunker. Using William's knowledge of souls, he concludes the only way to purge all that remained of Freddy's was fire. During the gameplay of FNaF 6, the player gathers all the remaining characters into one building, a fake Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, and Henry burns everything down. William Afton, Elizabeth Afton, the player himself, Michael Afton, the countless victims of William combined into Molten Freddy, and finally, Henry's own daughter, Charlotte, the one he couldn't save, the one who tried to save the others. As the smoke rises up, the legacy of Fazbear Entertainment sizzles away, the nightmare gone forever. But while the pain and agony of Freddy's was gone, the memory definitely wasn't. The truth is, the reason that horror attraction was opened, and why people even visited the fake Freddy Fazbear's Pizza in the first place, was that the deaths had become something of an urban legend. People wanted more Freddy's, more tragedy, more spooky campfire stories. And someone, lurking in the shadows, was absolutely ready to deliver. Meanwhile, William wasn't really dead. While the other souls found their peace and followed the light, someone was very determined to make him suffer. Ultimate Custom Night is William Afton's personal hell, forced to battle the animatronics he created for eternity, unable to escape. All because of Golden Freddy, the one he shouldn't have killed, no matter how many times he cried for help, how many times he defeated the hordes of animatronics going after him. He would never leave. He would never rest.
Give the gift of the...
Give the gift of dining. Oh man, if only I
Give the
had
gift
Taco
and give
Bell.
life.
$50 more.
And so concludes the first half. And so concludes the first half of our story. But it doesn't end here. While that was the first arc of the series, the second half holds an equally fascinating story. After Pizzeria Simulator, FNaF went pretty quiet. Sure, we had the first series of short storybooks, Fazbear Frights, but those are non-canon, and we don't have to worry about them. Thank God. What we do need to focus on is the next mainline game in the franchise, Help Wanted. Now, a theme you'll notice in these newer games
I would not say
is
we
that
don't
they're
have to
actually
worry
not
about
as
them,
complicated
but...
as their predecessors. Help Wanted's story is fairly simple. Sometime after FNaF 6, someone buys Fazbear Entertainment, and in order to get people to forget about the tragedies at Freddy's, pays a quote-unquote rogue indie game dev to make video games out of them in order to promote the brand and make light of the company's crimes. So yes, there's an in-universe series of FNaF games very similar to ours, but that doesn't mean the first 6 games aren't canon. It just means that the in-universe public thinks the stuff in those games didn't actually happen. Those original games are 100% canon and relevant to the story. It's just that we have similar games inside the timeline that help explain how the company came back from the ashes. Literally. Anyway, part of this revival scheme is the Freddy Fazbear Virtual Experience. This is a combination of minigames intended to be pushed out to the public, but is still in beta testing when we, the player, experience it, as they make extra.
I'm realizing it's hard to do commentary on a video that's mostly just kind of like, I mostly agree with like pretty much everything he's saying.
Yeah.
I think the most major thing he said that I don't agree with is just Golden Freddy being the one you should not have killed. But like most people do believe that. So.
Wait, who do you think is?
Oh, I still think it's Andrew. So.
Oh, poo.
I made a whole video on it, so. But yeah, that's literally all. Like, there might have been like some small things here and there, but like I didn't nothing that was like really that noticeable that I disagree with. You know, like most of this I just agree with. So we'll keep watching. I'm not saying we'll stop. I'm just saying like it's hard to actually do commentary for this.
Clear.
You acknowledge that Fazbear Entertainment is not responsible for accidental digital consciousness transference, real-world manifestations of digital characters, nightmares, night terrors, night sweats.
Throughout the game, you notice several odd glitches like the appearance of a weird digital bunny mascot, Glitchtrap. Listening to the hidden tapes scattered across the game reveals the truth of what this character is. Fazbear ordered the dev team to scan some old circuit boards into the VR game, and after that event, the bunny started appearing in-game. Tape Girl, the character recording these tapes, figures out a plan to trap Glitchtrap inside a locked-off section of the game, but no matter what you do, Glitchtrap is victorious in every ending of Help Wanted, taking over the player and ending the virtual experience. Next up, FNaF 8. Oh, never mind. It's dead. Next up, Security Breach, the best FNaF game of all time, infamously known for never having a single bug and also sporting an absolutely seamless and totally sensical story throughout. Security Breach is still in the process of being solved.
Maybe we'll disagree with this part at least a little bit. We'll see.
Scott Coffin himself said he didn't communicate the story of the game to Steelwool, which means stuff like Burn Trap, the Blob, the Sticky Note Room, etc. aren't accurate to his original vision. But
well,
that's fine.
I wouldn't go that far.
We can get into the basic story of the game and cover everything
we don't know what's
important in
accurate
the
or not.
story. In Security Breach, we play as Gregory, a kid trapped inside the Mega Pizzaplex, Fazbear Entertainment's latest and greatest location. Gregory's task is simple: escape. But why is everything after him? Who's controlling Vanessa and or Vanny? And why are the animatronics hostile? The answer is simple: Glitchtrap. Vanessa is the player character from Help Wanted. That game's DLC, Curse of Dreadbear, shows us a tape of Vanessa's voice, and her mask is hidden inside one of the levels. After playing the VR game, she became possessed by the Glitchtrap virus, and the animatronics in the Pizzaplex are also being controlled by the AI, as it made its way into the mall. The Pizzaplex is built on top of the ruins of the FNaF 6 location, meaning Gregory can go underground to explore the remains of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza Place, and this is how you get the Burn Trap ending. Which, by the way, isn't actually the canon ending of Security Breach. Security Breach has tons of endings, the biggest number in any FNaF game, in fact.
Oh great, it's a non-skippable ad. Woo!
And it's 15 seconds
Skippable
long.
ads!
Evil woman.
Evil adpocalypse.
I'm going to be hitting those dishes. Both those pictures I have.
What's happening?
Sorry, that was my dad.
Yeah, I know.
Security Breach has tons of endings, the biggest number in any FNaF game, in fact. But the most important one is by far the 3-star ending: Princess Quest. If Gregory plays through all 3 hidden Princess Quest arcades scattered throughout the Pizzaplex, he frees Vanessa from Vanny and the influence of Glitchtrap, and they escape the Pizzaplex. After Ruben, it's become pretty clear that this is a canon ending. Burn Trap is ancient history now, and probably won't make a major appearance ever again, due to not matching Scott's original vision for Security Breach. So, while the game has a lot of weird little lore details, the main story is that as Glitchtrap spread its influence, it took over the Pizzaplex and some of the people related to it. Gregory manages to break out of its control and free Vanessa, leading to a happy ending.
You're gonna
You might
say
think
that
the next
out
installment
loud?
we have to cover
I
is
didn't
Ruin,
hear it, so you're
but
good.
we're actually gonna go
Good,
with 12
thank goodness.
related to it. Gregory manages to break out of its control and free Vanessa, leading to a happy ending. You might think the next installment we have to cover is Ruin, but we're actually gonna go with Help Wanted 2. Ruin and Help Wanted 2 released just mere months apart, and it's honestly a lot simpler to cover the VR game first, because it's chronologically first in the timeline. I know, it's an exception to the rule we've had over the course of the video, but trust me, it'll make things a lot simpler. After the events of Security Breach, the Pizzaplex is hit by a massive earthquake, causing it to cave in. This sets up the event of the Ruin DLC, but it's not time for that to happen yet. First, a new character must step in. Oh yeah, we don't actually know his name. Well, we might. Back in Help Wanted, the tapes we
Go, what's going on?
He's talking to squirrels. So sleep.
Hold on.
Okay. Should I wait or? Oh, you muted too. Alright.
Okay, sorry about that.
You good?
I'm just eating. I don't want that to pick up on the mic.
Oh, okay.
I might.
First in the timeline. I know, it's an exception to the rule we've had over the course of the video, but trust me, it'll make things a lot simpler. After the events of Security Breach, the Pizzaplex is hit by a massive earthquake, causing it to cave in. This sets up the event of
Corkello, you're echoing again.
Oh, probably my parents. Okay, it should be fine.
Okay.
The Pizzaplex is hit by a massive earthquake, causing it to cave in. This sets up the event of the Ruin DLC, but it's not time for that to happen yet. First, a new...
It is not fixed, it is still going.
I have my input down too. All the way down. Do I need to put it up or something? Echo cancellation is supposed to be on. What the hell? I don't know. I'll just mute myself for now unless you have something to discuss.
Alright, well if you have anything to say, just unmute and then mute again if you want.
An exception to the rule we've had over the course of the video, but trust me, it'll make things a lot simpler. After the events of Security Breach, the Pizzaplex is hit by a massive earthquake, causing it to cave in. This sets up the event of the Ruin DLC, but it's not time for that to happen yet. First, a new character must step in. Oh yeah, we don't actually know his name. Well, we might. Back in Help Wanted, the tapes we collect reveal that Glitchtrap tried possessing an employee called Jeremy, who ended up removing the Vanny mask he was using, alongside parts of his face, with a guillotine paper slicer. The player character from Help Wanted 2 is likely the father of Cassie, the protagonist of Ruin, and also Jeremy from Help Wanted 1. But now, let's focus on what Help Wanted 2 tells us, which isn't a lot, actually. Help Wanted 2 is all about letting go. Throughout the game, the protagonist is slowly losing their mind, but is also helping the memories of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza be forgotten, by laying the memory of William Afton's victims to rest. The game has two endings, one you get for not fulfilling the secret storyline, and one if you free all the souls by collecting their respective memory dolls. But here's the interesting part. If you light the torches above the memory dolls in a specific order, a secret door opens up, revealing a Bonnie mask. The Bonnie mask from the bite of 83 all the way back in FNaF 4. The player character recognizes it too, noting that it looks familiar upon seeing it. We're playing as the Bonnie Bully, going back to Fazbear Entertainment to either atone for his childhood mistake, as he was directly involved with getting the crying child bit, or to do his best to forget his trauma. And so, Help Wanted 2 inevitably ends with the protagonist trapped in the virtual world, most likely ending up in a certain character from the Ruin DLC. So now, time for Ruin. Ruin is a very linear game, and thus not complicated. We play as Cassie, looking for her friend Gregory under the ruins of the Pizzaplex. Cassie's dad went missing a while ago when he went looking for something in the location, but never came back. Eventually, Cassie finds a staff bot who hands her a Vanny mask, enabling her to access the virtually augmented neural network integration. Basically, Cassie can use the cameras, tech, and more hidden in the Pizzaplex. Gregory tells her to deactivate the nodes scattered across the locations to free him, but when Cassie makes her way to hidden tunnels under the mall, she doesn't find Gregory. Instead, she finds a murderous animatronic known only as the Mimic. The Mimic feels like a completely random addition, and I'd be lying if I denied that it kind of is. But the next FNaF game after Ruin will help make it click. I can't say anything definitive about Ruin's ending, because so far it's the latest installment in the franchise chronologically. So on that note, it's time to end it all at the very beginning. secret of the Mimic. First off, let me just say this game has the best lore and storytelling of any FNAF game. It all clicks, it's meaningful, and it's actually well explained. Basically, the game is set in 1979 at Murray's Costume Manor. This is the very beginning of the timeline, so Fazbear Entertainment, while a fairly major company, is nowhere as big as it'll get in the future. Murray's Costume Manor and Fazbear Entertainment are partner companies. William Afton and Henry have already met at this point, and Fredbear's Family Diner, the first location, has been open for quite a while. Overall, it's all going good for the companies, until the owner of Murray's Costume Manor, Edwin Murray Sr., unexpectedly dies. His son, Edwin Murray Jr., has to frantically take over the company. Edwin was an inventor married to a puppeteer called Fiona, with a son named David. Edwin's inventions never took off like he hoped they would, but a job with Fazbear Entertainment to conceptualize a new location called Freddy Fazbear's Pizza was exactly what he needed, so he develops a prototype location to show to the Fazbear founders. But there's a problem. Edwin's wife Fiona and son David ended up dying during his work on the Fazbear project, and to cope, he remade them using Mimic, a shape-shifting endoskeleton he built for babysitting David. He uses Mimic to copy Fiona, and the new strand of code, M1, begs him to do the same for David, but Edwin is overwhelmed. While Henry is busy tampering with change orders, William is slowly stealing employees from the business, essentially tearing it apart from the inside. Edwin lashes out against the Mimic, now imbued with the memories of David, moves the M1 program to a new central server deep underground, and goes into hiding, but Mimic catches up with him. Thanks to him, it's learned violence. So the endoskeleton likely finishes off Edwin before returning to the factory, brutally dismembering any Fazbear employee trying to capture it. However, Arnold, the player character of the game, manages to grab its schematics, learn the truth about it, and escape. But on his way to Fazbear Entertainment headquarters, the Mimic catches up to him, steals the schematics, and leaves Arnold to die. M1, the code imitating Edwin's wife Fiona, actually reappears in Ruin. When Cassie deactivates the nodes I brought up earlier, she's stalked by a digital entity called Mexes, which she is forced to destroy at the end of the game. Well, Mexes is actually M1, trying to prevent the Mimic from escaping the Pizzaplex's underground. Just like Ruin, for this game, we suffer from not knowing the full story, so we need to wait for the next installment for more info. If you want to know more about the in-depth story of Secret of the Mimic, I recommend you watch my video on the subject after this one. So, with that, we've successfully gone over every single FNAF game. And honestly, it wasn't that bad, right?
You didn't talk about
the timeline
FNAF
is pretty
World.
simple. First, Secret of the Mimic,
Did he?
then the
Oh.
FNAF 4 minigames in 1983.
We don't talk about
a child
FNAF
gets
World.
bit around the same time.
We
as
do need
Billy
to talk
kills
about
Charlotte.
FNAF World.
Eventually, Babies opens and Elizabeth dies. Then William kills the 5 missing kids. Then FNAF 2 happens, FNAF 1, Sister Location, FNAF 3, FNAF 6, Help Wanted, Security Breach, Help Wanted 2, and finally, Ruin. There's absolutely a lot more intricacies to this. There's a lot of details that just can't be included for a shorter video like this one. But if you want to know more, I highly recommend playing the games for yourself and engaging in more theory content. The original games are fairly cheap and can run on literally anything, and they're a great way to get involved with the story. I think playing the games myself a while back was a great way to understand their respective stories better. Anyway, I hope you now understand that the FNAF lore really isn't complicated, at least not as complicated as some people make it out to be. The story is kind of intricate, yes, but the basic plot isn't all that bad. Anyway, I'll leave it at that. I've rambled about the bear game for a while now. I hope you enjoyed the video, and if you do, please consider liking and subscribing.
Funny bear
As always, stay safe, and keep on theorizing.
Alright, well, I think I agreed with almost all of that.
Yeah.
Besides Ultimate Custom Night, I don't think there's really anything that, like, major that I actually disagreed with. That was a very good video. So you guys ready to watch the Enard one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can't wait to hear about Human Corpse robot.
Before that, I think I'm gonna go to the bathroom one more time. I drank a lot of water.
All in.
What?
Polls in the chat, guys. How many times does Evan need to go to the bathroom?
Shut
This is
the
the second
fuck
time. Let's
up.
see, can you get a third?
Yeah.
A third?
Evan piss counter.
Let's not. I don't think we need to count that. I had an entire can of FNAF Fanta, and I had an entire water bottle. So.
Okay, first of all, like.
Because that makes a lot of logical sense.
Why wouldn't that make logical sense? What doesn't make logical sense about that?
Fanta water.
I didn't drink them together. I didn't
Exactly.
pour one into the other, like...
I'm pouring Windex.
What?
Don't ask.
What are you waffling about?
I have my mind in elsewhere. Don't worry about it.
In elsewhere. Alright. I will be back.
Oh, god damn it.
I'll be back. You guys can talk to chat, or you can stay silent if you'd like.
So then, Jack, what is it that you have in questions? Oh, god damn it, the echo is still going. All I have to say is sound wave
If Evan's friends are
superior.
seeing this, it's actually a joke I have for Evan. I call him a piss boy for how many times he makes bathroom breaks. No, literally, he's always going piss. It's actually kind of crazy.
Sound wave superior.
Like, I did not know somebody could
Autobots
mention that.
inferior. Oh, it's still acting up. Oh, hold on. Oh, not my favorite. It's a little bit better. Ah, yes. So much better. So, Ollie, what's chat saying?
Huh?
What is chat saying?
They're talking. Fred Boyos is saying how he calls Evan piss boy.
Oh, that one. It's not recent then.
I think that we should just spam the chat with piss boy when he comes back. It's just all piss boy.
Boy, sounds like something you would do in a football game.
Piss boy, piss boy.
It sounds like a horrible song, too. Made by Diddy. Yes, I said that. Don't
What is
ask
this
me.
Diddy blood doing on my calculator? Everyone's gonna be traumatized. Good.
This is what we have to do for content. And I am all for it.
Star screenplay? Ooh.
There's no one who can stop me. I have taken over the channel, and you won't stop me, Megatron.
He just does that sometimes, guys. Don't worry.
So get used to it. After all, I am the true leader of this group chat.
You are nothing but a primitive worm, Starscream.
Silence!
You both need to go home. You all are nothing more than incompetent fools. Maybe I should blast you into oblivion, Starscream.
Yes, you, that traitorous scum, to oblivion.
What is your command, Megatron? I am Shockwave. I am your scientist. Anyway.
What happened while I was gone?
Krakoa was switching between his alter egos.
My alter egos.
That checks out.
And then Fred Boyle was saying that he called you Piss Boy.
Oh yeah, he does do that.
Piss Boy, Piss Boy.
That's not an invitation for you to call me that, you know.
Piss Boy, Piss Boy, Piss Boy.
Fuck up. Anyway. Alright, you guys ready to watch the Michael Afton Enard FNAF 3 guard video?
No one can defeat me as the leader of the Decepticons.
I will defeat you. I will stop you from doing these voices so we can watch this video.
Alright.
Okay.
Get him.
We're not Michael Afton, we're Enard, FNAF Theory. This is by Shizue, I think, right? Yeah.
Oh yeah, I've heard of him a little bit.
And this is a 14-minute and 45-second long video. And for the record, there's 2 of them. There's another one that's 13 minutes. So we're gonna watch this one first, and then we're gonna watch the next one after that. So let's go.
Oh hell no!
Well, let's see if any of us are convinced by this. I've been thinking about the idea like recently, so like I'm actually interested to see like what the evidence is that he uses at least. So let's go.
Placing the events of the Five Nights at Freddy's timeline onto a timeline is relatively simple. I mean, the games pretty much explain every single detail inside of the story and how to specifically plot them just based off of details that are established in those games. FNAF 2 is undeniably a prequel to the original Five Nights at Freddy's 1 game, just based off of details that we were told in the original game and little details mentioned throughout Five Nights at Freddy's 2. We also know that Five Nights at Freddy's 3 is a sequel
I'm noticing
to the
he's
original
intentionally
Five Nights at
omitting
Freddy's 1. FNAF 4 is a bit more
sister
unique
location.
since it is shown to be a sequel to Five Nights at Freddy's 1, however it does seem to be a prequel to the events of Five Nights at Freddy's 3, as well as being a prequel to Five Nights at Freddy's 2 via the mini-game sections. FNAF 6 is obviously a sequel to FNAF 3 with its presence of Springtrap, with UCN as a prologue to that story, and the modern timeline is as well pretty easy to understand, with Help Wanted being the very first game in the time.
Oh, Sandwich Man, hello. Huh?
Hello. I have arrived.
Hello.
Keep in mind that I just woke up like 10 minutes ago, so I sound dead.
Fair enough.
You're not the only one that sounded dead when they went on.
Right now we're watching Shizue's video on the FNAF 3 player being Enard.
Why?
Because
Wait, hold on.
Because
Okay.
I'm interested. We just started, so you haven't really missed anything. He's just like talking about the order of events, basically, right now.
Oh yeah. I mean, did they announce? They already announced what the crazy news stuff was, and it was like something they literally already told us.
Yeah, it was something that was already announced. So like, I don't know why they treated it like such a big deal.
Like, oh, guys.
Especially,
they're like, oh guys, there's something you guys want to see. Ooh, this is gonna be so cool. And then it was something already new.
No, the thing is, they not only was it something that we already knew, but it was something that like, it happens. They decided to do this, and like hype up that they're gonna do this on the anniversary of Help Wanted 2. So like, it seems like something big is gonna be on that day, like something related to Help Wanted 2. Nope, nothing at all. And then also, I don't know why they didn't just do it yesterday, because it was the Secret of the Mimic anniversary anyway. So why didn't they just announce it on the anniversary?
Yeah, there you go.
Like, I feel like they shouldn't have just like hyped it up for the next day when the next day was a different anniversary, right? Did they even post anything for the anniversary today or no?
Probably not.
I don't think they did.
I saw on Instagram that Steel Wool Studios posted, "Come get Secret of the Mimic on Xbox on December 16th."
Yeah. I don't know. I just don't. I feel like they shouldn't.
Which I'm like, all right then.
Yeah. I didn't. I had a feeling something like that would happen. Like it wouldn't be that big, but like I was hoping.
Well, I mean, I expected it to be maybe a little bigger.
Yeah, I was hoping it.
You know,
I thought it would be like.
You know what?
I thought it would be a sequel to the Mimic VR announcement, but nope.
Yeah,
it was
no,
just,
it is what it is.
It was just
Okay,
Xbox
I'm gonna get ready for the day because I literally just woke up.
Okay.
And I'll join call in like a couple, like 20 minutes or so.
Okay, well, we're just gonna watch this video while you're on.
Have fun.
Okay, see ya.
Sections. FNaF 6 is obviously a sequel to FNaF 3 with its presence of Springtrap, with UCN as a prologue to that story, and the modern timeline is, as well, pretty easy to understand, with Help Wanted being the very first game in the timeline, leading into AR,
Why is
which
FNaF
then
World
leads into
that
Security
late?
Breach, which takes place at the same time as Help Wanted 2, and Ruin is a sequel to both Help Wanted
Where's
2 and
sister
Security
location?
Breach.
I'm blind.
Secret of the Mimic, the
It's
most
intended
recent
to be
game, is a prologue
that.
to the
It's
entire
intended
Five Nights
not
at
to be
Freddy's
there.
series, and kind of wraps everything up in a neat
Because
bow
they're gonna
before
bring
it goes
that
into
up
the
as,
final
like, an
conclusion
important
of the
point.
series within whatever this last game will end up being. However, there's one game that I can't confidently place in the timeline.
Dairy milk. Oh yeah.
Dairy milk is
Dairy
the
milk.
perfect timeline thing.
That being Sister Location. Now, for the longest time, Sister Location has jumped back and forth between where I want to place it inside of the timeline, but let's actually look at the facts. Five Nights at Freddy's 6 shows the aftermath of the Enard from Sister Location, showing it ripped apart into the Molten Freddy character and Baby, meaning it can't take place after the events of Five Nights at Freddy's 6. And the story of Five Nights at Freddy's 6 seems to suggest, via the Henry speech, Kenny Cadet speech, the Help Wanted furnace inside of Dark Mode, all of these double down on the idea that the Funtime animatronics in Sister Location contain the souls of the FNaF 1 animatronics, which
Yes.
means the game has to take place after the events of FNaF 1. To double down, the animatronics are taken apart and the Fazbear Frights team can't find them when they go into Freddy's. The only way that this is plausible is if those animatronics were taken from the FNaF 1 location to the Circus Babies Entertainment and Rentals bunker and melted down into the Funtime animatronics, which tells us that this event must take place after the events of Follow Me, but before the events of FNaF 6. The reason why this is weird is because we already know an event that takes place during these two times, that being the gameplay section of Five Nights at Freddy's 3, and so it left us in a difficult spot of whether or not we wanted to place Sister Location before, after, or at the exact same time as Five Nights at Freddy's 3. To do some research into this idea, I went back to the original interview with Daco. Inside of that interview, Scott would reveal that while making 2 and 3, he saw those 3 games as a trilogy. Despite this, Scott will go on record on Steam and multiple other places to refer to only 2 games as the ending of the Five Nights at Freddy's series prior to FNaF 6, that being Five Nights at Freddy's 4 and Sister Location. When Five Nights at Freddy's 4 was made, it existed as both a prequel to the series, going back to 1983, despite the player in the modern day, Mike Schmidt, experiencing this kid's nightmares. Around the same time, a theory had been going around that suggested that we had been playing as Mike in every single game. This was the result of FNaF 1 mentioning the player being fired for tampering with the animatronics, the exact same excuse that's used for Fritz Smith in the second game. So then come to Five Nights at Freddy's 3, where we're introduced to a character who has no introduction, no name, nothing, and the player is directly responsible for helping the children inside of the location move on. Then we get the additional context of Five Nights at Freddy's 4, setting up an older brother who's responsible for the death of a kid associated with Golden Freddy and all the FNaF 1 characters. It seems like this Mike Schmidt is the player that we're playing as in all 4 of these games, with the story being that his younger brother's death was what motivated him to go and try and help the children. However, the weird thing is that Five Nights at Freddy's 4 doesn't actually end the story. Rather, it just builds upon little pieces of the series and tries to give them more explanation, as it never actually gives us a conclusion with inside of this game alone. We never see what happens to our protagonist, or what happens to the antagonist of this game. The only game that actually gives us a resolution as to what happens to characters inside of the game would be that of Five Nights at Freddy's 3, which distinctly shows the children move on in Springtrap, showing that he was going to return another day. While, from a story structure standpoint, it is possible for a villain to get away to set up that, hey, this universe still exists and its potential to bring back the story. having it to where the protagonists are never actually given a conclusion to their story leaves the story open-ended and implies that the story is not complete, simply suggesting that while the antagonist will continue his run and go on to live other lives, the protagonist that we've been following this entire time has finally come to the conclusion of their story, and FNaF 3 is the only game here that actually fits that conclusion, so it would naturally make the most sense that Five Nights at Freddy's 4, its gameplay section of Michael re-experiencing these nightmares, has to take place before the events of FNaF 3 if Michael is to be our FNaF 3 protagonist. That's simply just what makes the most sense considering the plot relevance of Five Nights at Freddy's 4. So with that sort of concept, we then look at Sister Location and determine whether or not it gave a conclusion to its protagonists. And the answer is, once again, it doesn't. Instead, the story of Sister Location centers around a character, once again, named Mike, presumably the same Mike we've been following for all of the other games, and this character goes into the Circus Baby's entertainment and rentals location and is tricked and eventually scooped by the Enard. However, after the Enard goes on to pilot his body, all we just get is a little cutscene showing that, hey, now Enard's in control, and that was the ending of Sister Location. That's not a fitting conclusion to our protagonist, as that story's never actually expanded upon. This means that the Enard is now out there without any actual story to continue. This doesn't work if Scott considered FNaF 4 and Sister Location to be endings of the series. It makes far more sense that FNaF 3, the game that distinctly shows the missing children who have been the important character throughout this entire series so far, actually get a resolution. It also is the best place for Mike to go up against the big bad of the entire series so far, that being the killer. It is the perfect conclusion, both with FNaF 4 and FNaF 5 in mind. However, this is not the only conclusion of Sister Location that would ever come out, as a second variation would also end up coming out, with the release of the Custom Night DLC. In this DLC, we actually do get a bit more information as to what happened to Michael after the events of Sister Location. However, inside of these minigames, we're shown that Michael still looked the exact same that he did inside of the original ending of Sister Location, where he just looked like a normal person with the Enard piloting him. This seems to differ from the original ending by going on to show Michael slowly start to decay before the Enard is released from outside of his body and allows them to build the setup for Five Nights at Freddy's 6. While this seems to all be building up for a sixth game, it doesn't break our sequence. Rather, it gives a little bit of explanation for the gameplay we've been seeing. If you count, there is a total of 7 minigame cutscenes with an extra after beating the Golden Freddy mode. These 7 variants, they line up perfectly with the schedule of the Fright Guard during the events of Five Nights at Freddy's 3.
Man, I'm invested. I
credit
don't want the ad right now.
See it out.
I want oysters.
Mind you,
Rewind a little bit. Are you kidding me? I just wanted to rewind a little bit.
What's happening? No rewind for you.
After beating the Golden Freddy mode. These 7 variants, they line up perfectly with the schedule of the Fright Guard during the events of Five Nights at Freddy's 3. Mind you, when you first load up Five Nights at Freddy's 3 and you hear the phone call, we're told distinctly that Mike is being welcomed back for another night, suggesting he had to have at least worked one night at Fazbear's Fright prior to this event, that being before the weekend. We would have a theoretical Night 0 that the player never actually got to experience, but Michael did. At this point, Michael still looked like a normal person, just with the Enard controlling him. We then have, obviously, the gameplay nights throughout Five Nights at Freddy's 3, in which we play a total of 6 nights. However, we're shown that after the 6th night, the game ends, showing us that Fazbear's Fright was actually burned down, which lines up exactly 1-to-1 with what's shown in the Sister Location cutscenes, as the 8th cutscene inside of this series of cutscenes distinctly shows Fazbear's Fright burned to the ground with Springtrap rising from the ashes. It lines up 1-to-1. If you're a little confused about how I'm actually structured,
see, this is what I've actually been thinking of recently, like why I started to think of the theory. Because I heard that this theory was a thing, and at first I was like, I don't know why that would exist, but I didn't hear like the evidence for it, right? And then recently, like, I started thinking about it more, and like this is what led me to actually think like maybe it could be a possibility. So that's why I wanted to watch these videos, because I wanted to see like why people were believing it. So
well, there's also something else that's a little bit off on it, and it's because that would mean that Circus Baby's Entertainment and Rentals has been going on for so long.
It would, yeah.
So, and I thought they were basically saying that even though Circus Baby's was open for one day, does that mean that someone else was taking over Circus Baby's Entertainment and Rentals, not knowing that there are killer animatronics?
Maybe considering the story room for one more, but also it could just be that maybe the rental service actually shut down a long time ago, and when Hand Unit like talks about how they're rented out for private parties, he's talking about what used to happen, but in reality right now everything is just done.
Yeah, that's
I think that's
a little bit off.
Yes, me. It is a little weird, but like it could very well be true. That's not like a piece of evidence or anything, because like it's nothing definitive about that, but like it's possible.
Well, also, how long does this is why I was joking about body decomposition.
I don't know exactly how long it takes, but like I feel like
I think it's supposed to take like within a month to fully decompose or whatever.
Probably, but also I think part of the reason why Afton like turns purple is because like outside of just decaying, I think he's also like Enard's inside his body and like pushing all like his like what remains of like his organs and his blood up against like his skin. So I think while he is like decaying, I think the purple part is not decay. I think that's more like bruising in a way.
That's a lot of bruise.
Well, yeah, but I mean, it's literally something inside his body, pushing everything inside his body up against his skin, so.
Okay, I guess.
Yeah, again, that's not definitive. I just think like it's a possibility. But, anyway.
Up 1-to-1. If you're a little confused about how I'm actually structuring these, essentially start with this theoretical night 0 that we're told about from the very first phone call, then place the first minigame to take place distinctly after it. This explains the building that Michael was actually walking away from during the day. This wasn't his house, this wasn't the original Freddy's location, this wasn't Sister location. This is Fazbear's Fright that he's leaving from, with this as the very first day and then the very first minigame. Then we have Night 1 of Five Nights at Freddy's 3, leading into the second minigame, and so on. Once you've gotten to the 7th minigame, Michael is shown to throw the Enard up from inside of him. This is after Night 6 has already been completed, which means the next time that Michael goes to Fazbear's Fright, it's not to work another night, it's to burn the building down with Springtrap inside, matching up exactly with why we never experience a 7th night, and why it takes Michael so long to burn the building down. He didn't have control over his body. The Enard.
Huh? Yeah.
So, it's basically, so when you complete Night 6, it says it burns to the ground that, I think that specific day or whatever.
Yeah, I think so.
So that can't happen unless it's, because it's not the next day, it has to happen that, like, immediately after Night 6.
I mean, technically, I don't think it actually says that it happens that day. It's just implied by the newspaper being there after that day.
Oh, yeah.
But also in FNaF VR, the fire also happens on Night 5 instead, so it's like, it's kind of inconsistent with when it takes place.
Oh, yeah, that is true. Like, it's considered Night 6, but it's like a nightmare mode. Yeah, I mean...
Yeah.
I guess, yeah.
Yeah.
Still off, though.
A little bit.
Did. So, in the original timeline, rather than having the build-up to Five Nights at Freddy's 6, essentially Michael with Enard inside of him, along with the context of Five Nights at Freddy's 6, suggesting that Enard is made up of the missing children, this would mean that Michael, with the missing kids inside of his body via Enard, would go to the Five Nights at Freddy's 3 location, and due to their consciousness being connected, due to them sharing a body, this would explain how he's able to put the children back together in this variation of the timeline.
Okay, that
timeline.
makes sense.
However, we know that that's not what ends up happening, as the build-up for Five Nights at Freddy's 6 shows that the kids clearly didn't actually move on during FNAF 3. After all, we were given two endings, that being the good and bad ending. And while I'm positive that during the development of FNAF 4 and Sister Location, Scott had intended for the good ending to be the canon ending, due to the response of how the lore was after the events of FNAF 4 and Sister Location, Scott chose to choose the bad ending route instead to give him more leeway to create a sixth game to reintroduce the missing children and where they have been this entire time. I believe everything within inside of that DLC was setting up Five Nights at Freddy's 6, which explains why Michael is distinctly saying that he's going to come find his father after the fire has already occurred. These events were happening in tandem with each other, in which, after burning down the building, he promises to come and find his father who he eventually ends up meeting again during FNAF 6. This would also make a lot more sense considering Michael's speech, as going back to it and using this purely as example and not hard canon, we would start with week 1, in which both William and Michael are completely normal. William goes to Michael, says, "Hey, I need you to go to Circus Baby's Entertainment and Rentals while I'm working on a project," leading William to then go to Freddy Fazbear's Pizza and ends up doing Follow Me. This allows him to take the souls that are inside of the FNAF 1 animatronics and get them melted down into the Funtime animatronics just before Michael's shift. Then he goes back to Freddy's, gets spring-locked, setting up the events of Five Nights at Freddy's 3, leading us into week 2, which would be Michael going to Circus Baby's Entertainment and Rentals after William had already been killed and after the souls had already been gathered, explaining why all of the machines are already possessed at this point. We then have the entire gameplay of Sister Location, which ends with Michael getting scooped and setting up week 3, where in week 3, Michael has been going to Fazbear's Fright while having the Enard controlling him. Due to the fight between Circus Baby and the MCI, Michael ends up puking out the Enard, and it gives him the ability to then go on to burn down the FNAF 3 building. This is a perfect explanation of that timeline of events and why all of these things are so intertwined with each other. And this also means that by definition, Enard is technically the Fright Guard during the events of FNAF 3.
Okay.
But that's just a theory. I hope you guys all enjoyed. This was a concept that I've been sitting on for a while because I didn't exactly know whether or not I'd be confident enough to release it, because I know that people aren't going to very much enjoy it because they're going to think it sounds stupid, so it must be stupid, and I understand their thought process with that. However, I think ultimately this was the way that the narrative was trying to write Enard into importance and trying to explain when Sister Location takes place. If you actually go back and play the games with inside of that sequential order, I feel like they will make perfect sense to you. And when you're done, come back and let me know if the story made a lot more sense the way that I've presented it here after going back and actually playing the games in that order. With that being said, I'll see you all again soon. By the time I'm recording this, I'm actually going to be doing a T-Dreads live stream tomorrow. Probably not for your guys' time, but for my time. And I'll see you guys then. Until next time, mata ne.
Alright. Let's watch the other one now.
This is Kathy. Here comes Adam and Alex closing in. They didn't just start businesses,
Adam and
they
Eve?
changed.
Huh?
Nothing.
Okay.
I was just making a joke.
Great. 2 15-second unskippable ads. We love that.
Adpocalypse at its finest.
Adpocalypse. Is Sandwich Man gonna get back by the time we? You think he'll be back in a little bit? Should we wait
He's
for
on the
him?
call.
He is, yeah. Oh, hey, you're here. Yeah, I can't hear you.
You can't hear me.
Hello.
The hell is this video?
What is he watching?
Okay, bro. You guys are just gaslighting me, are you?
No.
Yeah, gaslighting.
I could hear that.
I like lighting.
What? Hold on.
Oh.
Oh dear.
What's going on? We don't know.
Okay,
Child
guys,
at heart.
you guys can hear me now, right?
Yeah.
Okay, you want to know the reason why I was so confused is because I literally heard the talk because I had opened your stream for some reason. I did have it muted, so I thought that you were talking to me based off of the audio I heard on your stream.
Oh.
Wow.
How's it going? He wants to hear Ultra Mega Serial ASMR.
Oh god, no.
I'm okay.
I don't need that ear stuff.
So did you see that whole video that we just watched, or?
I literally saw none of it. But hey, we could watch the other one.
You saw none of it?
The FNaF replayer is Michael Aft, or not? No. Is Enard?
Yeah. You didn't watch it?
Unfortunately, I did not.
Okay, so basically the idea is that if you look at it from a narrative perspective, Sister Location originally, or at some point, was meant to be the final FNaF game, which I don't remember it being, but apparently. I think Scott did say that in the interview or whatever, like that it was going to be the end, and then he wanted to expand on the story in FNaF 6 or whatever, but...
Why would it be the end?
I don't remember, but I think basically his idea was that since Sister Location was at one point or another meant to be the end, it makes no sense that Enard would escape with our body, and then that would be the ending for the series, because that would go nowhere, right? So it makes sense that would have to have taken place at another point in the timeline, so that FNaF 3 can be the ending, because it's the only game it's the game at the end of the timeline that like wraps everything up, right? Besides FNaF 6, obviously. So,
We're just gonna leave Michael dead.
But FNaF 6 isn't out. So basically, his idea is that the Sister Location custom night cutscenes, each one takes place after a night of FNaF 3. So, like, that's where he's walking away from. He's walking away from Fazbear's Fright. So, apparently Mike had worked at least one night, so that would be like night 0. And then there's 6 nights, so that would be 7 nights, and there's 7 cutscenes of him walking away from a building, right? And then the 8th one is him talking to his father after the fire, and in FNaF 3, after night 6, the building burns down. So his idea is that Sister Location happens, and then FNaF 3 is immediately after. Night 0 happens, and then each of the 6 nights happens, and then he burns down the location. And then he talks to his... like, he spits out Enard, then he burns down the location, and then he talks to his father after that. And so when he says, I'm gonna come find you, he's talking about in FNaF 6. And then Enard being in Michael's body during the events of FNaF 3 gives, like, a reason for Michael to be able to interact with, like, the pieces of Happiest Day.
Here's the thing, that doesn't make the player Enard, though.
Well, it means that Enard is controlling Michael at the time, because during those Sister Location cutscenes, Enard is in Michael's body controlling him.
Okay, so just to be clear, when he says, I'm going to come find you, is that after Fazbear's Fright burns?
That's after it burns, and after he already spits out Enard.
Okay, so what's his motive in 3?
I don't really know. I think it's literally just that Enard is there. I don't know why. Maybe it's because, maybe it's because they're going after their killer or something.
It doesn't make much sense for him to be there if he has no motive. Basically, okay, going after the killer, I guess there could be a motive.
Yeah.
But here's something very interesting that I want to notice about like the narrative that it's Michael is like in the first phone call, how I'm gonna start calling him Ethan because of the movie.
What?
Ethan.
What, the phone dude?
Yep.
Okay.
Ethan says that, hey, glad you came back. I promise it'll be a lot more interesting this time, implying that Mike probably looked at the building, or did some investigations, like, hey, is my dad here and stuff like that. And then no, the answer was no, so he left. But then phone dude called him back and said, hey, it's gonna be interesting, so he comes back.
Well, he says, hey man, I'm glad you came back for another night, meaning he worked there for at least one night.
Yes, and then he left because there was nothing about his father.
Probably. But like, it
Enard-
could just be like, it might not
saying
even be that he
Enard,
left. It might just be like he got the job and he was just like, I don't know if I'll stay here. I just want to check it out. So then phone dude is like, okay, well you came back the next night. I'm glad you did, or whatever. Could be that. Like he doesn't necessarily have to have quit immediately. He could have just been considering quitting.
I want to point out, why is Libra in the chat and not the voice chat? He says,
I don't know.
Ethan, dude.
Ethan, dude. Libra, you want to join the call? You said you would join it yesterday, and then you haven't today. So
Evil Libra.
Yippee-ki-yay! What did I just say? I just said no. I don't know what I'm trying to say.
Okay, cool. I get the gist of the idea. I definitely disagree with it, but that's interesting.
I personally, I disagree with it, but I don't. But like, I'm not completely closed off from the idea. Like, I think it's an interesting idea, and I think it's an interesting idea, and I think there might be more evidence that might be able to convince me. As of now, I remain unconvinced, but maybe this video will convince me, or maybe if I just do more thinking about it, maybe that'll convince me. Like, I'm open to it.
I'll say that.
I'm open to it, but I don't agree with it yet.
Okay. Yeah, no, I think it's fun, but I don't know.
Libra says he shall join.
I try to think from like, was it intended? And I would say probably not.
Well, by FNaF 3, obviously not. But I think by FNaF 3, it was planned that Mike was the player. Like that Mike Schmidt, Fritz Smith are the same character, that they're both the player of FNaF 3.
Yeah.
I think that was planned 100%. I think, and it wouldn't really be a retcon, because it would just be like adding to the story, because it would still be Mike being the player.
Yeah. It's development.
Yeah, so like I don't think it was planned that like Enard himself was the player of FNaF 3, but I think it might have been just like, it was still planned that Mike was the player, and it would have just been like he like Scott added to the story of that.
Okay. Yeah, that's I get that.
Okay.
All right. Wait, so what's this argument in the next?
I have no idea. We haven't watched it yet. We haven't started.
What's the title?
It's just called Why FNaF 3's player is still Enard.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Also, what's that sound in the background? Are you still watching a video?
No, that's my brother.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
All good. I could just hear it in the background, so I was just wondering what it was.
Yo, brother, get the
do you, like, when you're watching the video, when you're watching your video, do you want me to mute, or is it alright? Is that annoying, or?
It's not really annoying, but like it's probably a little bit better if you just mute and then unmute whenever you have something to say.
Okay, yeah, perfect. Yeah, I'll do that.
We'll just wait for Libra and then we'll watch. Watch him say, "Oh yeah, I'll join," and then doesn't join. And then we're just waiting for nothing.
That's actually so Libra.
You probably could. That is Libra.
Honestly, Sandwich Man, you missed the best voice impressions.
he was doing a bunch of random impressions while I was like taking pisses.
Did we have a
Pisses as in plural.
We had a Ya 2.0.
What?
What is it?
Oh, we did not have a Ya 2.0. We did not.
No, I did Soundwave, Megatron, and Starscream, the G1 versions.
Oh my god, it's Libra.
Libra! He actually
did join.
Hello.
I'll be right back.
Oh.
What's up?
Have you been watching the stream?
Nope.
Do you know have you seen Shizue's theory on Enard being the FNaF 3 player?
Also, nope.
Fuck, now I gotta explain it a second time. Okay, so basically, the idea is that the sister location was originally meant to be the final game in the series. According to Scott, like he was gonna end it there but then he decided to continue with FNaF 6, like for lore reasons. So if sister location was originally meant to be the finale, that means it has to take place before FNaF 3, and it has to like connect seamlessly with the rest of the timeline, because FNaF 3 was going to be the end of the timeline, right? So his idea is that after each night of FNaF 3, he is walking away from the location, and the sister location custom night cutscenes are him walking away from FNaF 3. So he works at least one night at FNaF 3 before the game starts. So that would be considered like night 0. And if it's just that one night, then that one night plus the 6 main ones that you actually play are like each of the 7 nights, and there's 7 custom night cutscenes of him walking away, right? And then in FNaF 3 itself, there's after the 6th night, technically the 7th, there's the building burns down, right? And then in the Sister Location custom night cutscenes, the final one, which is the one after the 7th one, obviously, is him talking to his father over, like, with the overlaid FNaF 3 location. So basically the idea is that after each night working at Fazbear's Fright, Michael is walking away from the Fazbear's Fright building in the Sister Location custom night cutscenes, and he ends up spitting out Enard after night 6, and then and then goes back and burns down the location. So it's basically that Enard is technically the player of FNaF 3, because he's inside Michael at the time, and that's also why Mike can interact with the pieces of Happiest Day, because the missing kids are attached to him.
Yeah, so I definitely disagree.
Of course, yeah.
There's another thing I forgot to mention. If Sister Location was supposed to be the last game, according to Scott's interview, why does it end at a cliffhanger where Springtrap is alive?
That's a good question. I think
yes, I wanted to point that out.
I don't really know, but like to be fair, that still is the case. Like he still does say that, but it's just like I think that's probably why he made FNaF 6, just to like give a reason for that.
I mean, I'm pretty sure. Here's the thing, right? Wasn't it like he had it planned and then it got canceled? And then he,
technically,
like, made a joke.
Technically, that FNaF 3, that's Springtrap being alive thing. That was in the custom night. So it might just be, although like Springtrap obviously escaped at the end of FNaF 3, but that's probably just like to leave it open ended in case you did want to continue the story. But
that is a good. No, here's the thing though. There was evidence that Springtrap survived all the way back in FNaF 3 because of the newspaper.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But like he still, that was still meant to be the final game. It was just to leave it open ended in case he wanted to continue.
Yes, and he did, so therefore he did.
Yeah, obviously, but like it was still planned to be the finale, and also it might have just been that Sister Location itself was meant to be the final game, because he said at one point, I don't think I sent it to you guys when I sent you all like the Steam posts and stuff, but one thing that he did say was that he didn't plan on Sister Location having a custom night. So the fact that he did end up,
yeah,
the fact that he did end up making
ending,
one.
Like,
it might have
like
just
he
been
planned
like,
on ending...
We keep talking over each other. Sorry, you go first.
No, you go first.
No, you can go first. You're good.
Okay. He planned on ending the series in 1, 3, 4, 5, and 6 then. The only one he didn't was 2. That's hilarious.
Yeah, pretty much.
So, low-key, I mean, if you're going to take, like, oh, you tried to end it here and stuff like that. He tried to end it effectively at every single game at this point.
Yeah, but there was always a reason for it, right? Because, like, FNaF 1, he wanted to end it because of... he wanted to end it because that was going to be his final game anyway, but then it ended up being successful. He wanted to end it at FNaF 3 because that was, like, to him, the end of a trilogy, but then he made FNaF 4 because people weren't happy with how scary the game was. It wasn't very scary, right? So he made FNaF 4 to make it scary, but then people weren't happy with the lore. So then he made Sister Location to continue the lore, and then he was going to end it there, but then people still weren't happy with the lore at FNaF 6, so he continued it there and ended it at Ultimate Custom Night, just as like a final resolution.
Yeah, and then people even weren't happy with that, so therefore he was like, oh, let's keep going.
Yeah.
And this is why we don't trust critics, yo.
No, but like, I think my point was that if Sister Location was meant to be the final game, he added Custom Night afterwards, right? So maybe he did plan on it. He didn't plan on teasing Springtrap at the end of Custom Night, or at the end of the game, because Custom Night wasn't planned yet, basically. So technically that could work. Again, I'm not saying I believe it. I'm just saying it might work in some way.
I'm just saying, considering that, like, but like, yeah, it's like if your reason. But here's the thing: even in the game, like, your supposed ending of the series as like a cliffhanger to Enard doesn't even like. Do you know how many people would be unsatisfied with that? That's not even like
Yeah, I think
understand
the idea
like, a
is
theory to
just
account for it.
Yeah, I
but-
think the idea is just that sister location happens right before FNAF 3, and that's explaining the protagonist of FNAF 3. I think that's
and
his
I do
idea.
agree. I do agree that it's very close to FNAF 3, but I would put it probably in like 2010 to 2015. I wouldn't put it all the way back all the way up to 2023.
I would probably put it earlier than that, but like I could see it going pretty much any time, as long as it's after FNAF 1
Anytime
and before
between
FNAF 3.
1 and 3, yeah.
I think FNAF 4 I prefer after sister location just because because I think the bite victim is involved in that. So I think if he's in the remnant, then that explains why Mike gets the nightmares.
I agree on this now. Remember when I didn't disagree on it? I said it was
Yeah.
1993. I'm like, no, this is wrong.
But yeah, I think
recent dreams. Yes.
Yeah, recent dreams.
2023, exactly.
Yeah, I think FNAF 4 is probably like right before FNAF 3. Or, I mean, it could even be after, just depends on whether the logbook is during FNAF 3 or if it's like auction.
Out of curiosity, when is the recent Nightmares that it shows Nightmare Fredbear? Like what night?
I think it's
Night
like
5.
night. Is it night 5?
It starts on night 5.
No, I mean like in the logbook, like what pages is it on? I think it's like night 2 or 3.
I don't know.
I think it's 2 or 3.
I don't know if it matters too much though.
I don't either.
I'm just curious.
But,
That's all.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, fair enough. Fair enough.
Anyway, like I was saying, I don't like definitively believe this theory or anything. I'm just saying like I think it is a possibility, and I'm interested to hear more about it so that I can like form like a more definitive opinion on it.
There you go.
Because
all right, so you want to watch the second part then?
Yes, I should. Yes, I do. All right, let's go.
Let's do this.
I'm in danger.
Oh. I don't want to be in danger. Anyway, let's go.
You're safe.
Why FNAF 3's player is still Enard, FNAF Theory. 13 minutes and 11 seconds. Let's go.
After the success of my last video, I wanted to do something I've never done on this channel, and answer some questions posed by the comments so I can make sure everyone knows where my head is at on these things. I think there are 3 concepts in my recent theories I'm like 99% sure I'm correct on, and that's the identity of Golden Freddy, the identity of the puppet, and that Enard was the player in Five Nights at Freddy's 3.
He's 99%
and so
sure
I
of that, that's
snagged some of the
confident.
comments and plan on answering them here.
That's very confident.
For the sake of copies of questions and not wanting to call attention to anyone, I'm not going to be saying names, simply ideas that were asked or rebutted against the ideas I presented in that video. Why does Enard go to Fazbear's Fright? Enard is a fusion of 6 different souls, that being the missing kids from the FNAF 1 characters and the killer's daughter,
5.
Elizabeth. We're shown leading up to the events of FNAF 6 in the teasers.
Well, you said Elizabeth, so you're wrong. Immediately disproven.
Daughter, Elizabeth. We're shown leading up to the events of FNAF 6 in the teasers that Elizabeth and the kids are arguing with each other about something, but it's never clarified what they were arguing about, other than the fact that they were crowded. This causes them to split up as shown in the DLC by getting puked up from Michael, and becoming 2 characters in FNAF 6 with Molten Freddy.
Is he saying like...
I definitely disagree with that.
Well, I more so think that they got out of Michael because his body was rotting and he didn't look natural anymore. So basically, like their entire basis for why they used him to escape, which was looking like a human, that kind of defeated the purpose of that. But I think
I agree. I also want to point out that the whole that text was a precursor to what we see in 6, which could explain as to the reason as to why Baby and Enard are 2 separate
characters. I mean
now.
that is very clearly the point, but I think like his idea is just like that's why they left his body to begin with, so maybe that is they left his body so that they could separate from one another.
Sure. Yeah, I definitely disagree with that though.
Yeah, I disagree, but I could see it. I guess. Yeah, what's up?
So does one conversation have like a specific area and then the other has like a specific website? Like
I think they were going back and forth between Scott Games and FNAFworld.com because they were 2 separate websites at the time.
The Scott website had Circus Baby talking because of the eyes on the poster, and then FNAF World was the ghosts of the kids.
Scott Games was the Fun Times, and FNAF World was Baby. Which is interesting because Baby was introduced in FNAF World. I don't know if that is any significance.
Yeah, okay, never mind. Scratch that.
Nah, you're good.
But I think what he's about to say is that maybe what they were arguing about to begin with, and why they wanted to separate was maybe because they were because the missing kids wanted to go after their killer, and then Baby didn't want to go after her dad. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's
The
what
problem is maybe, but the problem is like if Remnant, the only way that a person can be kept alive due to Remnant is because the spirits want you to, which is like what I definitely believe now. Like the spirits want to keep Michael alive, whereas Baby seemingly would basically be Enard, or is it the other way around? Is Elizabeth keeping Michael alive at this point?
Maybe, considering she's the one that says like you won't die, right?
Oh, and is this why? Oh, okay, wait a second. So is this the reason why that she's the one who puppeteers Michael basically to go to 6 because therefore they can find their father?
Well, no, because like Enard still leaves, right? So.
No, yeah, but like I'm talking about like Baby's remnant inside of Michael is the reason why he survives.
Maybe. One thing that I had a long time ago was that kind of like Carlton in the Fourth Closet, maybe the missing kids kept Michael alive after he helped them in some way. That's a theory that I had a long time ago, but it might be like slightly more likely now that we actually have with this theory, like that could actually work pretty well. Because my idea is that like he helped them like set themselves free or like put the pieces of themselves back together. So if they were in Michael's body during FNAF 3, maybe Michael helped them with setting up the pieces of Happiest Day, and that's how that happened. So like that would explain like why they would help him, and like if a similar event happened to the Fourth Closet, right?
I can see that.
Again, not definitive, but like I could see something like that, right?
Take that main video or the
Anyway,
picture of all
let's
of us.
continue.
Any other comments on this or no?
No, I think I'm good.
So that will be a gift
Cool.
for Bob.
All right.
Anyone else?
Can you mute?
All right.
Okay, just unmute if you want to talk, and let me know if you need to if you want me to pause it. By the way, too.
This causes them to split up as shown in the DLC by getting puked up from Michael and becoming two characters in FNAF 6 with Molten Freddy and Scrap Baby. If you pay attention to the goals of these two characters in FNAF 6, Baby is focused on getting Mike to be subservient to her father, who she believes was responsible for setting everything up in FNAF 6, as told in the
Definitely
infamous
disagree
speech.
with that, but okay.
Right into our hands.
You disagree with what? Sorry.
Apparently, so Shizu said that if you listen carefully, Baby's goal is to get Michael to be subservient to her father. I so strongly disagree with that because she literally says, "You're not who I expected to see here."
Yeah,
So,
I do agree
definitely
that
disagree with that.
I do agree that she thinks that Afton was the one behind FNAF 6. I don't know why she didn't realize that Afton was Springtrap, but still, I think she did think that Afton was the one orchestrating it.
Well, I think the reason why because he looks different. That's possible, but I also.
I mean,
think,
yeah, he does say you may not recognize me at first, but I assure you it's still me. But he says that to Michael, not Baby, so maybe she never got the memo.
Exactly. That's kind of what I think. But specifically when it comes to like, well, why Baby's trying to get Michael to be subservient to her father, I don't see that anywhere in 6. I'm gonna be so honest.
Yeah, it seems more like she's trying to kill him.
Exactly.
Yeah. But yeah, maybe that's just for gameplay reasons. You never know. Probably not, though.
you never know.
Alright.
So these two characters in FNAF 6, Baby is focused on getting Mike to be subservient to her father, who she believes was responsible for setting everything up in FNAF 6, as told in the infamous speech.
You played right into our hands. Did you really think that this job just fell out of the sky for you? No. This was a gift for us. You gathered them all together in one place, just like he asked you to. All of those little souls in one place, just for us. A gift. Now we can do what we were created to do and be complete. I will make you proud, Daddy. Watch. full.
Wait, hold on. Oh, perfect timing.
Perfect timing for the ad.
Is he saying that we, when Baby says like now we can do what we were created to do, he's talking about her and Michael? Is that?
I think she's talking about the animatronics, because like the animatronics were made to murder people. The fun times, at least, right?
Yeah, but the Molten Freddy definitely is not intending to do that in the game.
He's definitely trying to kill us.
Well, he's trying to kill you, Michael. But he's
well, yeah,
not trying
but
to,
she
spirits, I don't
says
see why they would be trying to kill everyone else.
But she says that he was a gift, or no, he says that this was a gift. So I think that like she's trying to say that we're here to kill you, and then we're gonna go kill everybody in the restaurant. It might not be that Molten Freddy wants to kill everybody in the restaurant, but he probably wants to kill Michael. But for some reason, I don't know why.
Exactly.
But like, she's saying like now we can do what we were created to do, but she's not speaking for everyone else. She's not saying, oh yeah, now me and Molten Freddy both want to do what we're created to do. She's just saying now we can do it, right? So it might not be that that's Molten Freddy's motivation. It might just be that that's hers, and she assumes it's his too. It also could be his for some reason. Like it might just be like, whoops, I didn't fart. I was squeezing my FNaF wristband. Anyway, you probably didn't hear that, but anyway.
What the hell?
Don't question me.
I heard nothing.
Anyway, basically, it might be like in FNaF 3, how phone guy talks about how the spring locks turn and walk towards sounds they hear. And Springtrap does that, even though Afton is still alive. In there, like, he still follows the suit's programming, right? So it might just be kind of like that, where the missing kids are still in the fun times, but they're still trying to kill people, because that's what they're made to do.
You mean like the AI mixed
with
the spirits? Possible. I could see that.
Yeah.
I feel like we could also just be referring to her and William, but I don't know.
Yeah. Could be. I mean, well, William wasn't really created to kill, but...
Well, that's what she thinks. She thinks... No. She thinks that the purpose... Like, she's... Like, kind of like Michael in the film. She thinks that the purpose for their existence is basically to murder people, which is, wow, so lovely.
Well, sure, but, like, William himself wasn't made to murder people. His children were made to murder people.
Okay. Then I could see where he's coming from, that's Michael, but...
I feel like there's a lot of different things that she could mean, and all of them kind of work, so I don't think it really... All of them kind of work with what he's saying, for the most part, right?
Okay.
So.
Okay, yeah. Alright. Yeah.
Okay. So I think
okay.
So I think this
Any
part
other
is fine.
comments?
I don't think so.
Okay, cool.
All right.
Watch, listen, and be full.
Elizabeth wants to help her father, a response to her rough childhood, which left her with the desire to be perfect for him, something she can never achieve. This speech of hers also requires her to be unaware that Scraptrap is William, as she believes the one who owns the building is William, not the yellow rabbit trapped inside. Similarly, Molten Freddy isn't obsessed with being Afton's friend, mixed with Michael's speech claiming,
"They didn't recognize me at first, but then they thought I was you."
Leaves me to believe the MCI and Elizabeth don't know or understand the Springlock incident, and don't believe the Yellow Rabbit is William Afton. This same concept is explored inside of the books, most notably the novels, as well as inside of the movies. They see him as
I think
just
that works
some
too.
guy,
Yeah.
and Michael looks a lot like that guy.
That's an idea that
wants him
I've
dead.
kind of subscribed to back when I believed that the Blob was the missing kid. So I kind of thought that it was like kind of similar to the Fourth Closet. I don't believe that anymore.
Sure.
But like that's something that I believed back then. So like I get what he's saying, and that makes sense.
And Michael looks a lot like that guy. The MCI wants him dead, while Elizabeth wants to help him. Once they converge into Michael, they realize, hey, that's not William, leading them to the most likely place for William to be, Fazbear's Fright. I don't think it's a mistake that the team was informed that there was somebody who knew about a hidden wall in the building.
But, you know, like I said, we're trying to track down a good lead right now. Some guy who helped design one of the buildings said there was like an extra room that got boarded up, or something like that.
I think they went to Fright's waiting for William Afton to appear, but instead got stuck with some random rabbit.
Did he say that that Circus Baby thought that Mike was William and the other Fun Times didn't?
No, he said that all of them did.
Hold on,
Yeah, all of them
I need
did.
to rewind. I need to hear what he said.
Leading them to the most likely place for William to be. They were just some guy.
No, they all
not
thought that
William,
it was
leading them to the most
William.
likely place for William to be.
Initially.
Fazbear's Fright. I don't think it's a mistake that the team was informed that there was somebody right dead. Well, Elizabeth Gull looks a lot like that. Explored inside of the books, most notably the novels, as well as inside of the movies. They see him as just
Evan,
some
you can
guy,
trust us.
and
He
Michael
said-
looks a
Yeah, but you're talking over what he's saying now. I'm trying to listen.
They see him as just some guy, and Michael looks a lot like that guy. The MCI wants him dead, while Elizabeth wants to help him. Once they converge into Michael, they realize, hey, that's not William, leading them to the most likely place for William to be.
Okay,
Fazbear's
okay, I
Fright.
understand that. Okay, cool.
I don't think it's a mistake that
Yeah.
the team was informed that there was somebody who knew about a hidden wall in the building.
But, you know, like I said, we're trying to track down a good lead right now. Some guy who helped design one of the buildings says it was like an extra room that got boarded up or something like that.
Mute your mic sandwich.
For William.
Oh, thank you. That's right.
In the building.
But, you know, like I said, we're trying to track down a good lead right now. Some guy who helped design one of the buildings says it was like an extra room that got boarded up or something like that.
I think they went to Frights waiting for William Afton to appear, but instead got stuck with some random rabbit. While I think I left Mike burning the building down as still a revenge ploy in that list video, considering William's remark of,
You may not recognize me at first, but I assure you, it's still me.
would suggest that Mike doesn't know about the spring locking, or that William is Springtrap / Scrap Trap.
Or it might just be that Scrap Trap looks different than Springtrap. I see it more that way.
What a lot of people also don't catch is that line is building off of Mike's line. They didn't recognize me at first, which means William heard that line before FNaF 6, even though Mike was unaware of William being the Yellow Rabbit. Working the night shift, in a way, is living in shadows, if not referring to the nightmares he's been having since FNaF 1. So the moral of this comment, nobody knows William is Springtrap, and everyone wants to find William.
Maybe?
Wasn't Afton trapped for 30 years?
I
This
actually
is a
agree with
misinterpretation from the game.
You do agree with that?
Well, the fact that nobody thinks that Afton in 6 is actually him.
Afton in 6,
is-
I think Mike doesn't realize until after he speaks that it's Afton. But
I
do
think Mike is the only one I think who actually realizes that it's him.
I think he realizes, yeah. I don't think that he doesn't know that Afton is Springtrap in FNaF 3. I think he probably does know that.
No, I definitely think he knows that.
Yeah.
The game is set 30 years after the closure of
I get what he's saying, though. Like, the idea that, like, Mike is saying his speech in FNaF 3 and doesn't, like, know... Well, no, why would... The thing is, I don't even understand how that speech works. Like, is he saying that in FNaF 3 while Springtrap is there? Because what does he mean, I'm going to come find you?
Hey,
and if he's not saying that, is it just like...
Yeah.
Is it to the audience, or is it to him specifically? Like, is he writing a letter to Springtrap?
I have a very easy explanation for it.
Okay.
I pointed this out in I think my my video my Michael narrative video. The whole thing is, if you take that extremely literally, sure, that would imply that sister location. That would really just imply that sister locations after Frights, and I really strongly doubt that, because you would have to have an operating location for like a really long time without the main owner and stuff like that. So that's kind of like awkward. So
Well,
basically,
we were talking about that
I just
before a
think-
little bit. Sorry, before you continue,
Yeah.
we were talking about that a little bit before. That maybe it's like, I don't think this is necessarily the case. I just think it's technically possible that maybe sister location just does shut down, and hand unit is lying when he's saying that it's still functional, like the rental.
There's literally technicians in the building.
That's true, but there's also people that work at the rental facility in Frights too, like with Stanley in Room for One More, and the animatronics aren't even there.
Keep in
Also,
mind, you would
there
have
is
to
a,
quite literally.
There is a little Scott's Games source code that has like a schedule
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but there's also like the teaser like saying that the location was canceled due to like gas leaks, right? And apparently
That
it
was
says
Circus
in
Baby's
them.
Pizza World.
Yes, exactly. But I'm saying like that says apparently it says in it
for a Pizza World. I agree.
It claims in it though
But-
that I'm not done talking.
Well, go ahead. Finish your thought.
Well, you keep interrupting me.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It's fine. I've heard that like in like the source code back when that released, it said something about like how the rental facility was opening like immediately after the Pizza World opened. So it could easily be that schedule was for when it was open, and that it just shut down like sooner than expected. If not, then it's also possible that there's just someone else running it. Considering, like I said, in Fazbear Frights, that guy that works there, that runs the place, doesn't seem to be Afton.
Right. I want to point out, though, what I was going to point out before, which is the idea that, like, if you take it extremely literally, like, it logically leads to the conclusion this location is after Frights, which I just strongly doubt.
Yeah.
So what I think is going on is it's probably, like, mid-2010s and stuff like that, which is where they're, like, recent events, and so he's, like, saying, I'm gonna come find you. And, like, it's sort of like a meta scene where it's like, oh, this is after he found him, but, like, he's still alive, so therefore he has to find him again, sort of.
Yeah,
so
well,
I
yeah.
think, like, which is why I place, like, but he implies that they're recent events when he's making that speech, because he's saying, they didn't recognize me at first, but then they thought I was you. Oh, by the way, this was 30 years ago. I don't see that. So I think, like, the whole thing is, like, well, it's not extremely literal, but I think it's, like, close to 3. So, like, probably around 2015 or so.
Well, yeah, but also the theory that is being presented here is that it's, like, literally right before FNaF 3, too, so...
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Yeah. I don't remember what he's been talking about here, so I'm gonna rewind a little bit.
Fair enough.
Wasn't Afton trapped for 30 years? This is a
No.
misinterpretation from the game. The game is set 30 years after the closure of Freddy's, and the Springlock tapes mention the safe room being sealed after the missing children incident. It makes sense to assume that this is happening alongside Follow Me if it weren't for the fact that this was debunked by the very existence of FNAF 2, which requires Afton to still be around and not locked in a wall.
Mhm.
It's a little difficult to kill another set of children, albeit just 1 or 5 more, if you're... Isn't it...
I could comment on that because we have an ad, but...
Really
Hold on.
dirty Reese's commercials. Come on.
I mean, most of the stuff I agree with, so...
I'm trying to figure out where he's going with this. What is he talking? What is he saying?
I feel
exactly?
like no. I think what he's implying is why Follow Me can't be in 90. It can't be in 93, which is what I agree with. So like this, like people are saying, oh yeah, Follow Me happened, started in 1993, was unsealed in 2023. I do agree that that's a problem, especially because I believe Vanessa is an Afton, so therefore that can't happen.
I think what he's saying is that I think what he's saying is that FNAF 3 is probably in 2015 rather than 2023, and that Afton was trapped for less than 30 years, but I don't really know like why that affects the theory that much. So I want to keep watching, see what he's saying.
Lock tapes.
Do you guys have anything to say before I continue?
I don't disagree with much of
I
what he's
might
saying.
head
If
out
he's
a
saying,
little bit. I have a massive headache right now.
All right.
Sorry, man. Get better
Yeah.
soon.
Take
Hopefully.
pills.
Take
No,
pills.
the-
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the one thing
No,
I'll
not
say...
drugs. No. Don't do drugs, kid.
Of course.
Yeah, don't do that.
Like Advil.
Bye, guys.
Okay, see ya.
See you later.
Oh, okay.
All right.
What were you saying?
All I was saying is I don't think I disagree with anything of what he's saying. If he's saying that Follow Me doesn't happen in 1993, because he's saying wasn't Afton in the safe room for 30 years, and I just disagree with that. I don't think that that's ever implied. That's one of the reasons I put Follow Me pretty late. I put it in like 2015.
In the movies, he's only there for like 2 years.
Like 3, or like 2 or 3 years,
Yeah.
exactly. And he's already that wilted. So that's why Libra thinks like Follow Me 2020, which like I think is way too late. But I do think
I think that's too late too.
Sorry, not way too late, but I do think that's too late. But I can like say, well, I don't think that that's impossible.
I think FNAF 3 is in 2015, so that is way too late for me, if you ask me.
If you believe in Frights 23, then yeah, it's just impossible.
If you don't,
Or sorry, it's
believe
not impossible. It's not impossible. That's what I mean.
it.
Okay.
But yeah, I think that like I think it could be. I personally think it's probably like 95, but like it could easily be later if you think Vanessa is Afton's daughter, or it could just be later, like because there's like if there is another time like that is displayed. Sure, I just think it's 95 because in the Silver Eyes, like that's when he dies, and it's like there's no real other date for it, and I don't think Vanessa is Afton's daughter, so like it can be really any time, and that's as good a time as any, so it just works for me.
I mean, one of the reasons why is because I put Follow Me and Sister Location really close together.
Mm-hmm.
The reason being is that if you do that, it actually makes sense as to why he's saying Mike go down there.
Yeah.
Because then he puts it in the fun times, like during Follow Me, the spirits kill him, and like then before he died, essentially he's like, "Hey Mike, go down there because I can't go down there. The spirits will kill me."
Yeah, fair enough.
But then they actually think that it's Michael, so then they actually try to kill him.
Yeah.
So, anyway, that's kind of just what I believe. So therefore, and because I put like this location like 2010, 2015, I put Follow Me around that time as well.
All right, makes sense.
To mention the safe room being sealed after the missing children incident. It makes sense to assume that this is happening alongside Follow Me if it weren't for the fact that this was debunked by the very existence of FNaF 2, which requires Afton to still be around and not locked in a wall. It's a little difficult to kill another set of children, albeit just 1 or 5 more, if you're stuck in a wall. What's far more likely...
Oh, can you mute?
Yes, I can. Hold on.
Okay. Hold on. Let me just check Discord. What did Ayub send?
You can continue, by the way. It's fine.
Yeah, I know. I'm just checking what Ayub sent in the group chat.
You just got like a giant donation.
I did? Oh my god. What is that? Well, it's not giant. I think it's pretty small, but like for the exchange rate, but still appreciate it. Thank you. I recommend some of frictional horror games. What does that mean? Soma, Amnesia the Bunker, and Amnesia the Dark Descent. Great games, and they're like $1 to $3 on Steam right now until Thursday. I have heard of some of them. I think I've heard of all of them. I might do that at some point, but I have a lot of stuff to stream at the moment, and I think I think if I do play those, it probably won't be for a while. But thank you for the donation. I appreciate it. Anyway, we can continue now.
This was debunked by the very existence of FNaF 2, which requires Afton to still be around and not locked in a wall. It's a little difficult to kill another set of children, albeit just 1 or 5 more, if you're stuck in a wall. What's far more likely is this sets up that the rabbit costume has been stuck in the room for decades, rotting and decaying, making the suit incredibly vulnerable to a springlock failure, which we see happen when Afton puts on the suit. While I used to believe Follow Me before FNaF 1, just by playing FNaF 3 alone and using Occam's razor, we can tell Scott wanted FNaF 3 to show the events directly after Follow Me, via the shells we saw on the ground in the minigame itself and the good and bad ending being a variation of the Follow Me cutscene. The building is also far more decrepit than shown in Five Nights at Freddy's 1, placing it some time after FNaF 1. That leaves us with any time between the mid-90s until whenever you place FNaF 3 on a timeline.
Can you mute?
I can. I'm so sorry.
You're good. You just keep forgetting. It's fine. Alright.
That leaves us with any time between the mid-90s until whenever you place FNaF 3 on a timeline for the events of Follow Me to take place, which leads us into the next comment. William can't decay that fast. He had to be in there for a long time.
Not really. It only takes
Strangely,
like
the
a
minigames
year
in
max.
Sister Location show Michael decay at an incredibly fast rate.
Yeah.
And even taking Enard into account, I think having metal rods smashed into...
To be fair, I think this was released way before the FNaF 2 movie, so technically that wouldn't be revealed yet. But like he's saying, Mike decays really fast.
True.
And also, you could just Google it. It takes like less than a year to be a skeleton. Probably not a skeleton, but like to be decayed fully.
The minigames in Sister Location show Michael decay at an incredibly fast rate, and even taking Enard into account, I think having metal rods smashed into you probably has the same effect. While it's likely not a weekly basis, like I suggested, I claimed that was only for example and not hard fact. This would also make a lot more sense considering Michael's speech, as going back to it and using this purely as example and not hard canon, it just has to be some reasonable amount of time for Mike to be offered and then accept the offer for Follow Me to take place in between.
Okay, I've had editing
Otherwise, we're
flub-ups.
suggesting...
Yeah, me too. I just don't. I think I can't tell if he finished this point or not.
It just has to be some reasonable amount of time for Mike to be offered and then accept the offer for Follow Me to take place in between. Otherwise, we're suggesting Mike left his father unread for years, and at that point, one would think Mike would have just dropped the request. It's far more likely the request was made months to weeks before the events of Sister Location. Why would Enard do the Happiest Day minigames? Simple answer, they don't. That wouldn't make sense considering they are the kids being saved in those minigames except for Elizabeth. In the good ending timeline, Mike is still alive, just being puppeted by Enard, which leaves him plenty of room to play around with the souls in the background.
Yeah, like I said, I think they probably like got him to help them or something like that.
Release the MCI spirit.
Like Carlton.
In this good ending timeline, Mike...
Big stretch.
Well, I'm not saying I believe this. I'm just saying in this case that, like, I think that would probably be why he does it, you know?
Yeah, but I still think, like, this specifically, the idea, like, oh, Mike's just in the background and he's doing the Follow Me. We literally see that the oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. We literally see that in FNaF 3, the only way that you can actually get to one of the minigames is, and I'm not saying this actually happens, literally like 100% exactly how it goes in actual world of FNaF. You as the guard have to punch in a wall code.
Yeah.
You can't. So like, what are you doing? Are we saying Michael's there? He's just gonna like walk around, say, "Oh, hi, Enard, Mr. Guard," and then punch in the wall code and then do the mini game. That's kind of absurd to me.
I mean, like you said, it might not be like exactly like that in universe, but like, I get what you mean though. It might just be like Mike is. I don't really know. It's like, are the clues for Frights literally hidden? Are the clues for Happiest Day literally hidden in Frights, or are they just like, is Mike just doing them in like a spiritual realm or something like that? Like how does it work exactly? That's what I'm wondering.
I mean, so yeah, no, that's fair. I think the whole thing it's pretty confusing on how it goes on, but like there's definitely something that Afton did that attached their memories to these things, and this is what Michael is able to reverse. And I feel like it's it's possible that like those things are just littered somehow around Frights, so which means that it implies like there had to be some sort of guard who's doing this in the midst of what's going on in Frights, I think.
Yeah.
So
I don't know. I feel like if you use the logic from the fourth closet, although it's a different scenario, like it might be just kind of like that, where it's just like while Enard is controlling his body, he's in the remnant, or the remnant's in him, he's also in the remnant itself. Because like when Carlton is injected with remnant, he's not really conscious, he's in the spiritual realm, and like the remnant being in his heart is killing him, right? So it might just be kind of like that, where Mike is also in a spiritual realm, and that's where he's doing all this stuff.
Sure. It's a little confusing exactly how it fully works, but I do think that some of them have to do with actual tangible objects within Frights, because take the cupcakes, for example. You have to collect all 4 of them. They're in cameras in Frights. Take the Spring Bonnie figurine on the desk. You have to take that as well. So I think like the whole thing is like they are physical objects that often used to set up false Happiest Day that they probably found while they were still setting up Fazbear Fright.
Maybe, yeah.
And then Michael is able to do that and reverse that, so then they could have their Happiest Day.
Okay. I could see that, maybe. I'm just not like 100% sure like how it would work. But I think either way, I think Michael probably could find a way to do it. If Enard, like, maybe Enard punches in the wall code, and then Mike is like, "Thanks, I got it." And he just in the spirit realm, it's just like he sends the wall code to him, or maybe they just look at something, they scan it with their animatronic eyes, and then it just like goes into his head or something.
Yeah, no, it's just a matter of his implicit premise is that Mike is there, while Enard is also there, which is like there's no evidence for that.
Well, it's just hard to gauge whether it is just really hard to gauge whether the like pieces of Happiest Day are physically there, or if it's just like he's doing it in his head. There is a way to make it work regardless. It's just like it works slightly better if it's just like in a spirit realm, you know?
It's just or if it's just Mike as the guard, like it just makes
yeah,
it
or
easier.
that. Anyway, I'm gonna continue.
Yeah, let's continue.
Helping the puppet release the MCI spirits. In this good ending timeline, Mike never spits up Enard, which means he only has to fight Elizabeth for control, and can set the building on fire to save the both of them. In the canon post-DLC bad ending, Mike doesn't achieve Happiest Day during FNAF 3, which allows for the fight between the MCI and Elizabeth. Doesn't the trailer imply the MCI has been down there for
I mean, I get what he's saying, but I feel like that might be a little bit of a stretch.
I don't, only because bye Ollie. Sad.
Oh, right.
I don't get what he's saying, purely because I think the whole thing is that the pieces were set up in frights, but Happiest Day didn't happen because the spirits didn't want to let on yet. They only let on when they knew their killer was dead.
Well, yeah, but
theoretically dead.
But like when FNAF 3 actually happened, like the good ending might have been the canon ending, or like maybe it wasn't. But like if the good ending is a potential ending, then there has to be something that happens after the good ending, and that's like the timeline where like the timeline ends there, right? So I think his point is, if the good ending was canon, that's what would have happened.
Sure.
I think it's a bit of a stretch to say like, oh yeah, if the good ending did happen, then the missing kids are obviously they're gone if the good ending happens. But like the idea that like, is he saying like, what did he say exactly? Did he say like that he's just fighting Baby for control, right? So like he never spits out Enard or something, right?
The whole thing is like, well, I think it's Elizabeth who might be like Michael's remnant. I'm not exactly sure where he's going with that, but I think the whole thing is like, yes, Enard is the MCI seeking after William and finds him in frights. I think it's also just as simple as like, and like he's saying, yeah, in this timeline, basically, the timeline that actually happened, the events of Happiest Day didn't happen, so therefore there was no real like events that were actually going on with the mini games, I guess, is kind of what is that what he's getting at? I'm actually kind of struggling to see exactly what he's getting at.
I'm gonna rewind a little bit because I just want to watch this again, see what he again.
Release the MCI spirits. In this good ending timeline, Mike never spits up Enard, which means he only has to fight Elizabeth for control, and can set the building on fire to save the both of them. In the canon post-DLC...
So, like, okay. But didn't he say that... Oh, okay, I get it. So he's saying that, like, during the events of FNAF 3, Mike, Baby, and all the missing kids are fighting for control of the body. If the missing kids are set free, then it's just Mike and Baby. So he might have an easier time controlling his own body. I think that's what he's saying. So then he would end up burning down the location. I get what he means.
That's so overly convoluted.
Yeah, I feel like it's a little bit of like a weird. It just fits together very strangely. I don't know about that. I get the point.
Yeah. It does not qualify for inference to the best explanation. Do you know what that is?
I assume it's just like it's not really intuitive, basically.
Yeah. It's an Aristotelian principle that suggests that
you've been really into Aristotle recently, haven't you?
well, Aristotelian logic, yes. The whole thing is like it's a pretty basic principle that the reasoning, if there's like two sets of evidence and there's one explanation that explains it the best and there's another explanation that is way more complicated, you should tend towards the better explanation. It's basically Occam's razor, but like
just Occam's razor,
cooler sounding. So I call it inference to the best explanation.
Okay, but yeah, I mean I get what he's saying, but you're right. It is definitely like a little overly convoluted. But I would say, I would say, you could just say instead that maybe Baby is in control of Enard anyway, right? Like she's the figurehead. Obviously, she doesn't. Enard isn't the face. But like Baby isn't the face. But like Baby is the one in control, right?
Yeah.
But if that's the case, you could just say that rather than it being like collectively entered, like including all the fun times, I feel like in this case it's more so just Baby is the player of FNAF 3, and then the missing kids and Mike could just be in the like I've been saying, like in the fourth closet. The missing kids and Michael are both in the spirit remnant realm, and then they can be doing the FNAF 3 minigames there instead, like all together.
Funnily enough, that actually does fit better, because then it's like, okay, so now we have an explanation exactly as to how Mike would be basically reversing the effects of the false happiest day.
Yeah, it's
but
just
the problem
like
is you can't go with that. But you can't go with that because of 6. Because Molten Freddy is all the MCI in 6.
Yeah, that's fair. It might just I don't know. I guess what would explain that? See, the thing is, I personally believe in Shatter Victim, okay? Which basically is the theory, obviously, that the bite victim's like memory, not his spirit itself, but like his memories are all attached to the missing kids, right? I personally, this is a weird, one of the weirder opinions that I have that a lot of people would disagree with, but I don't think that Golden Freddy, like Cassidy, I don't think Cassidy is in the Remnant in the Fun Times. I think it's just the main 4 missing kids and the bite victim.
I agree. I don't even think the bite victim in there is. Literally just think it's the core 4.
Oh, okay. Well, I think it's the bite victim though. So that explains like why Mike gets the nightmares after Sister Location, because the bite victim is attached to the Remnant, so now he's attached to Michael, right? But the thing is, that explains why Happiest Day can't happen until FNAF 6, because there's Remnant in Michael that has all the missing kids and the bite victim, but that same kind of Remnant is also still in the Fun Times elsewhere.
Yeah, exactly.
So then in FNAF 6, they all come together, and then they can all be set free. The thing is, in this scenario, if the Fun Times are in Michael, they're all in one place, so they can easily be set free. Now, you could say that Charlotte has to be there too, so then I guess that works fine. It just feels weirder, it just feels a little bit weirder if all the missing kids are all in one spot, and then, they separate again, right?
This is actually something hilarious that I want to point out.
I mean, I guess that still happens anyway, even if Mike's...
You know how we're like, both of us dog on Henry's plan?
Wait, sorry, one more thing. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but I just realized that the puppet is in FNAF 3 too, so Happiest Day could definitely happen.
It could, yeah.
So, the fact that it has to wait till FNAF 6 is just weird.
Yeah. But yeah, here's something I want to point out. I know this is kind of off topic, but I really want to point it out because it's funny. Because I was realized this while researching for my Henry script.
Mm-hmm.
Henry specifically says I have to gather them all together, all the pieces in one place, basically, so you can set them free, erase it by burning them. Well, obviously the burning is false. That has been proven false by many different sources. However, he then says later in his speech, to Michael, although this job was not intended for you, I have a feeling that, so he thinks that he can actually achieve his plan without Michael showing up. So ironically, the only thing that kind of saves his plan theoretically is the fact that Michael shows up, because Michael has remnant.
Yeah, exactly.
So the fact that wasn't planning on he couldn't Henry.
That does make him a little stupider, doesn't it?
Even dumber, because he's like, well, that's not all the pieces. There's another piece in Mike.
I mean, you could say maybe Mike doesn't know. He doesn't know about Mike being injected with Remnant, but I feel like...
No, he doesn't, but that's why the plan theoretically fails without him.
Yeah, but I feel like that... I think if he doesn't know about Michael, that makes him less stupid, but also I feel like he should know about Michael because he was probably the talk of the town after he was a purple corpse walking around.
Yeah. No, but I will say... I mean,
and if he knows about Enard, he should know about Michael, too.
Funnily enough, we also know that you actually can't, you actually can set the spirits free without all of the pieces, because if there's others pieces from soul splits, they actually can just let on based on the main object that they possessed. Then they can let on, because that's it shown in the fourth closet, I think, because when they leave, all the other stuff that they were possessing is no longer possessed, and that was all those other pieces were elsewhere and stuff like that. So,
well, you mean the missing kids and them being in the Fun Times, or they're separate, not in the same spot, or?
Well, there were like other pieces that like they had like split their soul to, and then when they actually let on, that all those other pieces like stopped being possessed. So
Okay.
it's like yeah. So and the whole thing is because the soul split happens because the soul actively wants to participate in possessing that other thing.
Weren't they
So,
all in one building though? Like all the possessed stuff, or no?
Maybe, but it wasn't.
Because I think it was just like the
Ugh.
Fun Times and maybe like the Clown dolls or whatever. I think they were just all in the building.
then you can just argue that well, if they gather in the same proximity, then therefore they could be set free at the same time. It's like I don't know if
Yeah.
the proximity kind of makes sense there. I feel like it has to be all the pieces have to be gathered to be burned or whatever. Because Henry thinks you have to burn it, even though that's wrong. But yeah, I think like the whole thing is like they attached themselves to other stuff. It doesn't seem. I don't think it was burned, but they stopped possessing it when they let on.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this conversation might be complicated for some people to follow along too, because we're kind of all over the place a little bit. But like,
Sorry,
basically,
no,
you're
you're
good.
like
I am too.
talk.
TLDR, basically, if for people watching, if you don't understand what we're saying, basically we're saying that the missing kids are in the Fun Times, but the remnant that's in the Fun Times is also put in other stuff. So like, there's remnant in the Fun Times, there's remnant in the Scooper, there's remnant in Michael, right? So if you don't have all of that remnant in one spot, then all the fragments of each of the spirits are in different places. So if they're separated, then they can't really be set free because their spirits aren't full, right? He's saying that in the fourth closet, there are pieces of the spirits that aren't all together. But what I will say to that is that in the fourth closet, when Carlton gets to like the remnant realm, they're all split up to represent them being in the other bodies. And while they are still in the other bodies, he does still help them put the pieces of their spirits back together. So I think that's why they're able to be set free, because they're all put back together. Even if the bodies are like separated slightly, like the spirits themselves are full again.
Yes. Okay, I mean that's possible. I also think it could just be if there's like a soul split, then like the soul that like if it's the main object that was like the source of its soul, then the other object could just be the main object could just be burned, and therefore the spirit could be set free. I think either one works though.
Yeah.
My whole point is basically. This is just me. This all started with me dogging on Henry's plan because Henry thinks that he can actually achieve it without Michael, but he needs Michael to achieve the plan.
Yeah,
which is hilarious.
Anyway, basically, like the main point I'm trying to make here is that if I'm right about Shadow Victim, and even if I'm not, basically right, all the missing kids. Except Cassidy, in my personal opinion, but like I don't think she's part of Happiest Day anyway, so that doesn't matter. Because I think the Bite Victim is the receiver.
Base, let's go!
But
man,
like,
I'm so happy.
In that case, either you think the Bite Victim is the receiver and Cassidy's not in Happiest Day, or you think that the Bite Victim is not the receiver and Cassidy is the receiver of Happiest Day. Either way,
it works.
Whichever one is the spirit in Happiest Day, they are the one in the Fun Times, I think.
Right.
Yes. Or neither of them are in your case, but my point is, all the spirits that are in Happiest Day, at least the main ones, the ones that need to be there, all the like the four main missing kids, the Golden Freddy spirit, and the puppet, all of them are in one spot in FNaF 3. All the fragments of their spirits are in one spot, minus the Scooper, I guess, but I don't know if maybe there's none left in the Scooper or something. But either way, for the most part, all of them are in one spot, so they should all be able to be set free here. But they're not, because they're still in FNaF 6. That's a big problem I'm having with this theory right now, and what I'm trying to wrap my head around. Because I do actually kind of think the idea is interesting, and I'm not saying I would necessarily like to believe it, but I would like to believe it's possible. And I do think it's possible. I'm just struggling to find a way for it to work well, if that makes sense. So that's just a big problem I'm having right now. I don't see a reason why they would still be around in FNaF 6. Whether the good ending or the bad ending is canon in FNaF 3, we know it's the bad ending in FNaF 3. But if all the spirits are in one spot, it should, logically speaking, be the good ending. That's what I'm saying.
Sure.
All
right. I don't think we disagree on that, but yeah, we can go. We can keep going.
we have 6.5 minutes left, or no, 5.5. right? Math?
Yeah.
Yeah, 5.5. Okay, let's keep going.
Math is mathing.
Mike doesn't achieve Happiest Day during FNAF 3, which allows for the fight between the MCI and Elizabeth. Doesn't the trailer imply the MCI has been down there for a long time? I'm fairly certain this is referring to the animatronics, as the voices of the animatronics that are talking are that of the Biddy Babs, which are not possessed by the MCI. However,
well, I
if
mean,
were to
technically they could be. There's no reason they can't be.
Chris, you gotta stop yelling.
Okay, sorry, my bad. I think I just got called out for being too loud. I think that they could. I don't know if they. I feel like the idea of saying, "Oh, they're definitely not," is kind of like, well, how do you know?
Yeah, they definitely could be. And like I think in the fourth closet, like those little clown doll things, weren't they infected by the remnant?
They might be.
I think they were.
No, never mind. I do think that they're probably split between the Biddy Babs as well, and the mini arenas, because the mini arenas are all trying to get inside of Mike.
Right. Yeah.
So I think that they probably are everywhere in the dolls.
I mean, to be fair, if
I don't know.
If all the fun times were made to kill, maybe the mini arenas and Biddy Babs were too, though, technically.
There you go. And like, but it's like, it makes sense that like you'd have the spirits like everywhere basically, and then it makes sense as to why there's the whole thing of Night 4, why they're crawling into Mike and stuff like that. Like we see in like the room for one more. The whole point of that is basically to say, well, these guys can't really be destroyed by the scooper, so this is the only way that they can get out.
Yeah, I can see that.
David, I got it working.
Yeah. All right, let's continue.
Yeah, I mean,
think that, yeah.
I think that like the Biddy Babs, saying the Biddy Babs aren't infected with remnant. I mean, like, there's no real basis whether they are or aren't for the most part. So like, I mean, there's a basis for why they could be, but there's no like confirmation that they are or aren't. So like, I feel like just saying that they're not, like, there's not really any reason to believe that they're not.
I agree.
Also, I got a donation again from RE6 Giraffe that says, I also recommend the Half-Life, Portal, and Left 4 Dead games. I actually have, Portal. I think I have both Left 4 Dead games, and I have Portal 2. I don't remember if I have Portal 1. I don't have any Half-Life, but I don't have any Half-Life, but I kind of want to get into it.
I got it working again, Connor.
Yeah, Portal has the best villain in all of gaming, in my opinion.
Okay, cool.
GLaDOS. Better than William Afton. Anyway, keep going.
Alright, mind muting?
Yes, I can.
Okay, cool.
Up of a soul, it would likely be are that of the Biddy Babs, which are not possessed by the MCI. However, if I were to attribute that setup of a soul, it would likely be Elizabeth, who has been down there for over 30 years, according to this concept. She was kind of left to rot after William was done with her experimentation of learning how to possess an object via an animatronic.
Sometimes.
See, that is true. That is, I mean, that's one of the reasons
that
I said
works.
yes, that is what the trailer implies, but not because of the rest of the MCI, just Elizabeth.
Yeah, for sure.
Of learning how to possess an object via an animatronic. Her story is incredibly sad. The last scene is straightforward. Mike is going to Five Nights at Freddy's 3. Then the DLC just wouldn't exist. Assuming this alone was referring to FNAF 3, we've now set up Michael as Purple, making it improbable he would be hired by the Frights team. The MCI and Elizabeth are now on the run without any conclusion to their story, let alone why Scott would choose to show Springtrap rising from the ashes of Frights to establish that that was where Michael found him. If that was the intention, Scott would have just used the normal Frights location, showing Springtrap arriving at that location.
Well, I would say that this is meant to be a teaser for FNAF 6, right? And if you want to say that Sister Location was meant to be the final game, I can say sure. But I think that by the time of Custom Night, it was definitely meant to continue with FNAF 6. Because of Springtrap, like, returning at the end.
I agree. Because I think, I agree. Because I think timeline-wise, yes, it's before FNAF 3, but I think meta, it is implied to be a teaser for 6.
Yeah, and like in FNAF 3, obviously it teases Afton like coming back, but like it doesn't go anywhere with that yet. But Sister Location Custom Night doubles down on it, implying Scott very much wanted to make FNAF 6 next. Like it was very clearly being set up.
For sure.
That was definitely.
I also want to point out he made an offhanded comment that it makes no sense for Michael to be hired for the Frights Guard.
Right.
That's only if you assume he doesn't regenerate after, which is what I believe.
Yeah, I agree. I think the Remnant can regenerate you, and I think that I know he's a rotting corpse right now, but like I think if he regenerates, he just won't be anymore.
Exactly. He just regenerates. He gets his organs back, and he's fine.
Yeah.
One of
the big reasons I believe that is because like in the cutscene itself, you can see that his sprite not only falls over, it falls in on itself, as in he has no skeleton, which also Scott said himself.
Right.
He says that,
and then he has
Enard removed his skeleton
exactly when he gets up.
Yeah, so like he can't stand up. I've heard people say that like Enard leaves his endoskeleton in there, but I don't really see like why that would be the case.
And the whole thing of like I should be dead, but I'm not. The question is like he's probably saying that because after he spit out Enard, he gets up and then he sees that, oh wait, I'm starting to get better. I'm starting to heal. What the frick is going on? So he's like saying to William like, what the heck have you discovered? What the heck have you been doing?
Yeah, he's like, I should be dead,
but I'm not. He's like, bro, but dad, what the heck are you
what did you do?
to?
What did this fucking spoon do to me?
Literally, that's so funny. That's so real. Okay.
Anyway, let's keep going.
Anyway, continue.
Everything in the DLC establishes a sequel being set up, which is exactly what we see with FNAF 6. Michael is a manager of a package building. No interactions needed, just money. The MCI, Elizabeth, and Scraptrap, they all end up in this building, with Elizabeth suggesting she was called there, which is likely the same thing that called out to Mike to pursue this package. Everything in that DLC sets up FNAF 6. What about the survival logbook? I've covered this in the past, but to reiterate for those of you who are new to my channel, the contents of the survival logbook require knowledge from the Frights team that they just weren't aware of, at the very latest until Night 1 of FNAF 3, which requires the team to have made that entire book within the span of 5 days, which is just unlikely. Mix this with the Fazbear corporate all over the book, the most...
I really want to say something about that. Two things. Number one, we do not know how long Fazbear's Fright was being set up until Mike returns. It could be like months in preparation.
Yeah.
Because Phone Dude specifically says, I thought we would have more by now. It's not like Mike comes and that's like the first night. They didn't just like start setting this up overnight. I really strongly doubt that. The second thing also, the idea like, that requires information that they just don't know. Why not? What information in the logbook really? Is there actually something that they couldn't have known?
Dog.
I guess so.
That's some valuable information.
No, but seriously, think about it. What information in the logbook is something that people setting up fights couldn't have known?
I feel like it's just the office itself, which like as they were setting up rights, like they could easily just like be making that in their own logbook. So like
exactly.
Besides that, I don't think there really is anything that like FNAF 3 related, right? Just besides the office.
Well, it's also like people say, well, how did they know about the fun times? Well, the fun times are not nowhere to be found in like history of Fazbear Entertainment and stuff like that. Not only is Seabear an active company, but also like there was Circus Baby's Pizza World. In Frights, in Dance With Me, there's literally, like, in an alternate universe, we literally see that they have a Circus Baby's Pizza World set up and stuff like that. And so, outside of, like, I don't even know, like, outside of, like, maybe the purple phone and stuff like that, like, from the experiment chambers, I really don't see what they couldn't have known.
What I'm wondering is, where is he going with this? Like, is he saying that is he trying to use the FNAF 3 office to say that this is after FNAF 3? Or like, is he trying to disprove the fact that this is happening earlier in the time, that the logbook is earlier in the timeline? Is that what he's saying? Or is he saying that it has to be after FNAF 3 rather than during it? Like, what is he trying to say here? That's what I'm wondering.
Honestly, I don't know. I really did want to, like, rebut the idea that, like, oh, they have information that we don't know. Well, the only thing that I think are really contestants for that is the Fredbear plush and like what's it called, the like purple telephone and stuff like that, right?
Well, yeah.
And like even then, I feel like they probably could have known about stuff like that, because I wouldn't be surprised if like they were researching stuff from like the past of Fazbear Entertainment and all that.
Yeah. All right.
It's just
All right.
unlikely. Mix this with the Fazbear corporate all over the book, the most accurate interpretation of the logbook is that it's a real guard book passed down from the original location with new pages added with new location it goes to. And considering the book was released around the time of FNAF 6, answers a question in FNAF 6 and has to take place at the earliest after the events of Sister Location. It's just far...
Oh, hey. What's up?
Go on.
Are you guys almost done?
With this video, yeah. But also, we've been talking so much throughout it. We might be like an hour away from finishing.
No, we're almost done. We're almost done.
Yeah. This is a video on why FNAF 3's player is Enard inside Michael.
And why I definitely don't agree, but you know.
So what he's saying right now is that the logbook was a real guard book that they added pages to match the Fright's location, which, I mean,
there's so many problems with that.
I mean, not really. Like, it's fine if they're adding pages and if stuff isn't just being removed, or like if it's not an exact like copy from the original one. If they actually add stuff to it, I'm fine with that.
Name one thing in the entire book that in universe makes sense to be an actual guard book.
Well, I mean, the concept of it is just like it's about like how to be a guard. I disagree with
talking
this.
about the but I'm talking about the content of the pages.
Well, I think the main problem with it being like an actual guard book is the fact that it's a children's activity workbook. That makes it seem like it would be like
literally
a horror
like
attraction,
nothing. Yeah. Literally like nothing else like suggests. Oh, there's an actual guard book for Freddy's.
Yeah.
What do you mean? There's no content that even suggests anything like that. Like, oh, this is a guard book, so let's have you do a word search, and let's have you do like, say, would you rather outrun Baby or the puppet, or what? Foxy or the puppet? Yeah, this stuff is real gonna be helpful for your experience at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza.
I can see
just
stuff
don't
like
see that at all.
I can see stuff like the word search and the quizzes being fine because it's like testing your knowledge on Freddy's itself. But like the actual like, oh yeah, draw this stuff, make a new design for Fazbear Entertainment, like that kind of stuff. I feel like that doesn't need to be there for a guard book, right?
Yeah.
You could just say that is the stuff that's being added. Like that, I guess works. It's just like that would be too much added, and at that point, it's barely even an original guard book.
Basically,
yeah. So like you could say that it's an original guard book with most of the pages being new, but like that kind of makes it seem like okay, you might as well have just made it a replica, basically.
Yeah.
So anyway, let's continue.
Are more likely Mike filled out this book during FNAF 6, even if he was given the book during FNAF 3. How the hell is FNAF 4?
I mean, it could just be after FNAF 3 and before FNAF 6. That would work too. I'm fine with either one.
That works either way.
It could be during FNAF 6. That's fine, but like it doesn't have to be.
Agreed.
Even if he was given the book during FNAF 3. How the hell is FNAF 4 after 1? This is referring to the night gameplay, not the events in the minigames. While it is likely the crying child experienced the nightmares himself, we can hear the FNAF 1 phone calls in the background of the night gameplay, and the game continues even after the child is already shown to be dead. It's far more likely the crying child experienced a variation of the core 4, associated with the 4 bullies, and then Mike is the one experiencing Fredbear and Nightmare years later, haunted by the guilt of the Big Bite. This lines up with Fredbear and Nightmare being drawn inside of the logbook. We don't even know if the events in the original 6 games
I agree with that.
Even if the games
Don't
weren't
say that,
canon,
please. Oh
the
my
events
goodness.
in 1 through 6 still exist as a singular story. This means that the events that happen in FNAF 4 are still relevant to the original 3 games as well, even if these games were not canon to the modern story. Regardless, the very existence of the museums and security breach, the FNAF 6 building being underneath the Pizzaplex, the entire plot of FNAF VR, in words from Scott himself, suggests that the claim that the games are just games in universe is a cover-up by Fazbear Entertainment.
Yeah, and like the fact that FNAF 6 is under there, and then if you backpedal to like where all the stuff from FNAF 6 originated, like sister location and FNAF 3 have to happen for FNAF 6 to happen, and then FNAF 1 and 2 have to happen for FNAF 3 to happen, and FNAF 4 has to happen for sister location to happen. So like You can't. You have to backpedal and be like, yeah, all of this stuff has to have happened for these events to lead up to FNAF 6, and FNAF 6 has to happen for Security Breach. So, yeah.
I will say under one quick comment before we move on. I will say it doesn't necessarily follow that 4 has to be after Sister Location. I think it is, but it doesn't have to be if you believe Follow Victim.
Yeah, it can easily be. You can easily be after FNAF 1 and before FNAF 3 at pretty much any time.
But yeah, for sure. But like it is 100% the case that it has to be after FNAF 1. This is 100% true.
It can be after FNAF 4 too. Like that work. Sorry, it can be after FNAF 3 as well. Like it can be after like the nightmares. Or sorry, it can be after the. I can't speak. It can be after the horror attraction works fine too. Anytime between FNAF 1 and FNAF 6, it can work.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I put it around the time of Sister Location just because like that works best.
You know, one other thing, I severely doubt this, but it can technically happen during FNAF 6 too. Because
Please, no.
I don't think so, but technically it's possible because everything in FNAF 6 takes place during the day, not at night.
Sure, go with that.
It does.
I don't think that's the case.
No,
I don't think that was even close to implied.
It is the case because you set up the pizzeria, and then while all the like
People
tutorial
are there,
unit, tutorial unit says stuff. Tutorial unit says that while you're in the office, people are in the restaurant. It's open at the time.
Yeah, he says while they eat their stuff in the other room. This is true.
I didn't mean I don't think FNAF 6 happening during the day is the case. I mean the FNAF 4 dreams happening around FNAF 6 I don't think is the case.
I completely do.
No, we agree.
I completely disagree with that too. I'm just saying technically it is possible.
Okay.
For sure, we agree.
So pretty much any time between FNAF 1 and the end of FNAF 6, FNAF 4 can happen.
Yeah.
Universe.
That's a pretty wide range.
It is a pretty wide range. So you can place it wherever you want based on like what certain things line up best for in your opinion.
Yeah. Exactly.
Fazbear Entertainment. All of the events that happened in FNAF 1 through 6 did happen in the full game's timeline.
Thank you very much.
And that is all of the comments that I saw on that video that I thought really needed an answer to. There were other comments, they just weren't as relevant or didn't actually need an entire video dedicated to them. These were the ones that I felt like the audience really needed to understand where I was coming from to understand that idea, because I want to make sure that this theory is the easiest to comprehend for people, because as I stated in the very beginning,
I wouldn't say it's easy to comprehend, but
I am fairly confident about, and this is the third one. I am 99% sure that this is the accurate interpretation that we're supposed to get from Sister Location, but at the end of the day, again, it's just a theory. Let me know if you guys have any other rebuttals or any other questions you guys had about that original video, or questions you have about this video in the comments down below. If you enjoyed it, or maybe I even changed your mind from your original position, make sure to like this video, and make sure to subscribe if you guys want to see any new content that I end up coming up with next. I have a few timeline things that I want to release, not a full one yet, but just a few things here and there, just to give a little bit more of a grasp of the story that I've built up so far, and a few more ideas down the line that you guys are not going to want to miss. So with that being said, thank you all for watching. Matane!
Alright.
I will say this, it's a fun theory. I
it
think
is
that
fun.
It's fun. I think the idea that it's true is just way too out there. I'm sorry. I think like imagine you're a writer and you're like, oh yeah, we're gonna have it be this like crazy interpretation and stuff like that, and it's actually gonna have like the main player of FNAF 3 who's said to be a guard, and they hire a giant pile of wires. I think just conceptually doesn't even work at all.
I mean, to be fair, they wouldn't know that. But
why not?
Why wouldn't they know that this guy that they're hiring is a tangle of wires?
Yes. Why wouldn't they know that?
Because it's inside his body. And the outside looks normal, at least at first.
The problem is he doesn't start regenerating until after Enard is gone. So the time, so like the idea that he's like deteriorating.
Yeah, but
right. Okay, right.
Yeah, but when he's hired, he's fine.
Sorry, you're right. Under the theory, he's deteriorating when he is after each night, right?
Yeah.
Gotcha. I mean, that's fun.
I think the theory is a little silly, but it's fun, and I think it, like, honestly, props to him for coming up with it. Like, it's still a cool idea, and, like, some of the evidence actually does line up pretty well with it. I just think that there's a few things that, like, just don't seem to work perfectly for me, that, like, I either need to look into it more, or I just might just disagree with it. But I think I will probably look into it more before, like, eventually I'll make my own video, like, on this topic, and why I think it might work, and why I think it might not work. But, I think it's an interesting theory for sure. But I personally just don't agree with it. But it's cool, though.
Agreed. It is a fun theory. I will say, I think that it would be probably very not narratively satisfying, because then Michael is the player of every game, but it's Enard who's player of 3, but, like, he comes back at 6. I just, like, okay, that's interesting, I guess.
I mean, it's like FNaF 2. It's half Michael.
Oh, there you go, yeah. Well, actually, I'm starting to lean towards both of them being Michael, but...
Jeremy, too?
Yeah.
What's making you think that?
I answered laundry and we're going.
Okay. We'll find out eventually. Tune in next time.
So,
hold on, guys.
Okay. Enard is able to act pretty normal and be convincing as Mike in this location DLC. Well, yeah, but that's not really our problem with it. Like, we've kind of, like, expressed our issues with it throughout like this reaction, but I mostly have a problem with just, like, the logistics of the like the spiritual stuff, right? I think for the most part a lot of it does work. It's just, like, a few small things that, like, create bigger problems. And like I said, I'll probably make, like, my own full video, like, my full theory video on like, the idea and whether I think it works or not. But I think it's interesting.
Right. So this is the proper time for my exodus.
Okay.
I now am going to go and get my Christmas tree with my family, so
Yeah,
I will
cool.
see you guys later.
Alright, well, I'm probably going to end the stream in just a little bit anyway, so...
Alright, cool. Wait, I thought you said you were streaming for like 5 hours.
Well, I was going to stream until I had nothing left to stream. Which, obviously, I still have more theory videos that I haven't watched yet, but I feel like I don't really have enough time to, like, give full thoughts on it before I gotta go anyway.
You should, how about this? You should watch mine, and then I'll come back from
I already watched
my
both of
Christmas
yours.
tree.
Both of your recent ones.
Number 3 gets.
You should watch The Dark Secret Before the Nightmare Before Christmas for a Christmas Eve video. I'm kidding. You don't have to do that. Wait, hold on. Did you watch mine on Why Does William Afton Want the Mimic?
I haven't yet, no. How long is it?
It's 12 minutes.
Sure, I'll watch that.
Okay, cool.
I'll watch
'cause I
that and then
gotta
I'll
go.
end the stream.
Yay!
Alright, well...
Wait, on or off? Wait.
Huh?
On or off?
I'll watch it on stream and then I'll end it when I'm done.
Base, so I can see your reaction when I get back. Alright, I'll see you guys later.
Alright, see ya.
Bye.
Okay, see ya.
Bye, stream people. See ya, Evan. See ya,
Alright,
Altera.
Bye.
see ya.
Bye.
Altera, have you seen his
I don't know if
After
I've seen his mimic one.
Let me search up the Sandwich Man. Hey, there's another Sandwich Man. Which one was it? Why does William Afton want the mimic?
Okay, first of all, like, what?
Okay. Just gotta wait for the ad to end. Both of them. Okay. We shall now continue. FNaF Theory, why does William Afton want the mimic? This is 12 minutes and 27 seconds long. Let's go.
Recent events in Secret of the Mimic show us the origins of nearly everything regarding Fazbear technology, like spring locks, animatronic origins, and even vacuums. But there's obviously one thing he made that was absolutely revolutionary: voice mimic. But why exactly is this so revolutionary for the FNAF series? Well, great question, and this is what I plan on getting into today.
I mean, it's not really specifically voice mimic, but I guess it is for Afton in the case of the fun times. So. We'll lower the volume a little bit.
Hello, my fellow FNAF fans. So as you guys may know, Secret of the Mimic has a lot of interesting new mysteries that allow us to speculate on both the past and future games. But this is specifically one that I've seen very few people address, and I think it has huge ramifications both for the main series and the future game that will soon be coming out. That being, why on earth does William Afton want the Mimic so bad? I'm not going to spend too much time on the intro, so as always, don't forget to like and subscribe, and let's get right into it. For those who don't know of what happens in the events of Secret of the Mimic, Fazbear Entertainment, run by William and Henry, have basically been screwing over Edwin by giving him multiple contracting items for him to fulfill, which includes the creation of plenty of different things we see all throughout the series. By one of the emails we see in the game, it shows us that William Afton has essentially screwed Edwin over to the point of seizing everything in Murray's costume manor, including his land, hence why William ends up taking his house going forward. However, there's something very specific in one of Edwin's audio logs that suggests that Afton wants more than just the MCM catalog.
Project update. I figured it out. There's a leak. Someone told them about M2. Well, they can't have it. Every copy has failed. I don't even know why it worked the first time, but it did. It's just not ready.
If you're listening to the audio logs, the they is always William and Henry, due to the fact that they are using Edwin as a contractor for pretty much anything they want. This is how they screw Edwin over. They keep giving him new designs right when he's near finished, but legally this causes him to fall behind, presumably without Edwin knowing, hence why William is able to scam him and seize his assets legally due to the contract. Yes, William Afton is really evil. Who knew? Now, even though Fazbear Entertainment has seized everything in MCM, they're still actively sending in technicians to try and retrieve the Mimic for themselves before they send in everyone else. They know there is an aggressive endo on the loose here, hence why they send in other people before they retrieve the MCM assets. And of course, not every MCM asset survives due to the fire, hence why we never see most of the suits again, like Swing Bee, Sharpay, Hedgehog Hudgy, the Mycelium Men, and plenty others. However, we do see the Mimic again. This is likely for a few reasons. If the fire ending is the true ending, all they need to do is capture and trap the Mimic after he leaves MCM, and the Mix's machine is still underneath the building. M1 and M2 are both seized eventually, hence why they both show up in later parts of the timeline. Now, even though this answers the how, it doesn't answer the why. And I think this why is extremely important. Recently, the composer for most of the music in Five Nights at Freddy's, Leon Riskin, is giving us a bunch of small teasers for the upcoming FNAF game, which most fans are naming as a placeholder, Abyss. If you are not caught up, everything is teasing a return to Circus Baby's entertainment and rentals. I would explain everything that Riskin has recently posted, but to summarize, here are some things that are massively important for this next game. The first is this teaser with the title, Elevators Can't Be Trusted, wherein the hashtags give us the name Betty Lou Oliver. This woman, Betty Lou Oliver, is known for surviving the most stories in an elevator crash in recorded history. In 1945, this woman survived a whopping 75 stories down a shaft in the Empire State Building, showing severe injuries, however ending up surviving and recovering. What does this imply? Well, that my proposal in my last theory was wrong. The Scooper ending is most definitely not canon after this. The elevator ending is, and Cassie survived this fall. The other is, well, the fact that Leon Riskin is posting full versions of a bunch of sister location music. Demolition Inevitable, The Forbidden Nocturne, and Venta Black, with this weirdo tease of the Forbidden Nocturne featuring the FNAF World dungeon theme, and the tease of Demolition Inevitable featuring Scorched Cranberries, aka the ending theme of Help Wanted 2. He also posted this link
Scorched
to this guy
cranberries,
who's
is that what it's
analyzing
called?
gracefully into
Yeah.
the abyss, which is Princess Quest 4's theme. Taking all these things into account, if we are to assume that the scooping room we end up seeing in Ruin is the same one as the one in Sister Location, then Cassie is in the Sister Location area. If the elevator falls, it implies that there are a lot more stories below it, implying that the elevator we see in Sister Location and the story we see is only one story and leads to only one story. The story where the fun times are and where the technicians are allowed. Now you might be wondering what this has to do with William wanting the Mimic, and here's my answer. William wanted this because he saw just how useful this would be for his technology. Obviously, I think that there are some things we have yet to know, hence why we're going back down to Sister Location, but even in existing media, Funtime Freddy's voice mimic in the blueprints is not the only thing we have to understand William's uses for this thing. First, let's talk about Enard and his use of Elizabeth's voice. Now, one might think I'm being absolutely crazy that I think Enard's use of voice mimic for Elizabeth isn't actually Elizabeth's original voice herself, but hear me out. In Secret of the Mimic,
I personally
we
think
see
it is
him
just her
mimic
talking.
David, but of
Yeah.
lines that are actually Edwin's.
Stop. You're not him. You're not. Stop sounding like him.
Stop. You're not him. You're not. Stop sounding like...
Whichever one you follow.
God damn it.
Yay!
Now, if you believe in Will Plush, like me, notice William's line, "I'm still here." Where else does this show up?
Everything is okay. I'm still here.
What you'll notice is that when Elizabeth speaks post Enard, she never speaks with her actual voice. She only ever speaks through Circus Baby.
You played right into our hands.
Knowing this, it actually helps us explain a lot of FNAF 4. One of the biggest issues people have had with the Fredbear plush in 4 is the fact that the text colors are different for Fredbear in most of the game compared to his text color when Bite Victim is on his deathbed.
I will say, I think you asked me this earlier today, Sandwich Man. I don't know. I don't remember if I responded, but I do still think Charlotte is.
He's not here.
He's in chat. I do still think that Charlotte is the final speaker for mostly because of FNAF World, but like. I think because of FNAF World's like heavy connections with the Mimic, I would be I do want to look into it more and see if like the Mimic can be involved in the Fredbear plushie, because there is a lot of stuff like there is a lot of evidence that like the Fredbear plushie in the final minigame that it is Afton, and I don't disregard that. I just think that Charlotte makes a little bit more sense for the context, but I think if maybe it could be possible that Afton is the Fredbear plushie earlier in FNAF 4 during the first 5, and then maybe the Mimic takes over at the end. So maybe he uses the Mimic in the Fredbear plushie, basically. I don't necessarily believe that at the moment, but I do want to look into it and see like if it works. But like, I think that it would explain. I think Tom from Game Theory mentioned this, but the idea that the Fredbear plushie being the Mimic, mimicking Afton, kind of adds up with the fact that the text color is similar, but not the exact same. And it's saying things that Afton does say. Like, "I'll put you back together, I'm still here," that kind of stuff. Like, he does say that stuff. But it's the Mimic saying it now instead of Afton. And I think that could make sense. But like I said, I do want to look into it more. I still think that Charlotte just makes a little bit more sense, like, in the lore itself, with like all the Happiest Day stuff. But I know, like, I think Sandwich Man was talking about this earlier, the idea of, like, Happiest Day being kind of like a fake thing that Afton set up, and then the kids end up, like, turning it on its good side. I don't really know how that would work. Again, I haven't looked into that enough, so maybe I might be open to that. I just gotta, like, actually look into it more before I, like, come to a conclusion on that. But yeah, that's that.
Where Afton is actually speaking. Well, we now have an answer. William is using the Mimic program for the Fredbear plushies, either mimicking his own voice or another, to try and keep him contained while he's at work. You'll notice
or
a huge
that it
issue
could be
for Will
he's the
Plush if
Mimic
you
during the main minigames instead of the last one. I guess that could work too, but I don't know.
Actually play the minigames of FNAF 4. The Fredbear plush continues to speak even when we know that Afton is working at Fredbear's Family Diner. I made a joke with one of my friends that William is basically saying to the employee, yo, give me a sec, I gotta speak through a plushie real quick to psychologically manipulate my child. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm done. What were we up to? Obviously, this is silly, and knowing how advanced the
it is a little silly, but it's not like
in the timeline,
it has to be wrong.
Recording voice lines and playing it back. This is to replicate his voice and allow the Mimic program to be used in specific scenarios to keep his child occupied. And this gets into why he would want both M1 and M2. According to the secret ending of Secret of the Mimic, we actually know how we can get M2 to stop being aggressive. The baseline for M2's Mimic is still David. You just need to have him remember it, presumably by putting his toys away and telling him a bedtime story. Combine this with the cradle, and Edwin's aggressiveness is contained even while it is agony infested. In order to keep M2 contained, you need M1, and when you deactivate cradle, M2's aggressiveness comes back like what we see in Ruin. With M2's aggressiveness contained, William can use M2 for whatever he wants, aka the Fredbear plush. And this ties into what we might be discovering in the next game and what we're going down into the abyss of the sister location bunker for, discovering that the bite victim was replicated by M2, solving the age-old mystery, what William Afton meant by I will put you back together. This leads me into the last Leon Riskin post I want to point out.
Okay. Let me think about this for a second. If Afton is the one saying I will put you back together, I get it. I just don't know really what bearing that has on the story. Because I've made it very clear in the past, I don't think Afton cares about his kids. That's one of the big reasons I don't think he's the final speaker, because I feel like he has no reason to want to put his son back together. But, like, it could just be, like, an experiment with the Mimic, but, like, I feel like if he does use the Fredbear plushie, if he does use the Mimic for the Fredbear plushie, then I feel like there's no real reason that the Mimic would have to be experimented on further, if that makes sense, right? Because, like, if he already uses the Mimic, he already knows how it works, so why would he need to continue doing that for the bite victim? And if that's not why he makes the bite victim again, why does he, right? It's definitely not because he cares, because he doesn't. So I'm just like, maybe he'll explain that in a bit. I'm just trying to say, like, I don't really know why he would do that, but maybe, I guess. But
it just feels like recreating the bite victim in the Mimic isn't putting him back together. That's just replacing him.
Well, I wouldn't go that far. I mean, it is obviously replacing him, but I think it's the same kind of way as like Henry making the Charlie bots. Like he's still, it's putting him back together in his own way, I guess. Like I think it still works for the statement, even if it's not like literal, I guess, if that makes sense. But I don't know. I think I just want to see what he says next to see like why, if he has a reason for why he would do that.
One that came out a day before the script, by I will put you back together. This leads me into the last Leon Riskin post I want to point out, the one that came out a day before the script.
Okay.
After everything sister location that Riskin has posted, he posted this, a song from royalty-free video game music that he created. However, in the hashtags, he pointed out this, a man named Michael Faherty, Dicyanoacetylene, also known as carbon subnitride, and beware of smoking cyclists. In reality, this man is someone who died by spontaneous combustion on December 22nd, 2010. This man was found in his house dead with a severely burned internal body, however with no indication of what actually started the fire. This helps us understand why Riskin posed Dicyanoacetylene in the post. Apparently, this is one of, if not the most combustible flames imaginable, and it can reach nearly 9,000 degrees Fahrenheit and can even burn in nitrogen, which almost no other natural flame can do. So what exactly does this imply? Well, let's consider what we've been teased nearly everything about with sister location related in Riskin's post, and let's apply it to the only character that this makes sense for.
CIBC is a founding...
The heck?
Michael Afton. Michael's body, as we know, has Remnant in it, which according to the blueprints of FNAF 6
I'm just wondering
show
what
us
this will have to do
that
with the bite
overheating
victim.
likely neutralizes the effects. While it doesn't say it neutralizes the spirits, considering they need to be
I give no rational reason for that. I will put you back together. I think he could attach his soul to mimic BV. Okay, so if there's no reason for that, I just don't really see what the reason for that would be, which is why I'm skeptical of that. Like, I get what you're saying. I'm just skeptical because I don't really see a reason that would happen in the first place.
On by some other supernatural force, why would it neutralize the effects specifically? Well, carbon subnitride needs to be kept at a low temperature, otherwise it will combust. Likewise, if Remnant is not kept at a low enough temperature, it too will combust. So finally, what about being aware of smoking cyclists? It seems to be saying that even though Michael's internal organs essentially caught on fire due to Remnant being combustible, he was able to escape, get on a bicycle, and leave FNAF 6. Granted, this is only one interpretation of this post, but let's go with it for now.
I should be dead.
That's so stupid, but it's funny. I get what he means, but it's so dumb.
But I'm not.
If this implies that Michael is still alive,
Yeah, Mike
then
just
this will
hopped on a
confirm what I
bike.
said in my other theory. Michael is alive and is going down to retrieve Cassie in the next game. But if William is trying to replicate the bite victim with mimic technology, like Edwin was trying to do with David and Fiona, then Michael is going down and seeing the things that his father is doing, trying to replicate his younger brother. But what about what we saw with Enard? After all, why is it using the Elizabeth voice mechanism? Well, who says that we're stopping at the bite victim? That's right. Considering what we've seen with each Funtime, the idea that each Funtime represents a member of the Afton family, Funtime Foxy for Mike, Circus Baby
so
for
he's saying
Elizabeth,
it's like meant to
Ballora for
actually
Mrs.
mimic
Afton,
them?
and Funtime Freddy for the bite victim. What if William is doing exactly what Edwin was doing, recreating his family through the mimic? But unlike Edwin, his reason is a lot darker. What if he's recreating his family to immortalize the legacy of his family, including himself, until the end of time? No, I'm not saying that this is the case. After all, we're in early stages of teasing Abyss, so keep an eye out for Leon Riskin's post. And we don't even have a motive for William doing this yet, if he is indeed doing this, but if this is the case, it could help us answer the line that has baffled us for years: I will put you back together.
Okay.
But anyways, thank you all so much for watching this video. More videos, hope.
Definitely an interesting idea. I don't really know. I feel like immortalizing his family is a little weird because I feel like he doesn't really care about them. He only really cares about himself. But I get the idea. I think a big part of like what I think Afton's motivation is throughout the series is the fact that he wants to be powerful, and in order to be powerful, like I think he wants his public image to be good in a way, and he wants to be successful, which is why he's like jealous of Henry's success, and that's why I think that he kills Charlotte, because I think his wife either divorces him or dies, and then that kind of like, or both, and then that kind of like ruins his family's reputation, so it makes him look bad, and then that's why he kills Charlotte, to ruin Henry's, right? That's a big like reason I believe like that's a big part of like his motivations, in my opinion. So like I think the idea that he wants to like immortalize his family it kind of works, but the thing is that's not the real version of his family, and like he can't like bring them out to the public and be like, hey guys, my wife is actually alive, and then people are just like, that's just fucking Ballora, bro. You know what I mean? Like it just feels like a little weird. I don't see a definitive motive for why he would do that, and same with the bite victim. Like, well, I guess just the bite victim being mimicked in general, regardless of like the rest of the family. If the rest of the family isn't the case, then just the bite victim, a little strange. I do get the point though, but I think if the bite victim was mimicked, then whatever he is, like the version of the mimic that mimics him probably just is Funtime Freddy, and I'm assuming that's like his point. If that's not his point, that should be his point. You know what I mean? Because like I think if he's trying to say that the Afton family is being recreated, then the bite victim being recreated as Funtime Freddy, that kind of makes sense. And then Bon Bon kind of works as like his pet Fredbear plushie, right? But yeah, I get the theory. I think it makes kind of some sense. I just am struggling to find the motivations, but. Like you said, we're in early stages of like the mimic, like Abyss territory. So like maybe we'll learn more about his motivations and like why everything is happening and that. but I guess we'll have to see. But yeah, I think I'm going to end the stream now. I enjoyed this stream. I liked watching some FNaF theories. I liked talking to you and Sandwich Man and Ollie and Libra for like 5 seconds and Krakoa. It was a fun stream. My next stream will either be tomorrow or Tuesday. I'll be continuing with the Walking Dead Telltale series, so yeah, stay tuned for that. And yeah, I'll see you guys in the next video or stream or whatever the next thing you see by me is. So yeah, I'll see you guys later. Bye. Say bye, Altera.
Bye.
I'm gonna leave the call now too.
Okay.
So, see you, bro.
See ya.